Bumrah past the umpire, full and driven into the covers, no run.
In these conditions at the moment, if it's not going to reverse swing, and we're now, what over are we into exactly?
Over number 4 of the day?
No, the innings.
54.
Right. So it's not going to have conventional swing, I don't think, at this point either. So really this pitch is at the best it is, and it's more of a spinner's pitch than it is a fast bowler's. If it's not going to reverse swing, yes, they can use their skills, and yes, Bumrah is Bumrah, and he's always slightly dangerous and can do something special.
Well, we saw 13 wickets fall on day number 2 and 81.2 overs, Jerry, 226 runs in total, 2.78, but that's way down by India's run rate.
Yeah. If you think of a normal, just imagine a normal test match.
What's normal now?
Well, okay, I'll go back a bit and make it normal then.
New Zealand normal, England normal. It's all relative.
It is, okay.
Bumrah's going to go around the wicket, Jeremy. His first start crack. Short of a length, opening the blade, rolling the ball to backward point for no runners at Ravindra.
But if it's a regular test match, if you thought of the first 2 days, and this is in its 3rd day now, really. I mean, the first day just, cancelled because of rain. And in the first day of a test match, you might get 7 or 8 wickets, say. You know, in a normal New Zealand pitch and a normal England pitch, maybe a little less depending in Asia. But I would have thought, and then 7 wickets in the next, or 8 wickets in the next. So you're around about 14 or 15 wickets, 16 wickets, that sort of area, I think.
Ravindra tucks his head into his shoulder, waits for Bumrah from around the wicket, pushing to mid-wicket.
That's 2 days' play. So either 7 or 8 on either of the days. And that's 15 wickets. We had 13, as you've just told me. So we're not that far away, because the wickets fell so quickly in that first session. You know, it's suddenly we've advanced the game in 1 day, which normally takes 2.
Normally takes 2 or 3.
Yeah.
In some countries.
Oh, yeah, of course.
No, but to see the change of conditions like we did too.
Yep.
I saw an interesting graphic on the host broadcaster as Bumrah in again, shorter, wider of off stump. Crowd likes that. Bit of heat, bit of anger from the number 1 quick. Ravindra, a little wry smile as he looks back down the wicket. But according to his broadcaster, TV broadcaster, India have actually swung the ball more than the New Zealand seamers.
Right.
But I use that word deliberately, seamers, because huge difference. The New Zealand seamers have been able to get a lot more lateral movement, understandably.
Yes.
At the best of the conditions, overcast, so on and so forth.
I thought Saudi yesterday, who opened the bowling, bowled more seamers than he did swing.
Fuller this time, just moving away from the left-hander, Ravindra, who plays no stroke.
He used his seamers more than swing, really. He used it as variety, but as soon as he was at the left-handers, he started off out wide and brought it back in. But as soon as at Jaiswal, he started to bowl those jagging kind of away from the left-handers, 3/4 seam ball. And, you know, and I suppose you'd say O'Rourke swung the ball a little bit into a right-hander, didn't he? Henry doesn't at all.
9 runs added thus far on day number 3 as Bumrah bowls to Ravindra, driving into the cover region. There will be no run. That is the end of the over. Ravindra 30, Mitchell 14, 189 for the loss of 3 New Zealand.
Yeah, so I think we can expect today the spin to play a bigger role, especially after this little session, each from Siraj and from Bumrah. We're going to see them bowl basically, I think, kind of towards the end of this session, through to the end of this session. So it's going to be Ashwin and Jadeja and Kuldeep that New Zealand are generally, of the 4 batsmen that I've spoken about for New Zealand, are going to have to confront and find answers against them. And they can do that if they get themselves in. It's not an impossible pitch to play on, but it will become more difficult as the game progresses.
Here's Siraj continuing his 10th over. He bowls leg side, and Mitchell's really frustrated. He missed out here into the pads, and then he sort of waves the bat in anger. But just elaborating on that point about the contrast in conditions, as it went on, then it started to spin. Always spins in India, we know that. But it was very inconsistent bounce too.
Yep.
So you went from almost a green New Zealand seamer to, what, day 3 type surface as far as bounce?
Yeah, all within an hour or so,
yeah.
as soon as the sun came out. It's how long it stays like this. The longer it stays in this, and it's possible to bat on this. Yes, there is a bit of inconsistent bounce.
Oh, here's a beauty from Siraj going past the bat. A few oohs and ahs from behind the wicket. Good seam presentation, just nipping away and just hanging the bat out of touch was Mitchell. Raj had the hands up, the expectation. He'd got the outside edge, wasn't the case. Jarrell, I should mention, still behind the stumps. On after Rishabh Pant took a nasty blow to the knee, standing up, and to be substituted. Jarrell's out there to start day number 3. Siraj in again, coming down the wicket this time is Mitchell. He's learned the lesson of the previous delivery, pushes straight back to the bowler. Siraj has hints of anger in there. Again, looks like he's going to throw back to the batsman's end, but not the case.
Yeah, a delivery that he just got it just to hold its line a wee bit, sort of just to move away slightly from Mitchell, second to last ball of that over. And Mitchell it was of a length that Mitchell was looking to, he's always looking to come forward, isn't he? That's what he wants to do.
We're straight once more from Siraj, turned into the onside by Mitchell off the front foot, and there's no run. Yep. Yeah, and the other thing India will need to do today is we've just seen a highlight of Matt Henry's wonderful running catch. He sprinted, 30 yards, 40 yards, full stretch. They'll have to catch well. And New Zealand.
It's so good to see New Zealand actually lifting their standards in the field, isn't it?
Listening to you and heeding your advice.
That's nothing to do with it whatsoever.
10 of the 11,
you know.
listened.
I'll get Tom Blundell out behind the sheds later.
Yeah, we'll have a chat to him when he's back in Wellington today.
Yeah.
Thoughts of former New Zealand Test captain Jeremy Coney alongside me, Daniel McHardy, Jon Norman, Steve Harmison, Jarrod Kimber will also be along for the ride today. 189 for 3. Here's an outside edge that's going to roll down past second slip down to the boundary for 4. Not in control of that stroke, but if anything, he did go with softer hands. Mitchell, he moves to 18. That's his second boundary. And 193 for the loss of 3.
He's just hanging it outside that off stump, isn't he? And there's certainly, as long as you sort of don't push the bat and the hands too hard at the ball, Mitchell has a tendency to do that. It's just, there's not huge bounce when you actually pitch it up. It's not like yesterday where the ball's on the surface, sticks there, and then raises.
Here's width and hit to the gully and well grabbed. Mitchell playing away from his body. He's hit it uppishly and nicely pouched. 2 hands around shoulder height by Jaiswal in the gully. Just what India needed and just what we were talking about. Take those half chances, which they didn't late on day number 2. And Mitchell departs for 18, 193 for the loss of 4.
He pays the price of going hard at the ball, pushing with hard hands, slightly shorter this time from Siraj, on the back foot, pushing away from himself, and he didn't control the shot into the gully. And it was a decent height to catch. Jaiswal was there, and he's taken the catch 2-handed. It looks as if he hasn't taken it quite cleanly, but he's held on to it. So he goes now, Mitchell, and that's unfortunate. He's a dangerous player, and it's an early breakthrough for India. Well done them. And just looks as though it's following the coming back from India plan at the moment.
Jaiswal paid a price. ringing the left hand. It wasn't the cleanest catch I've ever seen in the gully, but I guess it doesn't matter how you do it.
No, it went relatively quickly, but it was a comfortable height, around sort of the midriff area, and it was straight to him, so it was a two-handed catch always, and the head was naturally in line with that, so it made it a little bit easier. So Tom Blundell is the new man, the wicket keeper. He's got a few runs. He's got 400s and, as I say, 11 50s from him. But he's been out 3 times reverse sweeping spin in Sri Lanka in the recent series. So he's a tendency to want to play the sweep shot to the spinners. He's also been an opener for New Zealand, hasn't he? And so the pace bowlers shouldn't worry him as long as he can get himself in those first 15 to 20 minutes.
Slower bowlers, different story. 2 slips in the gully. Started the new over. Bumrah, none for 26 off 12. And left alone outside. The off stump by Ravindra. So 2 Wellington teammates batting together after the departure of Daryl Mitchell. Caught Jaiswal bowled Siraj for 18. The wicket falling at 193 for the loss of 4 wickets. And the lead is 147. Well, Blundell, 12 innings as an opener. He's batted at 5, 7 and 8 as well, but he spent a lot of time batting in the number 6 position, but in 33 test innings coming in number 6, only averaging 22, Jarrod. But Glenn Phillips behind. I find it an interesting decision. He's retained his spot as Ravindra tries to force a ball off the back foot, but hits it straight back to Bumrah on the bounce.
Well, you also add that Tom Blundell, when you get, of course, into Asia, he's up at the stumps, squatting down, up, down, hundreds of times if you're in the park for any length of time, and I would have thought that would have made it quite a tiring, and you're also concentrating very hard. So it's not so easy, I would have thought, for the keeper.
Inside edge. Ravindra uncertain where the ball's gone. It's trickled out on the onside square. I think for a second he thought, that might be threatening the stumps. They'll steal a single, 194 for the loss of 4, and as Gary, our statsman, has just pointed out, that average of 22 batting at number 6 is certainly dictated by recent form. Only 1 score over 50 in his last 18 test innings. And unfortunately, 11 single-digit scores in that. His best, though, was a 60 he made against Sri Lanka last time out. So I guess he's looking to follow another Wellington boy, Devon Conway, who was also in a similar malaise, but finished the Sri Lanka series with a score in the 60s and posted 91. And it's a very good morning in the UK. Good evening in New Zealand to Jarrod Kimber. We'll get to him after this ball as Bumrah moves in from over the wicket. Blundell comes forward, inside edge, trickles to the onside, and there's that Bumrah smile. Hello, Jarrod.
Gentlemen, how are you? The violet drop wings, and I've been doing some research, Jeremy, is the name of the dragonflies we're looking at, seem to be slightly bigger today. Is India about to fight back, 1 wing at a time?
Well, they certainly have started well. There's a quarter of a wing that's arrived, that's for sure, with a dismissal of Mitchell.
Here's a beauty from Bumrah. Tough length, hovering on the crease line, squared up as it bounced proudly and went past the outside edge. The other issue New Zealand has is at times it's, 6 down all out.
Well, that's the issue. Playing 3 seamers, of course, from New Zealand, it means that from number 8 down, they've got the main bowlers don't bat at all in New Zealand, and that's one of the issues that they confront. That's why players like Nathan Smith come into the equation a bit.
3 slips in for Bumrah as he's bowling to Blundell, who'll get his innings underway with a lovely leg glance down to the boundary for 4, drifting into the pads, full of length. He likes it there. He's very good through the onside. 198 for the loss of 4. Blundell to 4.
Yeah, full ball, leg stump, leg side-ish, and just tucked away and got it fine. rather than sort of square it to the fine leg that's been posted there. So he's underway, but there were a couple of deliveries there that certainly squared him up. So Bumrah's starting to feel a little bit better, I would think. Siraj has his wicket, he'll feel good. Not a lot of movement around this morning. It hasn't come really from the surface, certainly as we saw yesterday. I think the bulk of the overs will be taken up by spin this morning, prior to lunch.
Jarrod, must ask you, which of the three spinners are you inviting to bowl first?
Well, I suppose it was Kuldeep, I thought maybe looked the best yesterday.
Siraj continuing his 11th over, short of a length, very straight, no run, dabbed into the offside.
And I wonder how you guys feel, but it just feels like the pitch is playing maybe a little bit quicker at the moment. Certainly than we saw yesterday afternoon. It was obviously yesterday morning it was damp and weird trampoline bounce at times and sideways movement, but it looks a little bit quicker. It looks like the kind of pitch at the moment would be nice for a wrist spinner to come on and have a go.
Siraj has the breakthrough and he's continuing. Moves to the crease, past the umpire, full of length, pushed up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Well, Jarrod might be right. I think the outfield's very slippery too, and New Zealand, when they've got past the inner fielders, seeing the ball race away to the boundary. I thought they were too late bringing Jadeja in yesterday with that moisture on the surface.
Yeah, they're similar paces, the two finger spinners, aren't they? Into the sort of low 90s. But he doesn't give you a lot to play with, Jadeja. He's quite flat and he's quick, and he gets a little bit of, differential bounce. Some turn a bit more than others. Very awkward bowler.
Long chat between bowler and captain. Sharman now wanders away, but at times a little bit angry. Not only the state of play, but what was going on. He, of course, was involved in a couple of those missed half chances. And fielding it slip. Siraj was full, driven nicely back past the bowler. Blundell had to hover in his crease. He was worried about the bowler getting a touch on, but it was past him quickly. Rushes out to the fence for 4. Brings up the New Zealand 200. Ravindra's 35 not out. It's 202 for the loss of 4. Another big barrel boundary. Big barrel, bigger range, bigger deals.
Beautiful off the front
good
foot,
stroke, isn't it? From, yeah.
Full face of the bat and just push through it. He really does play that shot really well. I noticed yesterday when he was playing Ashwin, he was flicking his hands a little bit more, even on the offside. I think he just, when he's using the full face of the bat, he looks like completely a world-class player. Just see Jaiswal down on the boundary there. Looks like he had a bit of an issue with his thumb. I actually lost count of how many people yesterday ended up hurting their fingers when they were batting, but perhaps in the catch as well.
Yeah, he was uncomfortable taking the catch of Mitchell this morning.
Short cover in now, 2 slips in a gully, remain. It's a measured approach as Siraj brings Ravindra onto the front foot and just using the angle from right arm over the wicket to place the ball backward a point. They've got a single, the throw comes in, it's well overthrown, but backing up is there, so just a single, 203 for the loss of 4. I'm sure Harmy sitting next to you has a lot of sympathy for those batsmen with sore fingers, right? Sure.
Yeah, absolutely no doubt. That was great work by Akshar Patel in the field there as well. I love when someone comes on as 12th and is so excited that they throw the ball about 30 metres over the wicketkeeper's head, just to show everyone that they're completely alert. Got to make it look like you're earning your fee. Hey, he ran in so quickly his hat fell off, and then almost threw 4 overthrows as well. On what was the most easy single I've ever seen, but make sure the captain knows you're trying.
Yeah.
Big smile on his face too. I'm enjoying this, skipper.
New Zealand have added 23 runs thus far on day number 3 in 6.4 overs, though, for the loss of Daryl Mitchell, caught well by Joe Swell in the gully after the bowling of Siraj, and he was gone for 18. Wicket falling at 193. Blundell now on strike, starting his innings, 4 off 3. He's got Pat Corden, 3 slips and a gully, but that's too straight by Siraj. Worked backward of square. They got one, both hands go up from the respective batsmen. So no chance of a second. 204 for the loss of 4.
Wondered, has there been much schadenfreude back in New Zealand over Australia and the Women's World Cup semi-final? The shock exit of the Australian women gives New Zealand a much bigger chance of winning the World Cup. Dan, have has there been much excitement now? Because I tell you what, it's a much easier tournament to win with Australia not in it than it was a day ago.
No doubt. Yeah, the 2 injuries last week, most sides were thinking, now it's a great opportunity, but we all know the depth Australia has. That's like they'll find a way to overcome it. They did not. Credit South Africa. It was a great run chase, wasn't it? Got home quite comfortably. I think
all the 3 sides feel they've got a chance actually now.
Well, the White Ferns here's Siraj bowling full, straight, pushed into the covers, no run. The White Ferns have had a steady diet of playing Australia and England and losing, and the general public was quite frustrated with that. So expectations were low, heightened somewhat by the surprising win against India in game number 1. They found their way through to a semi-final, and everyone's thinking, well, you're in the semis, you've got a chance, but how much of a chance? Uncertain. But I think yesterday, after the Black Caps performance, then that result, I think a lot of us are starting to think anything's possible now.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt. I mean, they've got the easier semi-final as well. South Africa's already in the final, but West Indies played one brilliant game against England. But I think New Zealand have been the better side all the way through the tournament. Yeah, no, there's no doubt the top order of the West Indies is very dangerous. Maybe not quite as much depth, but it's a fantastically interesting tournament when the 3 favourites are not going to go through the final. I think it's the first time in Women's World Cup history when England or Australia has not been in a final. So it's already made history this tournament. But what an innings by Annika Bosch yesterday, who it was her highest ever score in T20 cricket and her second fastest score. It's a good time to be good. Jeremy, when the cameras are on, right? That's the time you want everyone to remember you. You can get some brand deals on the back of that. That's the way that you guys used to think about it.
204 for 4 is the new over from Bumrah. Ball nipping back, hitting the inside edge of the bat, then into the thigh pad. Crowd enjoyed that one. I'm just looking forward to the matchup, Jarrod, of the West Indies batting group against the New Zealand bowling core, who I think New Zealand's bowled really well. Really well throughout this tour, and we know the qualities Matthews has at the top. Dotton and her legitimate power, she can hit it 2 and over most boundaries, so I think that's all important.
I tell you who has bowled well for New Zealand, Amelia Kerr. She's really started to come back with her leggies, and the wrong-inners in particular. She's caused lots of problems.
Blundell on the front foot defending, no run.
I can't remember which. I think she got 2 wickets against Australia with her wrong-in, and what was amazing to me, Jeremy, is that those women have played against her quite a lot, and they weren't picking it. You could see where their bat was. They weren't picking it, and her wrong-in has been really strong all the way through the tournament. But I think the bowling has probably held up a lot better than, New Zealand women's bowling over the last couple of years maybe hasn't quite been as strong, but it's looked really good in this tournament.
Rosemary Mair taking a bit of time out, coming back. Zippy. There's Blundell onto the back foot, playing into the gully. There's going to be no run. But Amelia Kerr's wrong, and it's hard to pick, but it also turns a long, long way. Her leg break doesn't, you wouldn't say it's a big breaking leggy, is it?
No, it's not. But she changes the angle. She'll go round to the left-hander. She bowled Atapatu, wasn't it, from Sri Lanka, from going around the wicket and hitting the stumps with a leg break. Also, Eden Carson has done a good job in the power play. So, there are some brighter signs starting to show. The girl Plimmer, the young girl Plimmer, has straightened her game up, and she's hitting down the ground a lot more.
Boomerang, wider of the crease, catch to the outside edge, held at second slip by Rahul. The second New Zealand wicket falls on day number 3. Blundell leaning forward, healthy edge, regulation, and Bumrah in on the act, his first wicket. Blundell departs for 5. It's 204 for the loss of 5.
Well done, India. They're doing a little bit. It's bounced a little bit more, hasn't it? It's hit high on the bat. It's carried nice height through to Rahul, who saw this one. He might not have seen one yesterday, but he saw this one very clearly the whole way. 2 hands, comfortably behind it. Good head in line with the line of the ball. So Blundell departs. He didn't really get started, and so 2 wickets now. Advantage India coming back into this game. That scenario of the Indian fight back.
I mean, obviously the bounce played a part there, because we saw another one right off the top, right up next to the stickers, not far from where Ashwin got his edge. But it's just the pace. It just looks a little bit quicker, doesn't it? He was late on that, if anything.
Yeah, he wasn't. The bat was still sort of getting ready, wasn't it? Just to a certain extent. So New Zealand now are into their last of their sort of top order, and you can see, actually, I think you're right, there's Ravindra. You see him just slap his hands to Phillips to say, hey, look, it's coming on a little bit more. It's coming on a wee bit more at us. And so Phillips, I mentioned the 4 batsmen wanting to bat perhaps up to 60 overs if they could get in today, and New Zealand may be getting of those 60 overs at 3 runs and over, up to 180 runs from the 4 of them. Doesn't look like that's going to happen at all, and it certainly looks like the Indians now, of course, after a little spell of these 2, they're going to go to their spinners. Kuldeep, I thought, bowled well yesterday when he started landing the ball on the stumps, and certainly Will Young seemed to have trouble picking him. So that's going to happen. That's the next phase of this game. In the meantime, it's with the Indian quicks.
Bumrah 1 for 31, 13.4 overs. Bowling to Phillips, the right-hander, slashing drive attempt, feet going nowhere. And Phillips likes to play his shots. That's pretty wild for the first ball of a test innings. Jerry's just aged another 6 months.
I think he had a spasm, Jeremy, watching that. He was like, what am I being forced to watch here? Why have you done this? It wasn't just that it was a slash. He wasn't in control of it at all. I'm not even sure he had recognised that the ball had come down. It was like it was a fever dream. Glenn Phillips, geez, he's fun to watch, though, isn't he? Gentlemen, what do you think about the fact he bats at 7 and Blundell at 6?
We've been talking about that this morning.
It's my hobby horse at the moment. It makes no sense.
Surely the more
Glenn Phillips has batted.
He's come through the white ball formats, and he is an attacking player, yes. And I think he...
Just had a dropout, have we?
204 for 5 then. The Gremlins have affected our New Zealand line, and Phillips for second ball facing Jasprit Bumrah. India with their tails up for the first time in this match. Washout day 1. They would have wished for a washout on day 2. Bowled out for 46. New Zealand ending the day 180 for 3, but India have struck early on day 3 with the wickets of Mitchell caught in the gully from the bowling of Siraj, who needed a wicket, and Blundell caught at second slip. Bumrah bowling, Jarrod.
Forget Harmy, you being knowing a lot about these batters, but I kind of feel like if Phillips is a specialist batter, you bat him at 6 as the attacking batter, and then you have Blundell behind him as the more steady option.
Say that, Phillips is a more aggressive batter. But you look at England and you go with the why I brought Jamie Smith in was to sort of be aggressive with the tail. I think this is a good ploy, Phillips. I would have sent Phillips in if I was in that New Zealand dressing room now. I'd have sent him in to be aggressive. Can I get 30 quickly?
Yeah.
Can I get 30 quickly?
No! Ravindra squared up a touch. We'll let Daniel and Jeremy head off and get themselves a flat white. Wellington, the birthplace of the flat white.
Is it possible that Jeremy just unplugged the whole thing because he was so upset at Glenn Phillips' first shot, John?
It is always possible when it comes to Jeremy.
I actually, when something happens on the field, because we have the little screen of Jeremy in front of us, I like to look back and suddenly see his reaction. And he actually rocked back at Phillips' shot. He was shocked.
They've lost that fancy SENZ branding behind them, though, that they had on day one, which maybe never got used. Beautiful shot from Ravindra on the pawl. We haven't seen too much in that half. And it was a shot with such sweet connection. Probably would deserve a little bit more than a single. 37 to Ravindra. Phillips yet to get off the mark.
I think, again, though, what that's showing is just a lot more pace this morning. That just came onto the bat so beautifully.
The pace, I think the pitch is just drying out. We're seeing on our screen, we're seeing a hover over the top of the pitch of the wicket. It's a huge amount of cracks in it. There's a few indentations, and I think because it's drying out. Yesterday I looked in the footmarks. They looked a lot damper. They look a lot darker. They're a little bit more drier.
Siraj in again. Good ball back of a length, defended by Phillips, but strongly, I would say, back up to the ball. It looks like a whacker wicket.
It does look like it doesn't look like a traditional Indian wicket. It looks like it's very, very hard, very abrasive. So we might see some reverse swing off, the ball sort of off the surface. I'm also seeing a replay of the wicket of Blundell, and great bit of bowling from Jasprit Bumrah. He's bowled a back of a length ball, around about 5 metres wide of off stump, which has just bounced a little bit. And then the next ball, which had took the outside edge, was just that little bit fuller. But I just wonder, Jarrod, if them indentations, when the dampness of the wickets, if they've hardened up.
Outside off stump, it's in the air, and it's just through the gap. He threw his bat at that Glenn Phillips. He didn't get a lot on it. Ashwin, he runs as fast as he can, but after the ball, it's a good save at the end, just saving it from the boundary. But it was mishit. Anyone else on the field probably keeps that down to 2. But that was a definite chance there, just throwing his hands through it, a bit like he did first ball, but this time a little bit straighter, and almost another wicket.
We've seen them yesterday a lot, Jarrod, didn't we? We've seen batters lose their, not just much as lose their shape, but lose the hand off the bat. Lose when the ball hits the bat, and that tells you that the pitch is a bit too paced and the ball's just bouncing. There's no consistency from a batter's point of view that you can hit through the line of the ball. So again, you look at it, this lead's a massive lead, and I still think it's a good ploy, sending Glenn Phillips out to have a real go at the Indian bowlers.
It's Ravindra though now, who faces this one off the middle of the bat, knocks it down onto the pitch, and it rolls out to cover, and there's no run there. So Ravindra's 37 off 65, and Phillips is 3 off 4, and he's played 3 shots, I think, of these 4 balls as well.
Well, I think he's played 6 shots of the 4 balls that he's played. I think there was one ball he played 2 shots and got nowhere near either of them. But it's again, when you look at the game situation, it's not a bad thing for New Zealand fans. If New Zealand get bowled out not quickly, but relatively quickly on the sort of cusp of lunch, they get their 100 runs. They don't have to make the declaration decision.
Siraj in again. This is a good ball, and Ravindra just pushes it out to deep point. It's a defensive shot, but they've got the fielder out there. That's the end of the over. 209 for 5 here on talkSPORT 2. Ravindra is 38 from 66, so massive lead for New Zealand at the moment. But there is certainly, I don't want to say something in this pitch, but there's a little bit of extra pace, and the 2 seamers have bowled very well today, haven't they, John?
They have, and as much as New Zealand supporters and individually the players would no doubt prefer to have an easy day 3 where the pitch flattens out and Ravindra hits 150 and New Zealand hit 500. With the weather that is forecast possibly for today, tomorrow and Sunday, I don't know if this is the worst thing in the world to see a little bit of juice in this pitch, a bit of bounce. That's what's going to come to the aid of the New Zealand seamers when they come out to bowl. They don't want a flat track.
No, they don't, and like I say, the little indentations that were made because the wicket was a little bit juicy and it's been under cover and sweated. Once they dry out, you hit the back end of one of them, it shoots along the floor. You hit the upslope, it goes in the air.
Round the wicket, Bumrah to the left-handed Ravindra, and this will be another single to the score. It's fired in on the pads, but a little bit too leg side, leg by called. 210 for 5 then New Zealand. They've lost 2 wickets this morning. Mitchell and Blundell both departing. Phillips is in, and it just feels like the excitement level has just raised a notch. What with the 2 wickets, that has given a voice to the Indian fans who are in the stadium, but also Ravindra, like Devon Conway yesterday, just seems to be a cut above everyone else who've seen bat so far. He's going at a good lick, and we know that Glenn Phillips, if he has an hour, then this score really will move on. There has been some chat today on the commentary here on talkSPORT 2 and SENZ about, why is he coming in at 7, and I think the feeling is within the camp, Gary Stead was speaking about it, the Black Caps coach, he will be moving up the order. The idea is to bat him at 6. Outside edge of the bat here, a forcing shot, defensive, but a thick outside edge flies into the ground and past third slip and away for 4. 214 for 5. Phillips, who hit 78 not out in his last test against Sri Lanka.
He's gone hard at that. And it's not carried anywhere near towards, it's bounced a good 4 or 5 feet before the slip cordon. So I say the odd ones bounce and the odd ones keeping low. The inconsistency of this pitch because of the cracks that are in it.
Bumrah again over the wicket to Phillips, beats the outside edge. Again a forcing shot from Phillips, but one that's only going to get him into trouble. 214 for 5.
You're going to go, Jarrod, you go hard like that last one. The ball that's gone before and the one that's just been bowled there, them last 2 balls, you look at it and you go, well, one just hasn't took off, and the last one there just missed the outside edge because it's just bounced. That's the level of inconsistency of this pitch. I think if I was Will O'Rourke, I'd be very, very excited about bowling on this second innings, because I think the tall bowler that hits the deck could be a bit of a handful.
Bumrah again, this is a touch wide, and Phillips, no foot movement, his eyes light up,
About that before, I don't know if you guys have seen in the NFL, there's a new model of helmet now, which is essentially to stop the concussion we had before. And we know that we've had similar issues in cricket, and I think of recent times, Justin Langer and Chris Rogers, I think, were two players that had some issues. It's quite often opening batters who are also short legs. Be interesting to see if we see a further development in cricket helmets to have something a little bit softer. I know that I was recently looking into this. Like the original problem was that it's like essentially it's like a brick being fired at your head, and so the original helmets that I think Dennis Amos had, they were told, don't worry, this will be able to take a shotgun blast. And so that was how strong they were trying to make them at the time. But the problem with that is...
Which is always handy when you're playing cricket.
Yeah. But the problem with that is that when the ball hits your helmet, your brain bounces around. So we're learning more and more. So it'll be interesting to see if we see another development in the future of cricket helmets now that the NFL has changed a little bit. And they've sort of been at the forefront of that because of, that's where the concussions have been because of lawsuits and doctors and all those sorts of things. Money talks eventually, doesn't it?
Sort of mid-2000s. Gunnar Moore brought one out, which is like polystyrene on the inside.
Coney Yadav now, spin at both ends, and it's Ravindra playing this defensively. This first ball, he seemed to bamboozle Will Young. Had him on a string at times yesterday. Coney Yadav, who has been selected in this test match ahead of Akash Deep. So India coming in with 3 spinners rather than 3 seamers. As there's a shout for leg before wicket here. Sarfraz Khan has just turned to the keeper. Coney Yadav has turned to Rohit Sharma, and Rashin, who we saw this yesterday, playing deep in his crease and exposing the stumps, trying to cut the ball, and Coney Yadav and the fielders think that it's hit the pad before hitting the bat.
Now,
I think this is out.
I think this is out as well. The only thing I would say is the 3 people in world cricket I trust the least are Glenn Phillips, Sarfraz Khan and Marnus Labuschagne. And it was Sarfraz Khan who was the most. But from my angle,
Yadav went up immediately, didn't he? Yadav immediately went up as well. Yadav.
So I think it's hit the pad first. I think this is a good shout.
Just whether is he getting outside the line? His knee's bent.
I wonder if it's actually going to hit the stumps. Yeah, it's definitely hit his pad first. There's no issue there. They were right with that. But
roll it through.
Now that angle, the angle we're looking at is slightly from the leg side.
So we can go to ball tracking when ready, please.
I don't think this is going to hit enough of the stumps.
I don't think it's going to be enough to get past umpire's call.
I think that they may have been overexcited by the fact that it has hit the pad before going on to hit the bat, and that may have just forced their hand. Now remember, India have only got 1 review left, haven't they?
This is the final review.
Yeah, this is the final review.
Just waiting for ball tracking.
Here we go.
Here we go. Okay, pitching outside off. Impact umpire's call. Wickets umpire's call. Okay, we'll go back to Paul on field to stay with his original decision of not out.
Well, umpire's
You're on
call.
screen now, Paul, please.
Umpire's call saves India there because they don't lose that review. So it was definitely worth going for.
Yep. So the interesting thing about that is, have a look at when the Hawkeye is shown, Ravindra falls away, and I think India saw where he was, not where he was hit originally, and that was the issue there. So definite. It was a great ball though. It was on off stump. It straightened. It kept a little bit low, I'd say. Also
surprised him, didn't it?
This is on middle and off, and allows Ravindra just to come forward and push the ball up to long on for a single.
It's one of the one of the first times that Ravindra in 71 balls, he first spin brilliantly yesterday. I thought his movements were excellent. His depth, using the depth of the crease and on his toes, and his transfer of weight, his balance, I thought was excellent. It was the first time there was any sort of indecision from Ravindra.
216 for 5 then, and Kuldeep Yadav is in again, very close to the stumps, and this just skirts past the outside edge of the Glenn Phillips bat. He didn't read this.
No, it's what's interesting at the moment is that the ball's really getting through from the spinner fast, but it's not bouncing. That's twice in a row we've seen them just skid through. So that's good for New Zealand. Not right at the moment, but eventually that's going to be very good for New Zealand.
Forward this time, Phillips pushes this to point. No run. 8 from 16 then, Phillips, and it just feels like feels like that this is a pivotal moment in the game. India with those 2 wickets. They know once they get rid of one of these 2, they're into the tail, and Phillips knows that as well. And he has clumped this fuller delivery from Kuldeep Yadav back over the umpire's head and away for 6. And this is how this game is going to go. Punch and counter punch. And New Zealand have got the perfect batters at the crease to trade blows with India, even as wickets might be falling. Ravindra and Phillips know, with the lead approaching 180 now, they are still in control of this test match, and if they can score runs quickly for the next half an hour or so, then surely they can move this game beyond India.
Yeah, an excellent shot from Glenn Phillips. He's got the little man on his shoulder. I had it on my shoulder. Nearly every ball I face in Test cricket, I can hit this for 6, I can hit this for 6, I can hit this for 6. And he keeps telling you that you can hit it, and I'm sure Glenn Phillips' little fella on his shoulders going, just throw this above the eye line and I'm going to bang you straight over this side screen. None of this flat stuff, throw it up and I'll hit it. And boy, did he hit it. Great shot.
Somebody who isn't going to toss it up over the eye line is Jadeja. Gets the ball past the outside edge of Ravindra's bat. He looked good yesterday, didn't he, Ravindra?
Yeah.
Not quite so certain today. Big shout for leg before wicket in the last over, going the way of New Zealand. Jadeja fires this in on off stump, and Ravindra will take a single. He moves to 40, important knock this. He's been New Zealand's leading run scorer in their last 2 series against Sri Lanka and Australia, and he hit 240 against South Africa D. Or sad.
It was sad as well.
Yeah, it was. As he's bowled in, Phillips playing back. Jadeja bowling over the wicket, gets this just to rush on, and Phillips has been castled for 14, and India have picked up their 3rd wicket of the morning. 223 for 6 at New Zealand, and this game has just started to move early on day 3.
Yeah, a beautiful bit of bowling from Ravindra Jadeja. He's just got one to slide on with the arm. It's not quite as full as length, and that's why Phillips has gone back. I think he's out twice here, John. I think he's out LBW and bowled. It's just skipped off the back pad onto the middle stump. I think Jadeja's just set Glenn Phillips up for that in these last sort of 2 overs that he's bowled. He's pushed it a little bit wider, pushed it a little bit fuller, pushed it a little bit wider, and thrown it just a little bit slower, and that one there got him where he wants him, gone on with the arm. And it was a beautiful bit of bowling by Ravi Jadeja. And like Dan McHardy said a little bit earlier, and I was saying yesterday, I can't believe it's took Jadeja this long yesterday to get into the contest and this morning to start bowling, because he, for me, is the perfect pace of the spin bowling that's needed on this wicket.
You called it early, Harmy. You said it before India had even bowled, that Jadeja was the bowler that, obviously, you know, spin bowler. Bumrah was always going to be a little bit of a handful, but when it came to the spin, Jadeja was the one that you were really interested to see how he was going to go. He's picked up a wicket yesterday, and now he's picked up a wicket on day 3. Phillips has gone for 14. Now Henry, who had a wonderful day yesterday, he can bat, but India now will feel, you know, they can wrap things up. They can be batting in half an hour or so. Don't need to get Ravindra out.
Just the bowlers to come, and India will be hoping that 6 down, that New Zealand have been recently 6 down all out, will continue to happen. And to be fair, from New Zealand's point of view, it wouldn't be a bad thing if I was in the New Zealand camp, you give me 25-30 runs from here, and I'll give you the wickets and we'll walk off now, because the wicket's got something in it. It's doing something. And I think with a 200 run lead that New Zealand will have once New Zealand have been bowled out, and all of a sudden, the way Henry and the way Saudi started, I think O'Rourke will bowl well on this surface. as the game goes on, because of the pace and the trajectory and the height, the release point he comes from. I think it wouldn't be a bad thing if New Zealand got bowled out quickly here.
Well, Matt Henry, who was player of the series against Australia earlier this year for his deeds with the ball, didn't play against Sri Lanka. Although that probably had a little bit to do with the fact that Tim Southey was skipper and had to play, and William O'Rourke was selected. Picked up 5 for 15 yesterday. New Zealand will be hoping they can just weigh in with 20
runs, which all he needs.
20 runs, and just give Ravindra some support. I mean, the lead is a good one, right? What is the lead now? 174? 177. I mean, that is you don't lose many matches after a 177 run lead on first innings, do you? But this is India, as Henry defends his first delivery from Jadeja. His skipper's given him an additional fielder close to the bat. Just seeing a replay, you're absolutely right, just grazed the pad, didn't it, of Phillips, and before going on to hit the stumps, as Henry, who is proficient on the cut, just leans back and tries to lace this through and pass the fielder at point, but the ball goes straight to him. So 3 wickets this morning. India fighting back on day 3. Match in an advanced state, is once again Henry happy to play on the back foot and exposing the stumps, but can't beat that same fielder at point. End of the over number 63. A good one for India. Jadeja's picked up 2 for 29 from his 12 overs. Ravindra, how does he go about things here, Harmy? Does he trust Henry at the other end?
Yeah, I think he has to trust Henry at the other end. I think he's batted brilliantly so far in this innings. I think there's only really him and Devon Conway who have looked on this surface to have the right tempo of batting. So I think he continues to do that. I think he got bogged down when Phillips first came in and Blundell came in. They just chewed up a lot of balls, and I think that really knocked the tempo of Ratchin Ravindra. But yeah, I think he's just got to keep trying to turn the strike over and hope that one of the bowlers comes off with a couple of boundaries.
Yadav is back, and this is tossed up. Foolish delivery on leg stump, defended by Ratchin Ravindra, who is 40 not out. 223 for 6 if you're joining us here on talkSPORT 2 in the UK, on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, where the camera is working now, or on SENZ radio in New Zealand. Off stump line this time. Ravindra is forward and just reaches down, and Sarfraz Khan just instinctively throws the ball back towards the stumps to field. Little hush in the crowd. This is tossed up and driven by Ravindra. Will take a single to long off. Moves to 41. And Henry will face his first ball from Kuldeep Yadav. He went up for a leg before decision in his last over, as Ratchin Ravindra tried to, successfully cut the ball, but not before the ball had hit the top of the pad. India got very excited, but umpire's call in the end favouring New Zealand rather than India, meaning that India did not lose that review though. Neither is Henry, and he plays back and straight, punching the ball to mid-off. He's going to have a job to do today, isn't he, Henry? And he would have probably liked what he's seen from this pitch. We were really wondering how it was going to play yesterday, under covers for day 1. He's close to the wickets at Yadav, and Henry comes forward and comfortably plays this up to long off again. No run.
Yeah, he's got nobody around him really. He's got short leg in first slip to the wrist spin of Kuldeep Yadav. You'd have thought there maybe been at least one more around the bat.
Last ball of the over. This is on leg stump. And Henry opens the face of the bat as he plonks a big left foot forward and just guides this ball to short cover, and that is the end of the over. 1 run coming from it. Ravindra will face the first ball of Jadeja's next over. New Zealand 224 for 6, a lead of 178.
It's good from Kuldeep Yadav. He just threw it just seems as though the one he throws above the eye line he's not got as much control on it when it comes to the dip coming down to get it into that full end, to entice the batter to play the big shot, but then flummox the batter and catch the batter out and in the lengths that he's bowled. More often than not, that ball he's thrown above the eye line has gone to the boundary.
Short leg in first and a slip in place as Ravindra is forward quickly to Jadeja, bowling round the wicket, firing it in. So a fraction slower possibly, and Ravindra gets forward and almost flicks this ball to mid-wicket, comes through for a single. India won't mind that too much. They want to be bowling at Matt Henry. Yet to get off the mark, he's faced 6 deliveries.
Crowd Henry, surely they've got a crowd Henry with Jadeja, the way he bowls, the flatter, quicker trajectory. Surely there's got to be 2 or 3 men round the bat here.
2 slips in place. Down the track is Henry. He attempts a lofted drive and he'll pick up 4, but this ball was in the air. He scuffed it really, dragged the ball, tried to play the ball too long on, and it's gone wide of the fielder stationed at mid-on. It's hit mid-wicket. He'll take 4, but Jadeja won't mind that. 229 for 6.
Yeah, another bat swivelling in the hand, and I mentioned about fielders around the bat. Slip, short leg, silly, and got to be gaps somewhere in the outfield.
Touch slower from Jadeja, tossed up a fraction, and this is a beautiful cut shot from Henry. He'll pick up another 4. Bumrah stationed at cover. He chases forlornly. So Henry goes back to back, and the score moves on. 233 for 6 now, New Zealand. Lead of 187.
Yeah, just using the pace. Matt Henry's just using the pace. Just dragged a little bit down from Jadeja. He's managed to be more comfortable off the back foot. And Rohit Sharma's trying to move the outfield, but he's still keeping the catches in play.
Slower, and Henry swings for the hills, misses, and his stay comes to an end. He got greedy, back-to-back 4s. Jadeja's fired this in, and Henry's got to go.
He's trying to hit this over square leg. If he tries to hit this straight way, he hit this the previous 4, the first 4 of the over. If he keeps the shape and looks to hit it in that direction, he's got more chance of, I think he had more chance of connecting with it. This time, thrown a little bit higher, but it's a lot fuller. I won't say it's nearly yoked him, but because Henry's trying to hit the ball just a bit too hard, and the confidence he's had from the 2 boundaries earlier in the over, he's lost all shape and completely missed it. And Jadeja's got another wicket.
193 for 3 has become 233 for 7. New Zealand's lead 187, but you're going to have to be careful here because Ravindra is still at the crease. He's 42 not out. Southee making his way out. We know how he goes about things. Ajaz Patel, who blocked out a game for New Zealand with Ravindra in 2021, he'll probably hang around. Southee, I'd say, less likely to.
No, I think the former captain will be looking to be forceful, looking to. The thing with Southee is I think he hits the ball better down the ground. He's more correct. He hits the ball straighter. He stays a little bit leg side and opens up the offside and hits the ball straighter. And that's not a bad ploy against Ravindra Jadeja. It's the minute you go cross, the minute you try and hit horizontal bat shots, I think that gets you into a world of pain with the Indian all-rounder, who is brilliant at accessing the stumps.
Well, those mid-off, and so Jadeja beats the outside edge of a bat that turns away from the right-handed Southee. The fielders that is the end of the over. A good one for India. 9 runs coming from it, but the wicket of Matt Henry. Henry going for 8, and Jadeja coming very, very close to the outside edge of Southey's bat as he just propped forward. So, an eventful passage of play in Bengaluru. Sun's out, New Zealand's still batting, but they've lost 4 wickets this morning. To see whether they can just steady the ship, to coin a phrase, with Ravindra and Southey at the crease. Hand over to our commentary team in New Zealand after this delivery from Kuldeep Yadav. So there's a nice looking punch square of the wicket from Ravindra to get off strike. He moves to 43. Southey is on strike, and we will hand over to SENZ and the capable hands of Jeremy Coney, the former Black Caps skipper, and Daniel McHardy.
Thank you, John. Live and exclusive coverage of India New Zealand on talkSPORT 2, the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, and SENZ Radio. The day started 180 for 3, Ravindra 22, Mitchell 14. New Zealand now 234 for the loss of 7. The lead is 188. Mitchell gone for 18, Blundell for 5, Phillips 14, the last to go Henry for 8. Southey goes back and defends. The left arm wrist spinner bowling over the wicket into his 15th over, has 1 for 66, does Kuldeep. Bumrah 1 for 36 off 15, Siraj 1 for 41 off 12, Ashwin 1 for 46, Ravi Jadeja 3 for 38. Is a wrong un, played from the surface by Tim Southey, ball pitched well outside of leg stump, spinning across the right-hander, plays with a dead bat, and there is no run. Some nice shots of few New Zealand fans inside Chinnaswamy Stadium. A few biting their nails, Jerry.
Looking very serious, aren't they?
They are. They were a lot having fun yesterday. There's a few biting their nails. Right now, India are fighting back. Kuldeep twirling the ball at the top of his mark. Diminutive Dharma bowls a beauty, pitching on the stump, spinning away from the right-hander. Another wrong one. Tim Southey ain't picking it, Jerry.
No, it's an interesting one, isn't it, for the New Zealanders now? They've lost 4 for 50-odd this morning in the, 15 overs. This is the 16th over, I think, since this morning began. So, success for India. India driving nicely.
Kuldeep drags this one down. It shoots along the surface a little, and Tim Southey hits the ball at the bottom of the bat, so no real power as it goes into the cover reach and no run. The carnage the other end, Rachin Ravindra looking pretty assured. He's 43. Leans on his bat and sees Southey sweeping, ballooning it to deep backward square into a gap. It pitches, it stops. Coney with a 9-iron. Great control, distance control. There is a man fielding out in the deep forward of square.
But then 3 putts.
Southey doesn't get 3, he gets 2. He's off the mark. The end of the over. New Zealand now 236 for the loss of 7. The lead is 190.
Yes, well, I mean, since we've been on, we've seen Phillips go, haven't we? We saw Blundell go, I'm sorry, for a start. Didn't quite get into line with the ball. And the same with Phillips, really. How he missed that and got bowled centre stump, I'm not so sure. I mean, it would be one thing. I mean, he's playing definitely outside the ball, and then Henry playing a little bit square, wasn't he? But that's the way he plays, and that's not an excuse. But he's been quite successful actually.
He has in recent times. Here is Jadeja starting the new over, bowling to Ravindra. Push past the bowler on the onside into a gap, so they'll take a single. Not like Rishabh Pant at 31 for 7, who was turning down singles yesterday. New Zealand, let's just gather runs.
That's working very nicely for India, though, isn't it? They are certainly bowling the majority of balls at other than Ravindra.
So New Zealand going at that run rate you talked about at the start of the day, Jerry. 3.53 so far today, but lost 4. Shuffling across the stumps, getting outside of off, and defending as Southey as Jadeja goes around the wicket. gets through his over so quickly. He wanted to bowl there, and Southey's like, no, I'm not ready. Now just a bit of gamesmanship, takes off the shades. So if you're going to make me wait, I'll make you wait. Thank you very much. So 2 slips, it's a limit off. Now a backward square comes in as Southey feeling for the ball wide of off stump. Pushing back along the pitch, no run. That awkward Tim Southey smile.
I was going to say that. It is an awkward, and it's quite prevalent the whole time, isn't it, really?
He bends at the knee, waits, and he's beaten outside of off stump, shooting through much quicker than the previous delivery. Such great guile Jadeja shows.
Just dragged down a slightly wider outside the off stump, and Tim Southey looking to play it just too square.
Now slower, wider of off stump. Southey, a tall man, leans forward, defends. Loving the emotion Rohit Sharma has shown in the field.
He's very engaged in the whole game, isn't he?
Everything. Body language is great. Southey very deftly defended with the open blade to the wider of the 2 slips, Virat Kohli fields. That is the end of the over. Just a fairly regulation, 99k.
Yeah, he's certainly coming through, there's no doubt about that, and he does vary things. He doesn't give the impression that he's varying things, does he? It looks as though it's sort of almost like an automaton bowling. But no, he is sort of suddenly he's undercutting the ball that's going to slide on straight on, as the one that Phillips did, for example, who was playing for turn and it wasn't there. And suddenly he comes over the ball a little bit, so it drops just a shade. So there is variety, even though it doesn't appear that it's going to be there. Kuldeep at the other end, of course, a different proposition.
He starts bowling to Ravindra, trying to drive against the spin, gets a bottom edge, it bounces up and over the keeper, the replacement keeper Jarrod. Take one, wanted to get a second, they couldn't get back, so Kuldeep would be delighted at that. He gets to target Tim Southey for potentially 5 balls this over, 238 for 7.
I think this is trouble for New Zealand with Kuldeep and Southey, that arrangement. He'll get the ball to drop a little bit, he'll get it to drift a little bit as well as he turns it hard.
He'll get it up in the air,
yes, he will.
And Southey's eyes will get wider.
I think, strangely, I think that it's better for Southey to play against Jadeja.
Defence from the crease line, getting right in behind, pushing back to the bowler, no run. Leader's 192.
If Kuldeep can get the ball up, as you say, above Southey's eyes, tall man, get it up above there, it'll be too much for Tim Southey, I think, and he won't be sure which way it's turning. Can he just solidly defend? No.
Slog sweeps out into the deep. The ball pitches, spins, almost gets past Bumrah. So they've got 1. They'll come back for 2. That was because it was so well flighted. Southey, right, I'll get into the slog sweep. To his credit, I think he's hitting with the spin this occasion. 2 to Southey's 4, 240 for 7. The lead 194. Watching a replay, the ball did near pitch and spin. Embarrassed Bumrah. Here's an LBW shout. Ball pitching maybe outside leg. Umpire rifle. We had a mixed day on day number 2. Keeps the arm down. And India with only 1 review remaining. Only even going to have a discussion. Southey 4 of 14. Looks up. Sees Kuldeep starting his approach, slightly angled approach. It's nice and tight to the stump, and that is just glorious slow bowling. The googly that rips and turns, and too good for Tim Southey. Could have been too good for a top order player, Jerry.
Yeah, that's nicely. That's pitching on the stumps. Southey waiting for it, plays forward. There's the LBW decision that was given not out. Beating leg stump probably. And there's another finish.
Big break in googly that pitched outside of off stump. Southey followed, just 83k. Didn't get anywhere near at the end of the over. 240 for the loss of 7. New Zealand creeping towards a lead of 200.
Pretty hard to actually attack that sort of bowling when you're not quite certain which way the ball is turning. And so Southey's kind of really got to rely on, I'll attack the length of the ball. If it's really full at me, then perhaps I can do it. Or if he drags it down a little, I can look to attack that as well, either off the back foot to the leg side, depending on the line that he's bowling. But anything in between, if you're landing it in that I've got to play forward situation, there is some uncertainty certainly for Southey. Is it going to come back and hit my pad and so on?
First ball of the Jadeja over, from over the wicket, pushed into the covers, there's no run. Live and exclusive coverage of India New Zealand on talkSPORT 2 and SENZ Radio as Ravindra drives into the cover region. There's no run. Gee, it's been a fascinating test match thus far, and can't help but go to our text machine. Jerry, how's this from Chris, who says he's listening while cutting my lawn in the Waikato. That's not the most interesting part, as Jadeja is so quick. He bowls, Ravindra comes down, he's beaten in flight. It was very wide of off stump. He's gone through with the stroke. It's sliced, ballooned over cover, and he gets it too as Siraj fumbles it 1, 2, 3 times. Finally gets it back. But Ravindra moves to 47. But finishing Chris's message, with New Zealand to bat too, if they'd won the toss, doesn't this match identify the absolute ineptness of the cricketing knowledge of each team's management? Wasn't it bleeding obvious to bowl? Ravindra on the drive, far more assured into the covers, there's no run.
Hope it's not raining where he is as he's mowing his lawn.
Love it. Thanks, Chris.
Where's Chris from?
Hidden. The Waikato.
Oh, okay.
Somewhere. Ravindra pushing the ball back past the bowler. That's no easy feat because we know what a beautiful fielder Jadeja is. Glides to his right, just couldn't prevent the single being taken. There's one ball remaining in the over, and Southey keep this out. Ravindra will be on strike to start the next Kuldeep over, you would think. Ravindra moves to 48. It's 243 for 7. The lead's 197.
That's well done, Ravindra. Starting to manage the overs a bit better, that he's not standing up at the bowler's end too often.
Southey is beaten outside of off stump, pitching outside of off, going further away. Jadeja smiles. It's too good for Southey. The end of the over. Awkward smile from Tim Southey once more.
It's interesting in cricket how the players wear masks, isn't it? Really, to
Yes.
kind of try and cover what they're going to sort of what they're feeling at the time. But the awkward smile from Southey is quite a common mask, I'd have to say.
And over smiling. Do they get under your skin when you played them? Here's the smiling Jarrod Kimber. Hello, mate.
What's the correct amount of smiling, Jeremy Coney? Could you?
Yes.
Have you got a smirkometer?
Yes. Of course we have. It's very busy too.
I'd like to know who had the lowest ratio of smiles per ball you played with, Jerry? Who never smiled?
Never smiled. When he played,
Yeah.
probably John Bracewell.
Yeah. He felt different emotions.
He had an angry smile. The moodometer.
Ravindra facing up to Kuldeep, coming down the wicket, trying to get to the pitch. Rongan spins back into his front pad. Well bowled, defeated in flight. Googly stunned to turn a long way.
Yeah.
Arms as he comes in again, and Ravindra gets to the pitch on this occasion. That is a delightful stroke. Didn't overhit it, but hit it oh so sweetly. And with that, Rachin Ravindra can raise the bat and acknowledge the crowd. A half century of 88 balls. While others have fallen at the other end, he has looked very assured. 52 to his name, 247 for 7.
Yeah, lovely movement down the pitch, getting close enough to the ball, and he was just going to follow through, and he knew where the field was.
He comes down again, hits this one squarer into a gap at mid-wicket. Long chase for Siraj. Back-to-back boundaries for Ravindra. He's 56. Boundaries with big barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Again, lovely stroke. He's again, the feet are starting to move, and he's putting pressure back. There's that phrase, isn't it?
Ooh.
We'll put pressure back on.
Did he put pressure back on?
It's a point off. He did. That's
He
a point
has,
off.
he has.
That is
That's
a
what it
fine.
means.
That is a fine.
See?
Coney tick in the fine
that's good.
category.
Oh, no. That shows I've been listening to others.
You're learning. It's nice. 2:51 for 7. Short, wide, cut away. But the point boundary is protected by Bumrah. There is one more to Ravindra, who moves to 57. It's 450. He's gone on to make just 100 prior. It's a pretty big one, 240.
Okay, 2 balls for Southey now. Can he just hang in there? And as I say, if the length is difficult, then he has problems, because he's not reading the wrong one or just the traditional sort of leg spin that's going to come into him.
Well, he goes for the slog sweep, but he misses.
Like
Luckily
that.
for him, the ball pitches on off and spins further away. Another wrong one. Jeremy Coney uttering the phrase New Zealand cricket fans have probably said more than anything in the last 15 years. Can Tim Southey hang in there a little bit longer? Cool deep and bright sunshine. Bowls swept away uppishly into a gap at square leg. One bounce into the fence for 4. Very profitable over for New Zealand. 13 runs off it. Another boundary takes New Zealand to 256 for the loss of 7. And that lead is now over 200. It's worth 210 to be exact.
Not a lot of control on that shot, but he.
No.
I think that he basically played the same shot 2 balls in a row, Jeremy. But I think one spun away and he missed it, and one spun into the middle of his bat and he hit it.
So he hit it.
Yeah, that was
But
the only
it
difference.
was hit in the air quite substantially.
Yeah, it could have gone anywhere, but it's a wrist spinner and he's not picking him. I know you don't like the sweep shot, but you can understand why he is going for that particular shot.
Oh yeah, I mean.
From top order players more so is the sweep
Yes, I
issue,
think so. Yeah, I think so.
I'm not sure they need a cover. I don't think they need a cover for Tim
Tim
Southey.
Southey.
I'm not sure. Deep mid wicket, maybe someone else on the square leg boundary as Jadeja starts a new over. Quick, wide of off stump, trying to cut, hitting the bottom of the bat, and they'll take a single as Ravindra moves to 58.
Looks like Ravindra's certainly there's a little switch somewhere that's been flicked on, because he's certainly in the last 2 or 3 overs looked to be far more aggressive. I think maybe he's having a look at Southey.
Southey gets an inside edge into the front pad. Well, not according to Jadeja. It goes up for a very strong appeal. Turned down by Pargoff. Rohit's interested in this one. He's having a little chat. I thought it was clearly off the bat.
Yeah, that's Rohit. Rohit's certainly convinced it did hit the bat.
In fairness, I have one eye open.
You can use both if you want.
Well, collectively we have 2, Jerry. That's it. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Very quick, and Southey defends, drops the ball in front, but because it was going so quickly, it's going back towards the stump, and he used the big right boot, kicks for touch.
Well, the keeper,
line out to
Jarrod,
India.
Jarrod was coming out too. I thought he was going to hit him in the head there. He's going to kick him in the face.
Exactly, that is what I thought was happening. Jarrod almost led with his throat then. He was smothering.
He's keen, Jarrod. Southey, a sort of a Hoyt drive, smears it to the onside, into a gap. We get 2.
Just an update.
Southey into double figures, he's 10.
Just an update from the other test match. England, Joe Root has just gone out, so they are 55 for 4. So they need another 242 runs there. It's what's the word I'm looking for? Unlikely.
Oh, they'll get them in a session, won't they?
Well, if they're going to get them, they'll get them.
Well, one or the other.
Yeah, exactly. Either 5 wickets or 200 odd runs. As Southey looks like a top order player with that defensive stroke, Jeremy Coney. Jeremy Coney gets the smile going.
No,
There's your smile.
textbook.
Textbook. He's got 1 ball to escape the over. Jadeja 3 for 45. Angled in towards leg stump, turned around the corner, and Southey, confident, calls Ravindra through. Means he'll retain the strike And at the end of the over, 260 for the loss of 7. New Zealand's lead is 214 if you're just tuning into our coverage. Starting the day, today, New Zealand 180 for the loss of 3. They've lost Mitchell for 18, Blundell 5, Phillips 14, and Henry the last to go for 8. Jadeja picking up 2, Bumrah and Siraj also a wicket. Lead from 134 runs. Add 80 to that means 214.
Beginning to be quite a frustrating little partnership here for the Indians, isn't it? After what was a terrific start this morning, but Southee now 11. He's giving certainly the signals of some opportunity for the Indians, but they haven't actually claimed it yet. And Ravindra's starting to play more and more aggressively.
I'm not laughing at you, Jeremy. I'm laughing at a great sign. One of the Indian fans. A yellow sign that said, "Don't show me on camera, I'm on sick leave."
Oh.
Very good. The partnership, Jerry, it's 27 off 37. Ravi Ashwin into the attack.
Kuldeep 13 off the over. Off you go and have a wee spell. We've got another spinner. Taller spinner. Bowls differently. Let's give him a crack.
So 3 out on the onside. That's smart. Deep backward square, deep mid wicket, long on. Still got a cover. Backward point, mid off. So slip and a man catching under the helmet just forward a square on the onside. And a mid wicket is about, what, 20, 25 yards away. Ashwin starts on off stump. Shuffling across and playing the soft hands of Southee.
Starts at nearly 94 Ks. It'll be the dip once he gets it. It'll be the dip that'll create the problem to deceive Southee.
Overpitched, driven.
Along the ground, if they run 5.
I think we're back. I think we're back, Jerry. I think we're back.
Or they run something.
They got a single. Everything froze at our end. Hello, Jarrod. I assume you're still there, as you?
Are you frozen, Jarrod?
I think I was okay. I thought you guys were just letting this sound of the cricket come through. I didn't realise that I was on my own again. Are you there?
Lost
Are you
everything,
there?
all
Is everyone
sound.
there?
Hello there.
Every pause now, I'm just going to start talking over you.
Sorry, 263 for the loss of 7. Ravindra, that 2 through mid-wicket, moves to 60. From around the wicket, Ashwin continues to him in his 12th over. 1 for 49. Here's a low full toss that is smashed over mid-wicket all the way into the seats. Gee, that's an impressive blow. To get the elevation from that wide of off stump, Jerry. 269 for 7.
Just sudden bat speed from not a big sort of backlift and hitting through, just real pace through that sort of the arc of the area of hitting the ball. It's just a full toss. Well done, Ravindra. He's starting to pick up length very quickly indeed, and a shake of the head from the Indian captain.
It's a fairly mild response by his standards in the test as Ashwin gets it right on this occasion, just outside of off stump, spinning away, but Ravindra neatly forward defends. 6 fours and a 6 and a 66 on our big barrel boundary count. Big range, bigger deals.
Looking for a single.
With the back foot he goes, into the cover region. Knocked down. Good fielding by Rahul. Floppy hat falls off. Beautiful head of hair. The old headband, keeping it in perfect position. Just looking at Jerry's face to see if there's a reaction to headbands and long hair. No. But smiling's a no-no. But headbands are okay, but smiling.
There is some interesting hairstyles, isn't there, now in the Indian side, particularly.
Especially
Rahul. Yeah. You've got, of course, Jadeja is another one. Unruly hair, I would say, particularly in the mornings, and beyond the pacifying power of any unguent or oil.
More Norwegian poetry for you there.
Not at all jealous,
No.
are you?
Do you want to break into Solveig's song again? Surely not.
269 for 7.
That was interesting over there from Ashwin. He missed his length, I would say 3 of the 6 balls there. We've just seen Kuldeep hit out of the attack. They don't really want Bumrah to come back on and finish this. They want the spinners to do this. Give Bumrah a little bit of a break after his spell this morning, especially in the 72nd over.
New over. Jadeja continues, spearing into the leg stump, inside edge onto the pad. But how long can they afford that for Jarrod? This partnership's worth 36. The lead, over 200.
Yeah. I mean, Jadeja's doing all the work from one end at the moment, isn't he? It's just not working for them at the other.
Slower through the air, similar line. Defending is Southey.
Much better defence too, wasn't it? He looked as if he was actually sort of part batsman there.
Much quicker. Keeping a very straight line. He's broken the 100k barrier with that one. 100.9 kilometres an hour. 269 for 7 as Southey defends from the crease line once more. Jadeja bowling in shades with that beautiful hair, and he gets a chance. Is it from the outside edge that maybe clipped the pad of the keeper and is ballooned over Sharma at slip, who turns around, tries to get a hand to it, doesn't, gets up, oh dear, and smiles, Jerry.
Well, because the keeper was looking as if he was going to sort of stay behind the stumps, the right knee went up and it actually knocked it over the skipper's head. And the skipper, I just want to see this look on his face. Semi-smile.
A drive this time from Ravindra after the single taken by Southey. Saw him go to 13. Ravindra goes to 67, playing up towards long off. 271 for 7. The lead is 225.
They've already lost one wicketkeeper to a knee injury. I think Jarrell needs to be careful here. He's chucked his leg out there.
Bit wider of off stump to Southey. Doesn't take the bait. Opens the face. Happy to defend because it was the last ball of the over. Ravindra 67, Southey 13, 271 for 7.
Important over this for Ashwin, you would think. He's going to be given another crack, I'm assuming, but he's just, I think, what you were saying, Jarrod, that losing, half the over to deliveries that weren't really putting a great deal of stress on the New Zealand batsmen, and particularly Southey. And that's what you haven't been brought on to do. That you just want to drop into just a nice little line and start using some of the skills that he obviously has, but he hasn't settled yet.
Ashwin to start a new over from around the wicket and driving with plenty of bottom hand as Ravindra can't beat the field. Rahul fields at extra cover, no run. So long off his back, deep point is back. You've got a deep backward square, deep mid wicket, long on. They want Rachin Ravindra off strike. Drums beating. Ravindra just backs away. Now he takes his guard. Pushing a ball from off stump into the covers, no run. Slightly over pitch, missing that length once more, driving but slicing the ball to backward point straight to the field is Ravindra. Speaking of haircuts, my boy's just gone to the barber. I've just been sent a photo. Left the barber with green hair. What? Pushing forward once more is Rachin Ravindra. Need to have a chat to the boss on that one. I'm not sure how that snuck through the defences.
His own or someone else's?
Here's a beauty from Ashwin. Big breaking off break past the outside edge.
Green hair.
I'm thinking exactly as you are, Jarrod. Over pitch, drifting into the pads of Ravindra, can access the onside. He's placed this very neatly between long on and deep mid wicket, so they can think of a second they decide against, because there's only one ball remaining in the over. In fact, that was the last ball of the over, so no point coming back because Rachin Ravindra can retain the strike. At the end of the over, Ravindra's 68, Southee is 13, 272 for the loss of 7 wickets, as New Zealand have extended their leads thanks to a very handy unbroken stand for the 8th wicket. The lead now 226. I don't stuff this one up, Jon Norman.
Thank you, Daniel and Jeremy. Another little fascinating passage of play. India heading back early on day 3 with 4 quickish wickets, but then a little partnership of note. Ravindra's moved on to 68, and he thrashes this ball straight to the fielder Siraj at cover. Just a little bit of width tossed up by Jadeja, just a fraction. Ravindra throwing his arms through it but couldn't get anything. Straighter this time. Back to the bowler. He zips through the overs, doesn't he?
When you zip through that ball, it's 102 kilometres. I was thinking to myself, has he bowled seam up there, Harmy?
Wide of the crease, and this is an under edge from Ravindra. He tries to cut the ball. Scuffs it, really. No run.
Would you like me to put your mic on?
Yeah, thank you very good job you're here, Jarrod. Early in the morning, you know.
It's very early.
It is still early. 6:30 in New Zealand and England as Ravindra rushes through for a quick single. He doesn't need to come back for a second, though. This is beautifully guided through vacant third. The fielder was stationed square of the wicket on the offside. He dashed, did Kuldeep Yadav have to try and cut this off, but he couldn't. 4 more to the score, and this is a lovely little shot and a lovely little innings from Ravindra, who moves to 72.
He hit that looking for a 2. You can always see the way he's hit that. He's I'll be able to come back for 2, and he's hit it so well it's gone for 4.
Again, this is thrashed. He does manage to get the ball past Siraj at cover to the right of the fielder, and it's another boundary. What a little gem of an innings this is turning out to be. Ravindra moves to 76, the score 280 for 7, and New Zealand lead now on first innings by 234.
The reason he got that for is because they just moved the field for the last shot, so he's just toying with them at the moment.
2 great shots. Use the pace of the first one, and that one there, the width, the quick hands through the ball, fantastic.
Yeah, wristily played through the offside as this time again whipping the ball straight. Jadeja fielding from his own bowling, otherwise that would have been another couple, and actually Ravindra probably would have just taken the single to get off strike, and actually it's a touch frustrated. Beautiful batting from Ravindra, but he's aware of the game situation as well. He knows that he needs to farm most of the strike. Southee's chipping in 13 from 31 balls. I mean, he's seen off 5 overs now. 5 overs, and it's just allowed Ravindra to get on with his work at the other end.
He's batted beautifully, here's Ravindra, and Jadeja's bowled nicely. That's been an expensive over. I can't believe. I know we're all great captains when you're off the field and millions of miles away, and hindsight's always great. But I cannot believe Jasprit Bumrah's not bowling.
Flex of the knees from Southee, and he comes down the track and clips this ball to long on, gets off strike, moves to 14. 281 for 7. Good stuff from New Zealand.
I can't believe Tim Southee would have faced 32 balls if Jasprit Bumrah had been bowling at the opposite end to Ravindra Jadeja.
Have they just got an eye on the second new ball?
Second new ball, the game's over. I mean, it's another 5 overs away.
Fielder close to the wicket on the offside. It's Sarfraz Khan. He's been pushed away from silly point. He's more at a short cover as this ball is pushed back to the bowler. Ravindra 76. Ashwin 1 wicket for 57 runs. And he draws Ravindra forward. Ravindra happy here. He wants to be facing as many deliveries as possible. The lead now for New Zealand, 235. It was looking for a moment like India might just give up around 200. New Zealand will be eyeing maybe 270, 280. Daring to dream. Ravindra, 76, 24 away from 100 in India, the country where he made his debut. Had a productive series against Australia and Sri Lanka, but really the bulk of the runs coming in just a couple of innings. Starting this series well. Left alone this time, tossed up by Ashwin. Bit of width, a little tempter. Ravindra's not interested. He had a wonderful World Cup actually, didn't he, Ravindra?
Yeah, he did.
In India. I think he was 4th or 5th in the run scoring charts. This is straighter on the pads and just help round the corner. Ravindra will allow Southey one ball and he moves to 77. Yeah, 578 runs at the Cricket World Cup in 2023 for Ravindra. He's got a good record at this ground as well, albeit a small sample size. And this has been a more than valuable innings. Picking up where Conway left off earlier, is that Southey's not interested in just seeing off the delivery. He's down the track, drags this ball square of the wicket. And yes, he did take a single.
He did. This is where Bumrah just has to come on, right? Like that's a mistake, I think, from New Zealand there. And you just bring Bumrah on at the other end and you say, well, good luck, Tim.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He's faced 33 balls as Tim Southey. You know, Ashwin came on, 2 overs ago? 3 overs ago? How has Bumrah not come on there? 72, 71, 72 overs in, yeah, you probably are looking at the 80 overs second new ball. But, I mean, if you're having to wait 9 overs for the second new ball when you're already 180 behind, 190 behind, I mean, sometimes I get frustrated with Rohit Sharma and lets the game drift. Decision making and stuff like that. I still think on that front, captaincy wise, I'm not 100% convinced. Jadeja should have bowled a hell of a lot earlier, and the last thing a tail ender wants is to see Jasprit Bumrah warm up, never mind come on to bowl.
It's a hazy day in Bengaluru. The forecast bad weather isn't visible as things stand. We're expecting possibly a bit of rain later in the day, but for now these look good conditions as Southey will get off strike. First ball fired down the leg side by Jadeja, hits the pad of Tim Southey, proud Kiwi, who really set the tone yesterday with that wicket of Rohit Sharma early on what was day 2 of this test, but of course day 1 was washed out. But this is sensible batting, and I know that conversations has cut away Ravindra. Productive shot from him as Kuldeep Yadav runs in from third to field. That brings Southey back on strike, so Ravindra's happy enough to let Southey face. We're not seeing the big hitting Tim Southey today. We're seeing a guy that is playing for the team. The team need him to stick around for as long as Ravindra's there at the other end. As Southey comes forward and plays with bat well in front of pad, but pushes the ball into the offside. There's Jarrod's keeping an eye on the Pakistan-England test. Have an update in a second. Fuller from Jadeja, and that allows Southey to push the ball up to long off and get off strike. He moves 16 and scored 286 for 7.
Yeah, Norman Ali has just slipped one through Harry Brook, who went back and kept quite low. Off air, Harmy said to me, I think if Harry Brook gets to 20 balls, he'll be okay. Was out on his 21st ball, so it was just at that point when he was looking a little bit more set, which is the worst news for England.
Again, Ravindra cuts. Ball flies down to Kuldeep Yadav at third, and Ravindra gets off strike. Southey to face. That's why Harmy's commentating on the India-New Zealand game.
It's not looking good over there. Ben Stokes has been frenetic in his batting so far.
Last ball of the over on the stumps, and just for a second, Southey thinks he's undercut this down onto the turf, and the ball is going to travel back onto the stumps. He just shapes to volley it, well, half volley it, but the ball spins away. No drama, and it's the end of another over. 54 runs this partnership is coming good time as well. Towards the back end of the 80 overs. Jasprit Bumrah surely is going to be coming back, but Harmy, you feel that That moment should have come a few overs ago.
5 overs ago, really. Horse has bolted. If it is Bumrah that comes on now, I'm not 100% sure. Ashwin's still going to continue to bowl. The partnership has been excellent between Southee and Ravindra. Southee's played nicely. He's just hit the ball down the ground where Phillips and Henry wanted to play off the back foot. Southee's looked to come forward.
Ashwin back in for another over. He was kept back today by Rohit Sharma, and Ravindra will get off strike with a single to square leg. He moves to 80, 20 short of a century. Southee 16. The lead now for New Zealand, 242. Jarrod Kimber?
The only thing I would add to that, though, is I think the ball just got a little bit softer as well, which does help. But Southee's batted brilliant.
Over the wicket, and this keeps a fraction low. It's a touch short from Ashwin. It allows Southee just to rock back and pull this delivery and away for a single.
Ashwin hasn't looked his usual self. He looks as a little bit of rhythm off, not quite sort of there. The bouncy in your face, Ravi Ashwin. I'm not sure it is there this morning.
Round the wicket, and Ravindra judges the length so quickly, gets down on one knee and just helps this ball around the corner for another couple of runs. He moves to 82. The day that started with a flurry of wickets. Mitchell caught in the gully for 18. Blundell second slip for 5. Phillips one big hit from Jadeja, and then he was gone. Bowled Jadeja for 14, and Henry back-to-back 4s got greedy, went for a 3rd, and he was castled for 8. At that point, 233 for 7. The lead around 180 as Ravindra plays deep in his crease and just opens his body up and flicks this ball beautifully along the ground, through mid-wicket and away for 4. He moves to 86, and this partnership is damaging. 58 becomes 62 now, and the lead is just one shy of 250.
What a shot this is. This is a fantastic shot. He knows where the gap is, and he knows his body position's brilliant. His transfer of weight deep into the crease. He got himself back into the crease as he's seen the ball bounce, and it just sat up lovely for him to hit. Knew where the gap was. That was a fantastic cricket shot.
Sharma chasing the ball. He's put in a shortish mid-wicket. Fuller, and Ravindra pushes this straight to the fielder, who's a couple of paces back at mid-off. It allows Ravindra through for the single. And a little stat flashing up. This is now the biggest first innings lead conceded by India at home for 11 years. No real surprise as they were bowled out for 46. Tom Latham's first match as permanent skipper. Well, it couldn't be going any better as we approach the lunch break on day 3. Last ball of the over, and Southee is down the ground just a couple of steps. This is a controlled shot, a beautiful shot, and Southee, the big hitting Southee, clumps this ball from Ashwin over the boundary at long on and away for 6. That brings up the 300 for New Zealand. That brings up the 250 lead for New Zealand. And they are once again dominating this first test of 3 in India against India.
Fantastic shot down the ground from Tim Southee. Guts the pitch to the ball and eases it straight back over the side screen. It has been a wonderful partnership. Ravindra has, the tempo of his batting in this innings has been brilliant. It really has. He's not worried about who was at the other end. He's not worried about wickets fallen. There was a huge cluster of wickets in that first hour this morning, but he's not really been bothered. Kept the same tempo, looked to run the ball round the ground. Rotation of strikes been excellent. Bowlers have come over and round the wicket, have just not been able to tie Ravindra down. And when he needed to go to the boundary, he's used the pace of Jadeja, and then that last over was a fantastic shot through mid-wicket.
Ravindra is just beaten there. He's been proficient on the cut shot, predominantly playing it on the back foot, but he comes forward and he's beaten. 2 overs until the second, until the new ball, second new ball. And Jasprit Bumrah is just stationed by the boundary at long on as Ravindra again steps forward and opens the face of the bat. Ristily plays this to the right of Mohammad Siraj, who's at cover, but he's a fraction deeper. And this allows him to race around to his right and put in the dive. Otherwise that would have been another boundary going the way of the Kiwi. Ravindra moves to 88, and that brings Tim Southee back on strike. Off stump line, and this is hit hard into the ground. It bounces up and to the left of Jadeja, who can't field, and that means that Ravindra gets back on strike. 304 for 7 here on talkSPORT 2, New Zealand. If you're listening in New Zealand, as it's nearly 7 o'clock on a Friday night, party time. Well, New Zealand are certainly enjoying themselves. If you're listening on SENZ in New Zealand, on the sweep this time, Ravindra, what a beautiful shot. This is a fraction wide from Jadeja, and once again Ravindra targeting a part of the field that he knows isn't stationed. It doesn't matter if it is, this is sailed over the boundary mid-wicket and away for another 6, and the game management continues because this is the time to cash in. The ball is old, the fielding is flat, and Jasprit Bumrah's nowhere to be seen for another over or so. Again it's wide, it's full, and this is cut away. Siraj diving forlornly to his right at cover. He gets a fingertip to it, but it's not enough to prevent the ball from crashing into the boundary. And in a couple of hits, Ravindra has moved from 88 to 98. He's 1 away from a century, and the lead for New Zealand has stretched up past 270 thanks to a quite wonderful innings from a quite wonderful batter, Rashin Ravindra. 2 away from 100 in India, against India. It does not get much better than this.
2 quality shots. I mean, the sweep was a phenomenal shot. He's trying to keep it down, and he's hit it flat for 6. And that one there, just over pitch from Jadeja.
98 not out. Ravindra will move to 99 with a foolish delivery, which is pushed up to Ravichandran Ashwin at long off. Keeps the ball in his hands, does the off spinner, and that means that Ravindra will face the first ball of the 80th over on 99 not out, with his side 315 for 7 in reply to India's 46. 46, yeah. This couldn't have gone any better for Tim Southee. Knowing as an experienced tail ender like myself, I'm looking at this going, just before the last over, the over before, thinking Ravindra's on 86, come on, get to 100 before that second new ball, because I ain't going to be here by that second new ball. If Jasprit Bumrah's coming out to bowl with his second new ball, I'm not sure I'm going to be still in the same positions that I've been in for the last 40 balls of my innings. So let's get on with it, let's get going. It couldn't have gone any better for Tim Southee. He's batted beautifully as Southee, but I mean, Ravindra, 1 away from what will be an unbelievable 100 out in India. I know he had a great tour last time he was there, and his first tour, his development through the World Cup, and obviously his career's going from strength to strength. But this, for me, on this surface, when India have been bowled out for 46, to get a score, and hopefully he goes past 3 figures. Here is Ravichandran Ashwin. Ravindra on 99, and he'll move to his first overseas century with a sweep to the boundary from the bowling of one of the great off spinners in world cricket. He raises his bat up to the dressing room. He just takes a couple of gulps of air. The crowd in at the Chinnaswamy, much like the New Zealand dressing room, are up on their feet applauding. And Rashin Ravindra is a century maker in India, 103 not out, and he has helped his side push themselves into such a commanding position where the bowlers started yesterday on day 2. Ravindra has continued with the bat on day 3, and he's not finished yet as he absolutely creams his delivery straight back past Chandran Ashwin onto the stumps and will come through for a single. What a knock. What a player.
Yeah, what a player. What an innings this has been. This is only the third player to get 100 in the World Test Championship so far, and this is the very best. This will go down as one of the best hundreds that anybody is getting in India, never mind from New Zealand. His tempo, fantastic. His ability to hit the boundary. His rotational strike when there's wickets going at the other end. He's been absolutely marvellous, both on front foot and on back foot. Brilliant innings.
Southey now weighing in, playing deep in his crease. He's holding back and with no fielder at third. Once you cut that ball past backward point or gully, there's nothing stopping it, and Southey's moved to 28. The lead is up to 278, and India are looking a little ragged.
They look as though they want to be off the field as quickly as they possibly can. I'm not saying they've given up, because India will never ever give up. They do look as though they're a bit lost.
Down the track, Southey. He's enjoying himself now. The pressure has been removed from the contest, and Southey has just gone back-to-back sixes. One against Jadeja, now one against Ashwin. He's gone from 15 deliveries now. This ball sailing over the boundary at long on. That's a second at maximum for Southey, who moves into the 30s. What a punishing partnership this is. Round the wicket now, Ashwin. On the sweep is Southey. He's going to pick up another boundary. The wheels, they're falling off and they're travelling down Bengaluru High Street.
Yeah, two great shots from Tim Southey. Our Ashwin's got a smile on his face. One ball before the second new ball, and Tim Southey's having a bit of fun. It was a brilliant shot down the ground. He has played very, very well straight on the front foot. Big, tall man. He's kept it defensively. He's been quite strong. But he also, when he's had to access and play the big shot, he's kept his shape, he's kept his balance, he's kept still.
Last ball of the over. And Southey will no doubt face the first ball of Jasprit Bumrah with the second new ball, as he just takes a single to mid-off. Wow. This game has changed. That is the 100-run partnership for the 8th wicket between Tim Southey and Rachin Ravindra. We'll have to ask if maybe Gary Morgan's already messaged us. Yes, he has. What a surprise. This is New Zealand's best 8th wicket stand versus India in India, beating the previous best of 83 between Cairns and Nash at Kanpur in 1999. That was a high-scoring draw, I think. Memory serves, but I will check that. Best scores by a Kiwi number 4 versus India in India. John Reid, number 1 and 2 in that list, 120 and 119 not out back in 1955, same tour. Ross Taylor, 113 at this ground in 2012. So Ravindra is 17 away from being at the top of that little list.
I'm sure Dan McHardy and Jeremy Coney will tell us better if there has been a better 100 in India, in the circumstances that there has been. The team, the first innings team, getting bowled out for 46. The way Rachin Ravindra has gone about his innings, he scored all around the wicket. The tempo that he's batted at, it really has been a wonderful innings by somebody, for me, who his trajectory of his career is just going up and up and up. It is, and it has a spin and seam. India have just had no answer whatsoever to Rachin Ravindra in this first innings.
Well, New Zealand have been going at 6.72 for the last 15 overs. They have hit 102 in that time, and it's just turned this match back on its head. Mohammad Siraj with the second new ball is in, right arm over the wicket, and this is just stabbed into the offside by Tim Southey. Jarrod, news of a wicket in Multan?
Might be 2 wickets in Multan, in fact, John. I think Cast might be gone as well, LBW. So they're in a lot of trouble at the moment. They are 89 for 6, and we're just waiting to see what the result of that review was?
That looks like 88, 89 for 7, because that looked very, very close to Bryden Cars.
Yeah, it looks pretty straight there. But yeah, they're in all sorts. Stokes is still out there, of course, but it's pretty much gone.
Oh my word.
Meanwhile,
They've gone.
Bengaluru,
India have gone.
Mothers. And Rohit Sharma, who's not had the best of test matches, just holds up an apologetic hand to the bowler Siraj. We'll have to see a little replay here, but essentially it's going to be overthrows, 4 of them. Tim Southee, oh dear, that is bad. Tim Southee's just played this straight to Rohit Sharma. He's not fielding in the slips, he's fielding at cover, short cover. It's gone straight to him. Southee is not going for a run. And there's quite a big gap between the keeper, who's running up towards the stumps, and first slip. And Sharma, almost like he's skimming a stone, has managed to throw the ball back, bisected the keeper and first slip, and it's sailed away to fine leg for 4.
It's the old ball as well. I don't think they've taken the new one yet.
I was wondering why Siraj was bowling. They haven't taken the new ball. I mean, New Zealand can't bat any quicker.
Yes, yeah.
As this is played to short mid wicket, no run.
It's just. I mean, I'm not saying it's beggars belief. It's quite comical. The last sort of 45 minutes to an hour of what New Zealand have been able to get away with and what India haven't done. You know, the 3 balls into the 80th over, the new ball came out with a 4th umpire. Still haven't used it. Jasprit Bumrah hadn't bowled at the tail, and then Rohit Sharma just looks as though with a scrambled brain has just thrown the ball from extra cover down to the fine leg boundary and dissected slip in the keeper and give Tim Southee the easiest 4 runs of his career.
And Southee's now 43 from 47 as Siraj is in again, and this is pulled airily up and over, square leg for 6, as easy as you like. Almost like he's playing a club game now. Southee moves to 49, New Zealand 345 for 7. And I just wonder whether India are mindful of lunch. That can be the only reason I can think of, that they haven't given the new ball to Bumrah or Siraj.
They just look like a rabble now, do India. I mean, that's a back of a length ball that's been pulled over the top of square leg for 6. It wouldn't surprise me now, in frustration, they take the second new ball and Tim Southee will nick it between third slip and gully, and it'll run down because it bounces or it kisses off the surface a little bit quicker, and it runs away for 4 and brings up what would be a very, very good 50.
92 sixes for Southee now. He's near the top of that list, isn't he? Stokes I think is at the top of the all-time.
Stokes, McCullum,
and then McCullum. Southee can't be far. Fuller and dug out by Southee. 1 away from 50. Must have been a while since he scored a 50 as well. And he came into this test match under all sorts of pressure, didn't he? But he's answered the critics. I'm sure he's done this numerous occasions. He reminds me a little bit of Stuart Broad.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Not necessarily in the style of bowling, but just in the way every time you get to a point where the fans seem to have tired of him, produces. Just reminds everyone of what he's got and why he's been there for so long. As fancy footwork this time from Southee. Siraj gets an inside edge which drops down into the turf and then deviates back towards leg stump, and Southee's alert to the danger, and he just side foots the ball past the stumps, and that may well be it for what has been an incredibly entertaining seesaw session of Test cricket, at one which has seen India come out this morning in Bengaluru and hit back. 4 quick wickets as the players make their way from the field. Virat Kohli just popping over to shake the hand of Ravindra, this centurion, unbeaten at lunch. He made his way out to the middle with Daryl Mitchell 2.25 hours ago. New Zealand 180 for 3 at that stage, so the lead was a good one for sure. New Zealand ahead of the game by miles, but India knew that they could capitalise on a pitch which was offering turn and seam to spin and pace, that they could get their way back into the match, and it certainly looked like it was heading that way when Daryl Mitchell was caught in the gully, steering a ball from Siraj to Jaiswal, took the catch. Mitchell departed for 18. 11 runs later, Blundell in at 6 was caught second slip from the bowling of Bumrah. And when Phillips and Henry followed in quick succession, 180 for 3 had become 233 for 7, and India were dreaming that they would be batting by lunch. But they're not batting by lunch, and the reason for that is a ball that is getting a little old, or has certainly got a little softer, or a lot softer, and a partnership which has exceeded 100 runs, 112 run partnership, currently unbroken for the 8th wicket, spanning 16.1 overs, and a partnership that has seen Ravindra reach a century overseas for the first time, and he's going at a good strike rate of 83, and alongside him Tim Southee is playing the kind of Tim Southee innings that all of New Zealand want to see every single time he walks to the crease. He's going at a run a ball, 49 from 50, 3 4s and 3 6s there. It's just taken the game away from India. A lead that they would have dreamt would have been around 200 when they went out to bat is now almost certainly going to be in excess of 300. The lead 299, and that was a marvellously entertaining session of Test cricket, Steve Harmison.
Yeah, it was absolutely brilliant. I don't want to take anything away from New Zealand. India were a little bit of a rabble for that last hour and 20 minutes, but that's largely down to the fact that Ravindra, while the wickets fell in the first hour, didn't change his tempo at all. Played his own game, wasn't worried about the other end, then went through the gears as the bowlers were coming in. And Tim Southee played an absolute gem of a knock. He played straight, hit the ball down the ground when probably the best spin bowler of Jadeja was on, and he made sure that he was solid in defence. And then he went through the gears, and we all know how destructive Southee can be with a little bit of a licence. But Ravindra, for me, 104 off 125 balls, has played one of the best innings in India of an overseas player that I've seen in quite some time. He was absolutely magnificent on a pitch when the opposition, the home team, is being bowled out for 46. To get 104 not out and nearly a 300 run lead for New Zealand is absolutely magnificent session.
Fantastic. So New Zealand starting the day 180 for 3. They go in at lunch a scarcely believable 345 for 7 before we head towards the lunch break here on talkSPORT 2 or SENZ or the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Jarrod Kimber, can you just give us a quick update from Multan in that second test between Pakistan and England?
Yeah, Brighton Castle's not out. They were spinning too far in the end. It was, so they're still in it, England. If by in it I mean 97 for 6, needing an absolute huge amount of runs from here. They still need 194, but they're still attacking. It is very frenetic, though. It looks like Cast could go out every ball. He's just hit a big 6, and Ben Stokes is basically playing right-handed at this point, and it's not going particularly well, but they're still Baz balling. They're just not, as Jeremy Coney would say, putting the pressure back on Pakistan.
Okay, well, look, plenty more cricket to come here at talkSPORT 2 or SENZ in New Zealand. New Zealand are ahead of this match, as they have been pretty much since the first couple of overs on day 2. The lead has stretched up to 299. They're 345 for 7. And coming up in the lunch break, we'll be bringing you some more content from the vault, as we will hear from following on India, or some more content throughout the next 40 minutes or so. But thanks for listening to talkSPORT 2.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League. talkSPORT 2. Traffic and travel.
On the M27 in Hampshire, the eastbound exit at junction 7 at Hedge End is closed for emergency repairs. On the M25 in Hertfordshire, the outside lane's closed anti-clockwise. Start at junction 17 at Maple Cross after an accident causing queues. A number of roads remain closed because of flooding. Herefordshire, the A438 is closed between Willersley and Manthorp Gamage. In Worcestershire, the A4103 is closed each way between Bransford and Rushwick. In Paris, the A490 is closed off the A483 at Coed Dinas. And buses replace trains between Hooton and Chester. I'm Russell Holding.
NFL Live, Monday morning from 1 a.m. on talkSPORT 2. You won't miss a blitz, a rush, a tackle, or a touchdown of the New York Jets at the Pittsburgh Steelers. Over to you, Bob.
Thanks, Bob. Here full coverage of the all-highfalutin, rootin' tootin' action
Monday morning from 1 a.m. on talkSPORT 2.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
Live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first test, direct from Bengaluru, as India take on New Zealand.
Fielded, oh, there's going to be a run-out!
Only on talkSPORT 2.
You're listening to talkSPORT 2 and SENZ, or via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. I'm Jon Norman, and now a chance just to listen to some cricket interviews that have taken place on the station over the last couple of months or so. Legendary Aussie captain Steve Waugh once called winning a test series in India the final frontier. No team has won on Indian soil since Alistair Cook's England beat India back in 2013. Monty Panesar was a crucial part of that team, and he joined double Ashes winner Steve Harmison on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel to discuss what it takes to win on Indian soil.
So you two played against some superstars, right? So, and Monty, you know them a bit more now, don't you? You played Legends cricket out there, and you go out there quite a lot. Harmy, you've rubbed shoulders with a couple in the studios out in Mumbai. Can you describe the aura a little bit about what it was like to come up against the Sehwag? What was he like, you know, when you see them in off the pitch, on the pitch? Dhoni, of course, you know, Sachin. You know, was it... Because cricket is so ridiculous in India, it's not like that in England. So you get your superstars, of course you do here, but it's not like in India. But so what was that like?
Yeah, look, I think in India it's a completely different ball game. You know, the passion for the game, the love, and also how the cricketers are seen. You know, the closest thing we can probably compare it in England is like, you know, the footballers, Premiership footballers, and that's the top six teams, really. You know, the Haalands and, you know, the Kevin De Bruyne.
And they're nowhere near that.
Yeah, and these guys, they're like, their Twitter account following is probably bigger than some of the media organizations out there. So they're bigger. Whatever they say has a bigger weight than actually the media channels. You know.
So when you're on the field, does that aura, you know, does it follow them from off the pitch onto the pitch? Are you back when you're bowling to MS Dhoni or Sachin Tendulkar? Are you bowling to the famous person, or?
Yeah, look, when I played in 06, I remember Freddie throwing the ball at me, and he goes to me, he goes, "Stop being starstruck, bowl him and get him out." And I was like, Freddie, I could see it in your eyes. You're just looking at him like this is my hero all my life. And I'm like, yeah, Freddie, I will do. And then I'm just trying to focus on getting the guy out rather than thinking, actually, I don't want to get you out. I'd rather you get 100 against me because you're my hero.
I remember that. I remember in that, actually, the very first time we took the field. And I remember talking to Fred, he was like pulling, you would go from mid-off to mid-off, and Monty would go from mid-off to mid-off. And he would walk very, very fast to the stumps and then walk very, very slowly between the stumps and the stumps. And it's like, Monty, just close your mouth. Just close your mouth. It's like watching, honestly, it's like sitting on a beach and like, this supermodel walks by and you don't really want to say anything because the missus is sitting next to you, but you're just like, you got your glasses on, like that. He was like that. I was like, Monty, close your mouth. There's a flyer glowing there. Just close your mouth. And I mean, so slowly getting to there, and then he'd run to the end of his mark. And a couple of times, Fred said to me, so we just pull him along. I was like, come on, hurry up. And he's like that. I was like, Monty, he's human. You can touch him if you want. But the hardest thing is, like you say, playing against that. I wasn't like that against India. I was a little bit in awe of Australia when I first went out to Australia, You know, seeing the size of Matty Hayden, very first up. I mean, I was about 3/4 of the size of what I am now, but this beanpole of a 22-year-old staring at Matthew Hayden, whose Gray Nichols' back was wider than him. I was like, how am I going to get him out? And then the next one would come in, Ponting would come in, then Steve. So mine was different to Monty, because the Indians have an aura in their own country, but it's an aura with the Indian population.
But there is a difference, though, isn't there? Because outside of, let's say, Boxing Day, day one.
Yeah.
If you know Hayden hits a 4 from you, the crowd is completely on top of you at that moment. But that's what it's like almost every time Virat or Rohit or Dravid or whatever hits a boundary, right? You are bowling against 5,000, 20,000, 50,000 screaming people. There is it's like, you know, Pat Cummins went into the World Cup final and he said, we have to silence the crowd. Not an easy thing to do, right? You have to be on top of them almost all the time. I mean, we have seen leg byes cheered at Wankhede harder than we've seen boundaries at Lords cheered, right? It's a completely different form of cricket, and you do have to get your mind around that, even if you're not Monty, you know, starstruck.
Yeah, I remember that. Remember the Chennai Test match after the terrorist attack? We went back, and it was amazing. Yeah, the whole 2 weeks was just. We all seen the film, and it was like being in a film. It wasn't like the normal Test match because of what it meant to India. It wasn't like the normal Test match because of what happened with the terrorist attack. Now we go on the field on the last day in Chennai, and they need 385, 387, and they can't get that. Surely they can't get that. But there were 60,000 people, crowds going wild. You know, me and Jimmy bowled really well to get Sehwag off to a blistering start.
Jeez, that was good.
That was hilarious. You know, KP decided that, well, if we can't get him out, bowl to his strength, and we'll try and make him get a mistake. So we had 2 backward points and a man on the fence, bowling short and wide at him, and he was just helicopter style over the top. But it was like I had no control about how I was going to stop it because of the pressure that was on. And then when Sachin came in, he gets to 100. With the winning runs, you know, Yuvraj carries him off and off he goes. And then he came in the dressing room afterwards and he sort of thanked us for coming back. It's like the greatest or the greatest icon of cricket of my lifetime. He thanks us for coming back to India. You know what this means to like people in India and thanking us for coming back. I didn't know whether to cuddle him or punch him. I really didn't. I didn't know it. But it was just surreal. And well, I think that at that moment I realised if I didn't know what cricket meant to people in India, I certainly did there, because there's the greatest cricketer that has ever played the game in my lifetime. He's 5'4", standing I'm over the top of him, and he's thanking us for coming back to his country while he's just got 380 on a 5th-tier pitch to beat us in a Test match. And that was an iconic. That was a ridiculous Test match, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It was like a turning. You know, wicket was turning a lot. We thought, you know, we'll bowl India out, we'll win the Test match, and then Sehwag got him off to a blistering start, and then Yuvraj and Sachin both got hundreds. And you know, I just myself when I was bowling, I just couldn't really stop them in any way. I didn't know how am I going to get these guys out, because whenever I bowled my good deliveries, they were just scoring singles, finding it easy. And then when I tried to sort of, you know, all right, let me push it through, let me throw it up a little bit, let me bowl a turner, they kind of felt what I was kind of bowling. They'll just hit me for a boundary or, you know, do whatever. So I struggled in that, obviously, Test match. But I think what Harmy said, it wasn't about winning the Test match. It meant so much to them as a country with what happened that they were so thankful that, you know, guys, thank you for coming back, because it means so much to the country for Sachin to score the winning runs, to get that 100. It really lifted the country at the time, and it meant so much to them. So that was a real defining moment, you know, between England and India. There's always a lot of battle, you know, between them, but that was a real sort of like a sensitive moment for Sachin, because it meant a lot to him.
Fascinating analysis from Monty there, and he'll be back with us actually for day 4 and 5 if it goes that far here on the first Test match between India and New Zealand. Monty's 11 wickets in the second Test levelled the series for England and gave them a platform to go on and take what turned out to be a historic win. Since then, the nature of cricket has changed massively, especially with the explosion of franchise cricket. The IPL, being the biggest franchise competition in the world, attracts the very best foreign players to India every year. But with India players being banned by the BCCI from playing in other franchise leagues. Is this healthy for Indian cricket? Well, on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, I discuss the future of the IPL with Jarrod Kimber and former Indian opener Deep Dasgupta.
Should India let their players play outside of the IPL?
Okay, depending what kind of players. For me, I think leave aside the contracted players, plus anyone who's in the fringes who might not be contracted, because I do understand why this happens, because you want that exclusivity when they play IPL. You don't want the big names. If, let's say, Virat is playing Big Bash and 100 and everything else, you might not have the same value when he plays for IPL, right?
Can I just stop you? In 2008, that made a lot of sense. In 2024, the Big Bash is not compete. Even if Virat played in the Big Bash, doesn't matter. The IPL is so much bigger than every other league.
No, true. But I'm saying, okay, so when I say Virat, that would also mean, let's say, Shubman.
Yeah. No, I get your point.
You know what I'm saying?
They're not, like there was a point at one stage where we thought, maybe the Big Bash and the 100 or the Blast or whatever, and they'll all be just under the IPL. It's the IPL's here, and I don't know how far down we need to find their second league.
I completely agree. But again, I do understand that part of the policy why it's not allowed.
Yeah.
So I agree as well with that. What I would like to see is if he's not contracted, right, and is not part of the setup as of now, so that would 40, 45 players. Anyone else, let them play. Okay, you can always manage in terms of, allowed to play 2 or 3 franchise in a year apart from your, because what you also don't want to do is, kind of get them away from domestic cricket. You also want them to play the domestic cricket, you want them to play red ball cricket. So, limit the number of franchise cricket you want to play. So you decide, you're allowed to play, let's say, argument's sake, 2 franchise cricket, you decide what you want to play. You want to play CPL, you want to play Big Bash, you want to play, Blast, whatever. It's up to you, 2 of them, you go play. And provided also you're not part of the let's say, the pool of players that the Indian team is currently looking at. So I'm happy to do that. So that would mean a couple of more things. Commercially, that makes a lot of sense, individually for the players and others. For the leagues, commercially, it makes most sense as soon as Indian players are available, even if they're not the top 40 players at that point in time. I think it would make more sense. And also for the younger lot, so obviously there'll be guys who are at the last mile of their careers, but there'll also be guys who are starting off, So they would also get some opportunity of getting some experience into playing franchise cricket. England is a great example. 2015, we keep talking about the change. One of the major reasons was they were allowed to go play tournaments like IPL and stuff like that. So the white ball or the mindset changed with the experience that they got. So I think that can also happen. I do understand the top 40, 45 guys currently in the running for an India slot. Okay, protect them, do whatever you need to, but the others, let them.
It's interesting because I remember when Cam Green came through, and I think Goffey was trying to sign him at Yorkshire, and Australia were like, you can sign him, but he's only going to play as a batter, which I think Goffey went for. I want an all-rounder, this doesn't really help. So Australia and other countries use the franchise systems to improve their players, right? So Marcus Stoinis in the IPL was another one where they kept saying the IPL, you should try this guy down the order more. Let's see how he goes. Because when he was playing at Melbourne Stars, he was even opening at a time. You can actually use franchises to improve your players, and I think India is missing out on that massively. Yeah. I don't think it matters though, because I don't think cricket matters ever the reason these things are done. Eventually, Indian players will play outside of India because these owners own sides in America and South Africa. And let's be honest, I don't think the IPL owners bought major league teams to get Corey Anderson and Dane Pete into their sides. They bought them so that eventually they can get Jaiswal or Bumrah or Kohli over there and improve their brand and do that. So I think as the IPL owners buy more and more of cricket, which is happening on a day-by-day basis, it won't even be a conversation about cricket. And everything Deep said is correct. And the way the BCCI look at it, I might disagree with their point, but I can understand their thought process there. But eventually, the Ambani family and all these other owners, GMR and all these other ownership groups are so much more important than the BCCI or anyone else. And they're just going to be like, I bought this team in San Francisco so I can get the biggest stars in the world in there.
The other important thing is if we still want cricket to be run the way it is right now, which is country and then franchise, it is also important from that perspective that these boards, they have that kind of control over their top players, because the moment that goes, then we're looking at more of a football model than a cricket model. We're looking at clubs, and then clubs releasing players for international football, not the other way around. So we've got to be a little careful with that as well, that the dynamic that cricket has right now. The other thing, I mean, one of the great examples of that, I completely agree, as developing the player, is Mitch Marsh. I was part of the franchise, I was coaching them, the Pune, and he was only 18 back then, Mitch, right? He would just spend so much time just trying to play spin. I almost kind of got injured my shoulder, just chucking balls at him, and he just wanted to bat and learn how to play spin. So that's a great example of how you can actually improve your talent going forward.
This all goes back to India. Obviously, we're talking about Indian players, but in terms of like the broadcast numbers, in terms of the Indian cricket fan watching these overseas domestic leagues, how would you rate the success of, say, the SA20 with the MLC with the 100? I mean, of these tournaments or the Blast, where would you see there is most interest, if at all?
The most interest, it boils down to the timing to a great extent. It's in the time zone. For example, even though I would say Big Bash would be, in terms of quality of cricket-wise, would be really fun to watch. But then again, the timing doesn't help. That's where I think, the Blast, the 100 makes a lot more sense. It's right in prime time slot.
So the 100 would be late in India, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
That'd
but
be like
9 p.m. is not late in India.
I was going to say 9, 10 o'clock.
Yeah, it's not. It's not late.
6, okay. Oh, I suppose the women's game starts there.
So around that 9, 10, I mean, we don't go to bed before 12, before midnight, so it's fine. So it's not that late. So that fits in nicely. CPL had to change their timing to suit India time zone. So that way, Blast and 100 make a lot of sense. But my only concern with these two tournaments is the quality. You don't have the best English white ball players playing the tournament. And when you say, Ben Stokes not playing, Joss Butler's not playing, you look at those big names, and what happened, and especially I'm talking about people from neutral countries, they look at names. They want to see, Josh Butler's got runs, or Sam Khan's got people they can identify with. They're, from that perspective. So I think that's where.
So if you saw Indian players popping up playing for Cape Town, Mumbai, then that does the league go from, in terms of a television spectacle, goes from there to there.
You know what it will do.
Not even a comparison.
You've seen the county numbers of when Ashwin plays for Surrey, or
Shakib Al Hasan playing for Surrey, and the stream
just changes, right? Like instantly. So, but one thing I would say about that is it needs to be big players. That's probably not happening for Rahane, right? Like on the same level. I'm not saying he won't change it a little bit. He will. Even Pujara, it does need to be a name that draws it in. But once you get that name, the numbers just go absolutely through the roof. I mean, all those veteran tournaments basically exist because of Yuvraj Singh and Sachin Tendulkar and Kevin Peterson, right? They don't exist because of Chris Tremlett and whoever else is playing in them. They exist because if you can put 3 or 4 big names on there, people will tune in. The Shane Warne, Sachin Tendulkar one in America, all those sorts of things. They exist specifically for that. There aren't that many people who move the needle, but the ones who do move it so much that changes. And also, if you had 2 or 3 young Indian players in an MI team, or for San Francisco uniforms, they should be the uniforms. If you did things like that, maybe that would be different because you'd be creating a culture of that's the young Indian side or whatever. But generally, it is the big names change it. And talk to anyone who has the county TV streams; they'll tell you.
As the sun is starting to come up, and on SENZ in New Zealand, when I say the sun coming up, it's a really misty morning here in the capital. As I look out over London Bridge, the River Thames just to the left of me. I can't see Tower Bridge though. It's a foggy morning, kind of foggy London morning that used to be the way people used to describe this city, but it's clear in Bengaluru. Some cloud And New Zealand will actually hope that that cloud sticks around and maybe gets a bit thicker, because when they come out to bowl, they're going to want a little bit of assistance from the overheads. But they don't need to be thinking about bowling just yet, because they're still batting at lunch on day 3 in Bengaluru. Starting the day 180 for 3. Ravindra is still there at lunch, 104 not out. Quite wonderful innings. He's clicked through the gears, he's played the game, and he's batted marvellously well. 104 not out to him, and he's been given superb assistance from a guy that's come into this test match under one of those clouds I just mentioned. The recently deposed skipper, Tim Southey. 49 not out from 50 deliveries, 6 boundaries, 3 fours, 3 sixes, and really the last 16 overs has changed this game again. New Zealand have been ahead of it from the start, but now, wow, they lead by 1 shy of 300, and it's mainly thanks to a 112-run partnership coming from just 16 overs, pushing 7 and over for the last 16 overs. A session that started India's way, 4 wickets falling, 193 for 3, became 233 for 7 when Matt Henry was dismissed for 8, and India were thinking that they would have been batting by lunch. A deficit on first innings was always going to happen after they were bowled out for 46, but they would have taken a 200 run deficit. Well, it's not going to be 200, it's going to be 300 and some. Play about 10 minutes away from resuming here on talkSPORT 2 via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel and on SENZ Radio in New Zealand. Daniel McHardy and Jeremy Coney will be talking us through the first half an hour of the afternoon session, where Ravindra and Southey will just want to continue as they've been. It will get a little more difficult. The second new ball is due, and we're expecting it to be taken straight away. Jasprit Bumrah and Mohammad Siraj, who both picked up 1 wicket early on day 3, will be given the task of just nipping out those last 3 wickets, and then over to Rohit Sharma and the gang to try somehow to keep this match alive for India. Thankfully, whatever happens, we've got another 2 tests to come. Such is the way of the world. It's almost a rarity for New Zealand to be playing in a 3-test series. Indeed, India have just played a 2-test series themselves at home against Bangladesh. So we're going to be treated over the next couple of weeks, whatever happens in this test match. England are also in action, if you're interested in that match, over in Multan. They have lost their skipper, though. Ben Stokes has been dismissed for 37, and if you get a chance, check out the dismissal down the track on an almighty heave, and missed the ball completely, stumped. But what makes it more interesting is that he lost control of the bat as well. So I'm sure that's going to be all over social media as I speak. It was an unfortunate moment for Stokes and an unfortunate moment for England. There's been a few of those. So England's still trailing by 159 runs. Bryden Carse and Matthew Potts at the crease. Carse has hit 3 sixes on his way to 27. Potts, 1 scoring shot. He's 4 not out, but surely Pakistan are going to win their first game on home soil since 2021, I think. Might have to check that out. Either way, England struggling on day 4 in Multan. 138 for 7. That's also a 3-test series, so it could be 1 apiece going on to Rawalpindi, where the 3rd test is scheduled to be played. Right. That's it for the updates. Coming up very shortly, we'll be live, uninterrupted, ad-free, exclusive coverage of the afternoon session on day 3 in Bengaluru. India taking on New Zealand in the first of 3 test matches, with New Zealand in an incredibly dominant position. They lead by 299 runs, with Ravindra and Southey still at the crease. 104 to Ravindra, 49 to Southey, 345 for 7, and we'll hear how that afternoon session unfolds here on talkSPORT 2 and SENZ.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the EFL. talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the English Football League. On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
Live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first test, direct from Bengaluru, as India take on New Zealand.
Field in, there's going to be a run-out!
Only on talkSPORT 2.
First ball of the day, and a good start, a better than good start for Ravindra. Races off to the boundary for 4 runs. To the gully and well grabbed. Mitchell playing away from his body. He's hit it uppishly and nicely pouched. 2 hands around shoulder height by Jaiswal in the gully. Just what India needed. He slips in for Bumrah as he's bowling to Blundell, who'll get his innings underway with a lovely leg glance down to the boundary for 4. Bumrah wider of the crease, catch to the outside edge, held at second slip by Rahul. The second New Zealand wicket falls on day number 3. Blundell leaning forward, healthy edge, regulation, and Bumrah in on the act, his first wicket. Blundell departs for 5.
Into the tail, and Phillips knows that as well, and he has clumped this fuller delivery from Kuldeep Yadav back over the umpire's head and away for 6. Bowled in, Phillips playing back. Jadeja bowling over the wicket, gets this just to rush on, and Phillips has been castled for 14. A beautiful cut shot from Henry, he'll pick up another 4.
Ravindra gets to the pitch on this occasion. That is a delightful stroke. Rachin Ravindra can raise the bat and acknowledge the crowd. A half century of 88 balls, while others have fallen at the other end. He has looked very assured.
Ravindra plays deep in his crease and just opens his body up and flicks this ball beautifully. Ravindra on 99, and he'll move to his first overseas century. And that may well be it for what has been an incredibly entertaining seesaw session of Test cricket.
That's how it sounded. The first session on day number 3 of the first test between New Zealand and India. You are listening to live and exclusive coverage of the series between India and New Zealand on talkSPORT 2, the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel and SENZ Radio in New Zealand. Daniel McHardy alongside former New Zealand Test captain Jeremy Coney. 165 runs scored in 31 overs. New Zealand lost 4 wickets, but the story has been Rachin Ravindra, his second Test match 100. A quite splendid innings we have been lucky enough to witness, and it's put New Zealand in an utterly dominant position. They lead by 299 runs. He's been helped more than ably by Tim Southee. He's looked like a true top order player, the way he builds an innings. He's 49 of 50, and their partnership, one that has taken any hope maybe away from the Indian fans. The players, I'm sure, will still believe they're in it. But New Zealand had lost wickets at the other end, slumping from 180 for 3 at the start of the day to 233 for the loss of 7. But a 112-run stand for the 8th wicket, unbroken, off just 97 balls between Southee and Ravindra, has New Zealand on top. Jerry, I said to you, this black cap side surely cannot match the performance of the headline-grabbing day number 2. Well, the last hour kind of matched it.
Yeah, it's been interesting, hasn't it? I mean, we've just witnessed a session of pretty much 2 parts.
The second session will start with Bumrah from around the wicket, bowling to Rachin Ravindra. Leg side, not caught up with by Ravindra. Jarrod sort of stumbles over his own feet as he moves nicely to collect.
I mean, the first part was emphatically to India, wasn't it? When Siraj and Bumrah both claimed wickets early, Mitchell to Gully and then Blundell to Siraj to the second slip, and then Jadeja bowled Phillips and Henry, so 4 for 50. A great start for them, and perhaps they felt they could then make a sort of triumphal march through the rest of the order for New Zealand, but it wasn't to be.
Bumrah 1 for 36, this is his 16th over. New ball in hand, of course, taken just before lunch. He repeats the dose, pushing it well down the leg side. No run.
And Southee then arrived at the crease and came in with the sort of, and started to bat with the expected uncertainty that we've seen as he's been a cult for years, trying to sort of get onto his legs and get a bit of firmness about it, and so he could stand up. Kuldeep, Ashwin and Jadeja were introduced, and Rohit Sharma seemed determined with a plan that he was going to bowl them, the spinners, through to the second new ball. And the arrival of that, well, it then sort of was a mock disarming awkwardness about Southee during his first sort of 5 or 6 overs at the crease.
2 slips and a gully, catching behind the wicket as Bumrah this time gets the radar right. Accuracy outside of off stump, no run.
It's a sort of a smile that says, look, I'm so sorry, guys, and around to the, the people in close around, and the keeper. I'm so sorry about this. I can't mask how difficult this is, and I'm close to falling over and certainly having a slog.
Then there were a couple of slogs.
Yeah, well, there was some awful defence for a start, which we've come used to from Tim Southee, and then through the apprehension, of course,
Bumrah moves past umpire, rifle, glancing the thigh pad again down the leg side, well taken by Jarrod.
And through all this uncertainty from the New Zealand top order and then to Southee, Ravindra began playing an innings of, shining, blazing kind of beauty and also aggression. I think, and it must so please him and his family, of course, where they come from in this area of Bengaluru. simply India couldn't stop it.
Bumrah. Once more, leg side. He's wasting the new ball straight after lunch.
I think the main feature for me about Ravindra's innings was the fact that he could take a delivery that almost landed in the same part of the pitch, and he had probably 4 choices where he could hit that ball.
Yeah, so true.
And whether it was just in front of square on the offside, right around the offside to straight, or to long on, or to even tuck it through wide, sort of mid-wicket.
Last ball of the Bumrah over, continues from around the wicket. This one swings back in quite away, but straight out of the middle of the bat, as we've come to expect from Ravindra. He remains 104 not out. Southee 49 and maiden to start, 3-4-5 for 7.
And so he started the movement of what you've described of the second, what I would call the second part of the session, and the Indians could not set a field to him. And he actually disarmed and detoxified all of very experienced spin bowlers until they just really didn't know where to bowl. That's the feeling I got watching it. We weren't on air, but that's the feeling he could actually say, oh, you haven't got a long on. Okay, I can hit it there then. Put it long on, will you? Okay. Oh, no, now there's a gap there and I'll hit it there. You could not stop him scoring. And out of all this, suddenly Southee joined him. And instead of the uncertainty of defence and so on, he started hitting the ball beautifully straight.
Yes,
couple of sixes.
Siraj, first ball after lunch from the right arm medium fast bowler to Southee, leaning forward, pushing into the cover region. There will be no run. Yeah, you're right. Straight batting. He accumulated down the ground where there were gaps and then played a couple of delightful lofted.
Absolutely. He got one square, which we've seen many times before, and then a back foot shot when they tried to go short through the covers. He got one down to third man. So, I mean, it was just great to see the fact, and I hope Tim Southee learns from this. I really do, because he's such a much more important cog in the New Zealand setup. Yes, we know his bowling has been impacted in the last year.
He might be approaching 36, but can always learn. He's beaten outside of off stump as he just follows a wide one.
This is because we're seeing now Southee confronting his own internal battle with one, faster bowlers. It's not the spinners bowling, but two, the second new ball. So a faster bowler with the sort of the things going on his side a bit more advantage. So if he can somehow survive this, he will get through this next period as well. He'll show himself. It normally only takes one short ball at Tim, and out it comes.
Siraj, that's well bowled, excellent bowling, great channel, little bit of movement away past the outside edge once more.
And so Southee's wanting to stay leg side of that, as if that ball's going to hurt him. But he can get in behind that and he can play it quite comfortably. He's a tall man and he can do that, but he just can't convince himself yet. So that's, I think, what I saw. And because of those two going together, they scored at such a decent clip that New Zealand now have pushed on very quickly in the day.
The lead 299 runs as it stands. Siraj from over the wicket with two, slips behind for a third straight delivery, goes past the outside edge of Southee's bat. Problem is Jarrod has shelled it. Fairly regulation behind the wicket. He's missed it and it's going to deflect off his gloves and go down for 4 byes. Not what India need. The partnership 116, 349 for the loss of 7.
No.
They got loose and tardy. And
they did. And four overthrows from the captain at cover.
That was bizarre.
Where he just missed the keeper. Why he was throwing it to the keeper, you and I looked at each other and said, what did you do that for?
Well, he threw it from what, extra cover? And they weren't running. And he tried to throw it to the keeper because it was off one of the quicks. And dragged it hopelessly wide of the keeper and between the keeper and first slip. It was quite an embarrassing moment. The lead is now over 300. Substantial lead, 303. Southee make it a 4. 4 in a row. Playing a miss as he tries to play a drive, doesn't catch up with it. So 85 runs scored in the last 10 overs leading up to lunch. In fact, even better over the last 4 overs, as our stats man Gary's pointed out to me. 58 runs in the last 4 overs before lunch, with 6 fours and 4 sixes. That's our big barrel boundary count. Big barrel, big range, bigger deals. More on Rach and Ravindra. What an... His day started with a glorious clip off his pads through mid-wicket.
First ball, that's right.
Yeah, first ball of the day. The balance is there. But you are so right about his ability to hit the ball, toy with the field. And for the acceleration he made in that innings without any risk. It was an utter control throughout. Last ball of the series over. Bowls full on. It hits the seam and goes away from Southey. 5 plays and misses. That's an eventful over. What else would you expect, Jerry? It's been an eventful test.
So you're right. I think the other thing about his batting is that, I mean, not only has he a range of shots to each particular delivery that he can hit in different areas of the park, which is very uncomfortable for a bowler for a start, and secondly for the captain who's trying to set fields and support his bowler. The second thing about it is that his wrists obviously are high tensile steel. Someone's fed him something special in his life. He's gone into a hospital that no one knows exists underground somewhere, and there is an injection of some sort of special metal that's gone into those wrists
wrist
of his.
doping.
Yeah.
Here's Boomer from around the wicket. Lovely drive that goes backward a point. He can play it so late and takes New Zealand to 350. Lead 304.
And in the unfurling of those wrists as it comes down, he just imparts great speed with his bat as it goes through the hitting zone of the ball, and that supplies such power that even if you're near the boundary or 3/4 of the way to the boundary, if it's wide of you by a metre here or a metre there, it's very difficult to get to it and stop it and save it.
Southey, 3 slips behind as he gets an inside edge off the glove. It diverts through square leg into a gap, a single, an all-important one for Tim Southey because he reaches 50. Round of applause, a rousing one from his teammates. Well played, Tim Southey, of 57 balls, his 7th in Test match cricket. He's helped New Zealand reach 351 for the loss of 7.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, that the break of lunch where New Zealand were going so well just prior, you then got to restart. It seems a bit weird, but you have to restart your innings again. And for Southey, for it to also coincide with the new ball and faster bowlers, they've had a little bit of a break. He's got to now go through the whole process again of starting to convince himself,
yes,
I can be here.
I like that way you phrase that, convince himself. I always find it quite interesting when you speak to these test players, there can be a lot of self-doubt about certain aspects of their game and how often it's their defence left alone outside of off-stump. No such issue, no such self-doubt for Rachin Ravindra. His 50 came off 88 balls, Jerry. Then he motored along, reaching his second Test match 100 off 124 balls, so the second 50 off 36 balls.
Yes, it looked like that though too, didn't it? And so that's completed the first session of play, and New Zealand have come through it. They've managed to just survive it and then thrive. And so that in the end, that's, as you say, 165 runs came in that session. But it shows also India, if they get going, can score quickly too.
Oh, no doubt. 3-5-1 for 7. Boomer from around the wicket, bowling to Ravindra. Leans forward, just pushes the ball gently into a gap at point. They've got deep point out, taking his total to 106, 3-5-2 for 7.
And in the context of the game, that means New Zealand need these runs. If India are struggling with a new ball, bowling to one bottom, tail end player and one who's playing extremely well, that means that they can score quite quickly, and so therefore these runs are going to be needed at any stage in the remainder of the match if India get going, which inevitably they will.
Bumrah over the wicket to the right, and Southey spars at one, back of the length, nipping away. He's had a bit of luck since...
Tim just doesn't need to play at any of those. He played at 5 deliveries to Siraj. None of them were threatening the stumps. And if he just could stand even on off stump and just anything outside his right eye, he could just let go. He's got to have a little bit of a method in his mind, but he's just reacting to the ball coming at him. He wants to hit it. It's like sort of beach cricket.
3 slips and a gully. Will he be paying attention? Here's another one that seems even further. Misses the bat by a long way. The end of the over, 352 for the loss of 7 wickets. Ravindra 106, Southey 50. They've taken the lead from 187 when Henry was bowled by Jadeja at 233 for 7, and have extended it over 300, and that is oh so significant. Not only for this match, but if you look back through history, you know, if you take out the concession test, England v Pakistan, the Oval 2006, and the forfeit test, South Africa and England Centurion 2000, there has only been 3 times in tests a side has overcome a deficit of 250 on the first innings to win a test. So
would England be there in 1973 at Lord's, where England batted first, and I might have got 200 and something, and then New Zealand got 500.
Siraj starting angling across Rachin Ravindra, collector's item, he plays and misses as he goes for a big drive.
That was the match where Congdon got 187 and Burgess got 100, and and then
New Zealand not involved in any of these instances.
Right.
It was 1894.
Oh well, that's.
I think you missed that one. I think you skipped it. You skipped. You were there in 1887 when England got 45 and then went on to win the test, which is the lowest first innings total made by a side to go on and win a test. We talked about fond memories of being in the ground for Siraj bowls again. Played down towards backward point, and the fielder on the tip is another single. 353 for the loss of 7. Yes, that was England, Australia and Sydney in 1894. Australia made 586, England 325, then made 437 and bowled the Aussies out for 166 to win by 10 runs. Gee, nothing gets past Gary, right? 274 runs, India versus Australia, Calcutta 2001. Incredibly famous test, of course. Australia 445, India following on after making 171, 667 for 7 in Australia, bowled out for 212, and a big win for India on that occasion. Here's Southey coming down the wicket and hitting high over mid-wicket. Has it gone all the way? One bounce for 3-5-7. When he's thought this, and in New Zealand speak, stuff this. I can't defend right now. Lusty blow time.
It was a couple of little strides at Siraj, wasn't it? And that meant that Siraj saw him coming and he dragged it down a little bit, and that helped Southey so that he could see it. And it also helped him that he could go with and just get into the arc. And he's done that many times before, hasn't he? That sort of stroke. Siraj following the flight of the ball, nearly over the boundary on the full.
Drifts into the pads, and this is a gem of a stroke. Kept his balance and poise and drop kicked the ball away forward of square. Another boundary. 361 for the loss of 7. Boundaries with big barrel, big range, bigger deals. That test you were talking about in 73 was a draw.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was a draw. So we're talking
about victories, were you?
Victories for wins. Yeah. And the last instance was... saw of that.
It was. There was a drop catch.
Australia, Sri Lanka in Colombo, 1992, where Australia batted first, made 256. Sri Lanka scored 547 for 8, and they trailed by 291 runs. Then scored 471, bowling Sri Lanka out for 164. And a mighty swing and a miss from Southey. One hand comes off the bat, it's so wide of off stump, going further away think it's gone past the bottom of the bat.
Surely Siraj at some stage is going to target the stumps.
It is an idea.
He's really taking them out of play at the moment. He's getting the swing going. He's got 2-3 slips in a gully. He really, however, needs to just have a go at the 3 stumps at the other end, because Southey's almost showing them all, and he looks a bit uncertain, and now he's looking to play aggressively at him as well. In addition, it could easily fly over to third man.
Third slip's gone down to a fly slip, Jerry.
Well, I'm not surprised.
Jeremy Coney knew how to set a field. Southey again reaches a ball that's very wide of off stump, clubs it straight back past the bowler. He couldn't get the right hand down. Or did he? It's actually taking a bit of sting off it. I'll give Siraj credit he deserves. 10 runs off the over. 362 for the loss of 7. New Zealand's lead now 316. So, very long, roundabout way. What I'm trying to say here is, if India go on and win this, that would be the largest deficit ever.
Oh, right, yes, of course.
Australia holding that record at 291 runs.
New Zealand, obviously, if they keep going here, that's fine, but they've got to use time. Comes it. There's always, cricket is about the interplay of, as I've said, runs, wickets and time. And the aspect of time is more important than often people know and realise when you're actually playing the game. And New Zealand need to use time up as well as they get these runs, because yes, while they want to drive on and perhaps get a potential victory, that's a long way away yet, and there's long enough in the game at the moment that if India get going, they could actually get to this target of and then get into the positive again by knocking off this deficit. It's going to take them a while. New Zealand will slow the procedure down, I would think. They'll use their spinners more. They have to do that, but they will throw in sort of medium fast bowlers around them, so that you're not getting spinner and spinner at each end and bowling over after over very quickly. They'll do that, I'm sure. That's much more of a New Zealand kind of style of using your spinners, rather than relying on them, fully.
Bumrah to continue. 3 slips as Southey, the right-hander, waits, beating the outside edge of the bat once more, and understandably Bumrah just stands in the middle of the pitch, tries to get the eye contact of Southey. That one again just hitting the seam and nibbling away. One thing though, the last few overs, he's still a little bit in the surface for the new ball.
For the new ball, that's moved.
And no ball.
Now, Southey's facing.
Your car alarm's gone, Jerry.
Southey's facing.
Bumrah just overstepping. Ball held in 2 hands as he finally gets that run up going. Explodes into life over the last 5 or 6 paces. Releases full of length, chipped away to the onside. No run, is it? Arrives to mid-on.
Well, this is about 4 overs into the session, and Southeys, I would say, has faced the majority of the deliveries. Because he's finding it hard to hit and to get on off strike, and when he does, it's usually towards the end of the over, so he ends up facing a lot of the following over as well. There will come a point, just the same as with the spin, that he suddenly starts getting a bit more confidence with it. If he has that amount of luck, he might just find that he starts to heal in that sense as well. They're complaining about the ball, are they? Putting it through the 2 hoops to make sure that it's completely round, and back it goes to the bowler.
Yeah, no problem for umpire Rifle to get it through that ring, and Bumrah will have to make the most of the current ball. No change there. 363 for the loss of 7. The lead is 317. Live and exclusive coverage of India and New Zealand on talkSPORT 2 and SENZ Radio in New Zealand. Could be another late night for the Kiwi cricket fans who probably hung in the bitter end yesterday.
Well,
Southey gets him behind.
Well, we had a farmer, didn't we, down south?
Yeah, at about 11.
And I don't know what the time was. It was very late.
It was after 11.
Well, he was out in the paddocks and he was disking.
At 11 o'clock at night.
At night. I mean, I don't know what he does during the day with his farm, but he's obviously had a long day, fence posts, fixing those.
I know discus. I don't know much about disking.
Yeah, that's after
the Metro man that I am.
After you've ploughed.
After you've ploughed, what do you
do?
So
you're left with sort of sods and, clods of clay.
Chunks.
Chunks, exactly, if you want to use pineapple, usually for you.
I'm not sharing those with you, mate.
No. Oh, I don't get the chance.
Bite your hand off if you take one. There's a low full toss that goes under the bat. Was that a slow ball? Well, Southey's been defeated completely. No, 142.
Did he hit the stumps? He didn't hit the stumps, did he? Look, he was showing his fingers there. No, he's well out on the...
Pretty hard to hit the stumps from that wide on the crease, but it was a low full toss, and Southey just played over the top of it.
But so you then break those clods, or those chunks that you're calling them, of earth, in this case, up to make it much more smooth. So that's what the disc does.
Right.
Well, that's my understanding of it. And so...
Well, you are a man of the people and the earth. We know that, Jerry. But at 11 o'clock at night...
Yeah, well, that's right. I don't know.
I don't know if there's some advantage to doing it that late. Oh, an insomniac, or just wanted to listen to your dulcet tones. We'll go with the latter, shall we? We'll go with that. Absolutely.
Well, they do enjoy it.
Yeah.
They do enjoy it. There's no doubt about that. They like getting out in their tractor cab there. It's nice and warm.
Yeah. In the deep south.
So, it'd be interesting to know what our lads are doing tonight, that they're going to come out again.
Yeah, well,
Friday night. I can't think of anything better to do.
What are you doing on a Friday night?
Go out.
I'm going disking and listening to Jerry.
Disking, and that's right. I've got to do the carrots,
Wherever you may be listening, 8833 if you're in New Zealand, that's our text line. And of
88.
course, for those
3
listening / watching on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, you can also leave a comment there. Be kind to Jerry, though. 363. Really, as Bumrah pushes the ball down the leg side. Well taken. Good pace. 144.6. He's not happy with
one of the digits.
His middle finger on the right hand is at the seam has caused him some issues. He went full again, looking for the Yorker, which you've been encouraging. You are allowed to target the stumps. I apologise if we just dropped off there. I lost all sounder.
Yeah, there was a difference in my ears too.
Good pace, 145, 144, 142, 143 and 145 this over. He's got his tail up. He needs a wicket though. India need one. And Southey then gets a bottom edge. On the bounce, gets the ball to second slip. As you do. So that's Kane Williamson playing it late.
Yes, trying to run it through the slips. Yeah, that's right.
Just play it under my eyes.
There's a little gap there between second and third slip. I think I'll have a crack at that.
.363 for 7. Ravindra's 107 at the other end. And starved at the strike, really. As Bumrah in again. Bowles and Southey, a very late withdrawal. Wanted to play, pulled the bat out at the last. Delivers another awkward smile to end the over. 363 for 7.
Yeah, but there are little, just very nascent signs that Tim Southey is starting to even contemplate the leave. His initial, need is to want to play a shot, but then he's starting to leave. And at the moment, it's still just a wee bit late, but he's on the path, everybody, and I hope that he's able to start to just have a good look at the ball for a start, then just not even play a shot at all. That would be a new idea.
I need to stay focused.
Why? Are you not watching?
The Friday night action around New Zealand.
Oh.
This is exciting.
Okay, I knew it would be.
Message of silage. About there, didn't they? Old silage on a Friday night.
Right.
Here we go. Siraj continues from around the wicket, and Ravindra flicks the ball uppishly through square leg. Not in complete control, but such is the field, such is the dominance for which he is shown. The field is spread wide, and Jadeja's in the deep. He moves to 108, 364 for 7. Yes, we've got one.
I'm sorry, dear. I can't have a few beers. What I do, I want to go and play with my silage.
Yes. Hey guys, out bailing silage in the tractor.
Oh,
Brent from the Bay of Islands on a Friday night.
Whereabouts from?
It's Bay of Islands.
Bay of Islands, up north.
It's the type of thing Jarrod Kimber gets up to.
Yeah,
on a Friday night.
He does. He likes to play with silage. He likes growing things.
364 for the loss of 7 wickets. Here's a bouncer playing the hook stroke is Southey, defeated for pace, so it was quite high, sailed over his head. He actually looks to square leg, look, and the umpire trying to get some help. 364 for the loss of 7. I see lots of arms waving. Is that Jarrod trying to chime in that he does?
I think he's talking about a microphone, and would that be? Can you just nod, one of you, just to say, am I getting close to the answer?
I believe my microphone is now. There's been things plugged
in.
Unplugged.
That's what we will.
Yeah. The dulcet tones.
Here's Southey pulling a ball high over mid-wicket into the stands. Wow! What power! He's up to 65. It's 370 for the loss of 7.
Well, he's had a go at another one a couple of overs before, and in between there's been lots of play and misses. As soon as it's dragged down a little bit and it's in his arc, he goes from low to high, and certainly, well, we know he's got more sixes than Sehwag. Did you know that?
Yeah, I did, because I told you.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, yeah. Thanks for that.
We're actually on air.
Therefore, I'm not surprised you forgot.
It's always been our strength, Jerry. Yeah. We love talking to each other. We don't like listening. Here's a slower delivery that defeats Southey, waves the bat, and it balloons to cover. Very smart bowler. That's down to 98 Ks, and Southey goes caught. Regulation catch, but job incredibly well done by the former New Zealand Test captain. He has played a hugely important role. 65 of 73 balls. He goes, caught off the bowling of Siraj, who has a little word for him on the way, probably out of frustration more than his genuine thoughts on Southey, but there's the breakthrough. That has been a very long time coming.
Yeah, well, I mean, Tim Southey walks off with a score of 65 off 73 deliveries and a strike rate sort of nearly 90 beside his name. He's used to that strike rate. That's nothing new for him, but the 65 is. That's the different number. And for the New Zealand bottom order, after the top 4 had capitulated a little bit in the first part of the first session of the day, they needed something like that, and Southey, from the expected uncertainty like a newborn colt on his feeble legs, grew kind of an extra leg against the spinners and started playing well. He couldn't quite get through after lunch once with the new ball, a whole idea of facing a faster bowler. But he was starting to think about the leave and so on. We've seen the trademark pull shot a couple of times, and overall 65 has done very nicely, thank you. And I hope that Tim Southey can grow from this innings and say, look, actually I think I can bat it all right as well. And I hope a lot of New Zealanders will agree with that.
Hey, Jez Patel, the new batter, the left-hander, his 3 slips behind him as Siraj bowls. He leaves nicely outside of off stump, around 4th stump line. Frustration from Jarrell, puts his hands to his forehead, but that's a pretty good leave. Jarrod, I'm not sure you would have had on your first test bingo card Tim Southey to outscore the Indian team by 19 runs himself in the first innings.
And then gets sent off by Siraj as well, which is one of the more pointless sendings off in history. But I do like the fact that Jeremy's gone all the way back to Tim Southey, the beginning of his career, to go, see, we told you he could bat. If he just takes his batting more seriously, look what he can do. Have you learned nothing, Jeremy Coney?
What? Ajaz Patel defends to backward point. Jerry's always looking to learn. He's rocked up today with the thesaurus.
Oh, thanks, teachers.
And I thought,
my didactic pair beside me.
You know every word ever written. You don't need a thesaurus,
Well,
man.
not Norwegian ones.
Well, not yet.
It's not a Norwegian thesaurus. Not yet, anyway.
No, I mean, it is incredible
That's
that entire partnership, because at the start of that partnership, if India would have gone through at that point, I think they would have been thinking to themselves, you know what, we might still be able to get a lead here, and the weather stays away, we've got a chance. And now there's just absolutely no chance. They're just obliterated from this game.
Well, the interesting thing now for me is that he's been joined by Ajaz, and Ajaz can actually defend. I'm not sure about the quicker bowlers. We'll find that out shortly. But certainly against the spin bowlers, he's got quite a good sort of history of playing defensive innings against them.
From around the wicket, Boomer bowls up full wide, trying to drive square as Ravindra goes past the outside edge. I must admit, they've played him about 10, 12 times since the start of the season.
But hasn't it been interesting that Southey has dominated the strike so much in the last kind of 4 or 5 overs that Ravindra's hardly faced at all? And so I hope he hasn't kind of lost the pace and the timing that he's played with, because it's been absolutely blazing. And so let's see how he goes as well. You don't want to sort of force him to restart.
Bumrah bouncing in again. Beating Ravindra outside of off stump, feet going nowhere, pushes forward. And I can understand why. There are so many hands on heads in that cordon.
Just interesting that the ball's just dropping a little bit, isn't it? It's this morning it was flying through it at incredible pace. I know that last one was a cutter, but we've seen just a few balls not make it all the way through, or just make it through to the keeper. And that slower ball a minute ago, that almost stopped in the wicket. Tim Southey could have actually walked down and picked that up as it bounced. It was so slow. So this wicket has changed in the last, hour and a half. And it's a very good pitch to bat on now.
Ravindra on 108. He flicks a ball away from middle stump, handsomely up towards mid-on. No run.
It has changed quickly before, though, hasn't it, Jarrod? I mean, to go from the pitch that when New Zealand bowled and the sun coming out, and it changed when India bowled. India certainly have had, not the better part of the actual surface in terms of response from the faster bowlers, certainly. And I'm just thinking about New Zealand. They'll need these runs. They've scored 165 in the first session. That's a lot of runs just in one session. I know it's slightly extended, but it's still a lot of runs.
Driving into the covers this time is Ravindra, just to the right of the cover field. And they'll shoot through for a run. 109 to Achin Ravindra, 371 for 8.
And I'm thinking if New Zealand were capable of doing that, including one of a lower order player in Southey, then 2 top order Indian players, once the shine goes off the new ball and it stops a little bit of that movement that you would expect, India can score at a decent rate in a clip as well. There's no doubt about that in my mind. And they will get someone or two, there'll be some partnership somewhere that they will really nail it.
Bumrah 1 for 41. This is his 19th over from around the wicket. Oh, it's very full and dug out. And dug back, if that makes sense, as it squeezes under the bat and trickles towards the cordon. Ravindra goes down to Ajaz Patel. Tries to give him some encouragement. And you have the breakthrough. The partnership worth 137. Achin Ravindra and Tim Southey.
It's incredible.
Dion Nash and Daniel Vittori's stand of 137, the highest against India. Sorry, Jarrod.
No, I was just going to say 371 for 8, and Bumrah still has 1 for 41 with the ball to go in his 19th over.
Here is that last ball, and onto the front foot. pushing up towards mid-off. The end of the over. New Zealand's lead is 325.
I mean, he really is just a different level of bowler. I'm interested in what you guys, how high would you have him on the list of the all-format bowlers? So obviously Glenn McGrath and Joel Garner are very high on that list, and Dale Steyn not too far away. But how high would you have Bumrah at this stage, Jeremy?
I would put him virtually at the top, I think. I would. I think he's, because it's not only in terms of preventing from economy, but also which obviously Joel Garner I would think would be very high, but also just wicket taking ability at any phase basically of a bowling innings. So that's great as a captain if you can just say, gee, we really need a wicket. Who's playing? Oh yeah,
Jasper's here. We're okay.
Come up.
It worked okay in the World Cup final,
from that
didn't
point
it?
of view. Yeah.
There's a slashing drive, catching the outside edges at Siraj appeals, celebrates, wicket taken. Rachin Ravindra looking around, he's uncertain. He's been given out. If he's uncertain, why not? You've got 3 reviews remaining and only 1 wicket. Do the maths.
There was a noise there, but I'm not sure it completely synced up. I don't know if it came through for you guys. It just looked like to me there was something slightly off.
We have a player review for a catch behind. Original decision.
He's
out
certainly
field.
puzzled, wasn't he? But if we looked at him, and he said, I didn't feel anything.
Can have a look at front
Could
top,
be
please.
a rogue bat handle creak.
Well, let's see. So wide of off stump, it's there to hit. Trying to play it sort of square as he.
Okay, just rock that back.
I think he's missed it.
So often
Ball
does.
passes close to the outside edge. Can we have a look at Aldridge, please?
Gee, it looks as if there's air between. He's looking to hit it quite sort of cover with a slightly angled bat, but it looks as if there's air between the ball.
Can you see it?
And the edge of, yeah, I can. Well, it's the light.
Well, now there's a noise.
Ultra edge. That is the
noise late.
Have a look at this. This is interesting.
That is.
I think this
Joe, that is a very weak.
Look at that
squiggle on ultra edge, isn't it? But it's registered.
Yeah, but when's it register?
Yeah, they might give this out, but I think this is more likely to be foot on ground or bat hand.
Again, please.
I just don't think that's an edge.
I've got this, but it's after the ball's gone past the bat.
Yes, he's well done, third up.
Ball.
Is that Mr. Illingworth?
So I'm going to have to ask Michael to reverse his decision to not out.
Well done,
Michael.
And Jarrod Kimber too.
You're on screen now.
Pick that one perfectly.
It just didn't sync up, even live, and the fact that Rachin Ravindra was so put off by it, there was something not quite right. Nothing against the umpire for giving that out though, because there was a noise, wasn't there? We all heard a noise, and certainly there was a mark there. So I'm not having a go at the umpire at all, but it felt off.
Well, even the review was a little bit odd, wasn't it? Like, he was uncertain, looking around. So. Of course, Willow Rawkson next. I completely forgot about the towering Kantad fast bowler. And I said there's only 1 wicket left. But the O'Rourke family forgives me. Siraj bowling. This one goes past the outside edge, just nipping away this time. Similar type stroke. Attempted from Ravindra. Right, he's just sort of battling a little bit post-lunch. Seeing a replay. As they have the sound effects of the crowd enjoying what they thought was the 9th New Zealand wicket to fall. Wasn't to be. Richard Illingworth, the TV umpire. Making the call shorter this time, wide of off stump and trying to pull, but hits it too straight up towards mid-on where the Indian captain fields.
got a big chance today, don't we, of seeing O'Rourke potentially double his career runs. I don't think he has many, does he? You don't get to see that much in Test cricket. What's he got? He's got 4. I thought he had 2. Maybe getting up to 8 is asking for too much. Well, I couldn't.
They weren't memorable.
The only reason I looked it up is I can't remember him ever having faced a ball. He's faced 63 balls for his 4 runs. Sounds fun.
There's a lovely foot stroke, just punching the ball away to Jadeja in the deep. A single takes Ravindra to 110, 372 for the loss of 8 wickets. The lead is 326. Jarrod Kimber, what's your average Friday night activity?
You're seeing it now. It's me looking at, O'Rourke's batting record. Yeah. So at the moment, I'm now looking up the fact he has a strike rate in first-class cricket of 24. So I usually do that at about 9 p.m. on a Friday night, and then probably by about 11 o'clock, I'm looking at stats from the, 1910, that sort of period, maybe 1890s if it's a really big night.
Oh, Ajaz Patel, what a glorious cover drive. Leaning into it, didn't overhit. It speeds the ball away to the rope for 4. He's off the mark, 376 for 8. And I think just to Jarrod's point, this is quite a nice surface. Shots like that.
Well, the master and the apprentice. The apprentice is learning quickly.
Maybe a nicer shot than we saw from Glenn Phillips earlier. Slightly more balanced.
Now he tries to take a ball from 5th stump and whip it through the onside. He plays and misses through to the keeper. The end of the over. The lead is 330. It's 376 for the loss of 8. Ravindra 110. Ajaz Patel.
Why did you ask the question about what he does on a Friday night? Is it personal?
It's Friday night in New Zealand. We were asking what New Zealanders are up to on a Friday night, Jerry. That conversation we had all of 8 minutes ago. Evening, lads, coming in loud and clear around Rotherham, North Canterbury. Night shift on the milk tankers. Hey? Pretty exciting Friday night.
Well, yes. If you like to play with milk tankers.
My memory of my family growing up in dairy country is that milk tankers don't smell particularly good.
No.
It's not always milk and beer, very nice things, but sometimes the making of them...
Depends how old it is, doesn't it, really? Yeah.
So change. Kuldeep Yadav back into the attack. Left-arm spinner. 1 for 84. Of 17 overs. He's gone at nearly 5 runs and over. We thought he bowled quite well yesterday. That second hour of the first session went. Figures are blown out somewhat. So it's with a ball that kicks very low, shoots on. Big appeal for LBW, not out. Is it missing leg stump? They do have a review remaining. Maybe most alarming about this is how low this kept. It was very short. Ravindra's back very early, Jarrod.
Looks good to me. I don't know about maybe slipping down leg side. They're much worse.
Yeah, that was the only thing.
Here's a bit of a shocker. Pushed very wide of off stump, spinning further away. Should be called wide and is. 377 for the loss of 8.
I don't want to use the Y word.
Did he hit it?
Oh, that's out, isn't it? That's just going to hit the
base.
That's
hitting leg stump.
About a third the way up. That's.
I mean, it might have hit the. Oh.
Here is a huge slog. Sweet. What? 10, 12 rows back. 383 for 8.
This over.
The 11th 6 of the innings.
This over's crazy. We've seen a ball roll along the ground that should have been given out. The only way it was missing the stumps, that other ball, is if it was going under them. We then had a wide. We've had a wide, and then the next one he's tossed up a beautiful ball, and Ratchet just thought to himself, I wonder if I could hit this over the grandstand. It's remarkable.
He's 116. Goes back, punches straight at this time through mid-on to the boundary fielder, who is Virat Kohli. 384 for 8.
It's a good example, isn't it? He's learned very quickly. about the shorter ball. I can't play across it too much. The first one that he's missed. Is that hitting? Yeah, it's hitting leg stump.
It's
quite low down.
Yeah.
It wasn't going
there was
over.
a reason why I got carried away with the LBW shout. It was a pretty good shout, that's why. Here's a wrong, and that spins a long way back from outside off. I think that's missing leg stump. They're going to have a little chat amongst themselves.
This
They
is
didn't
the one.
review against the guy on 111, and are they going to review against the number 10?
This is the one you
This must be
review.
driving Rohit Sharma.
Oh,
yeah, sorry, go.
No, I was just going to say, this is the one you reviewed because you now realise you should have reviewed the last one. So it's actually well done there that Rohit Sharma's just managed to pull that back, because I think he was thinking to himself, maybe we should, but I think that was only going to clip.
That's a good shout. He's back, finger up, no doubt about that. From what we can see, lots of nodding in the commentary box.
He's reviewed it.
Patel, though, is going to review.
TV umpire to director, we have player review for
Maybe
original on-field decision.
One New Zealand eye open. Has he got outside of offside?
Placement, and it's a fair delivery.
I don't think so. But
can have a look at
I
front
think that's
on,
what
please.
Ajaz Patel is hoping, Jarrod. He's been given out LBW.
Honestly, I mean, that's the sort of LBW that when we watched that the first time, I just thought he could almost have walked for that, but it is maybe just outside the line, but it might be
just
umpire's
drop that
call
back, please.
on that. So
You can rock
good on
it
him.
back.
It's not a bad review, this at all. He did miss that ball by
roll through,
17
nice and
inches.
slowly. Yeah, clearly pad first, so we can go to.
There was obviously
ball
a
tracking when
single
ready, please.
just around square leg umpire, because that's where he was actually looking to play that ball.
That might have been where he was looking as he was playing that ball, Jeremy.
He would have missed that with a tennis racket. Yeah, he's missed it by a long way. Let's see the ball. Spins
pitching
back.
outside line.
Impact.
Impact,
Umpire's call.
Wickets hitting.
Look, fair
Go
play
back
to him.
to ball on
Good
field
review,
to stay with his
because he
original
never
decision.
actually saw the ball when it was
Out.
delivered, and he was still, close enough
Paul, you're on
to
screen.
review it. But yeah, he's missed that wrong and not picked it, and good bowling there. And well done to Kuldeep, because this over started very weirdly, and he has brought it back.
Who said Test cricket's boring? This has been a fascinating couple of days. Bar watching the rain fall on day one, of course. Let's expunge that from the memory. Gee, there's been a lot of talking points. 384 for the loss of 9. Patel, LBW, bowled Kuldeep for 4.
Well, this is exciting now. Will O'Rourke, remember, test strike rate of 6. Hey, this is what Jeremy lives for. This is his Friday night. Watching a tail ender just block it out.
Yes.
As long as it's single digit, I'm interested.
He's hard to get out. 5 not outs in 7 innings.
I tell you what,
He's the wall.
If he brings out a sweep shot, a reverse sweep here, we will see a tear on Mr. Coney's face. will he put the pressure back on the Indian bowler?
I don't think he will. I haven't seen a cross-bat stroke from Will O'Rourke yet. It's generally push forward.
Looking at his numbers, it doesn't look like he's ever played one, if we're being honest.
Well, I do love his sequence of scores in Test cricket. Who's the Sri Lankan talent? Is Huru Kumara? Incredible run of single-figure scores for a long time. But Will O'Rourke's 0 not out, 0 not out, 0 not out, 2 not, 2 not out, 0 not out. He got 2 in the first innings against Sri Lanka and 2 not out in the first innings against Sri Lanka in the second test. I don't think we remember that, because most New Zealanders were angry that New Zealand had crumbled away, capitulated in both those innings.
I don't know if you guys have just seen his bat. His bat is the perfect tail-ender's bat. There are cherries all over it and not a single one in the middle.
Excellent. 384 for 9 from around the wicket, and he plays down the wrong line to a googly. Interesting angles for him to get his head around. That did spin a long way. Successful over, very eventful over too from Kuldeep at the end of the over. 384 for the loss of 9. Rachin Ravindra's 117. O'Rourke yet to get off the mark. New Zealand have extended the lead of 299 at lunch now to 338, although they've lost Southey and Patel along the way. We'll hand now to Jon Norman. Stay with us. Plenty more Test match cricket to come here on day 3.
Thank you very much, Daniel McHardy and Jeremy Coney. Welcome to listeners on talkSPORT 2 in the UK, SENZ on a Friday night in New Zealand, where I'm sure it's busy on the K Road in Auckland, and also on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the English Football League. talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the EFL. talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League.
Well, if you don't know that we're the official broadcaster of the Premier League
I think we
by
are.
now, you never will do. 384 for 9 as Ravindra. I've got a question for Jarrod.
Is it about whether we're the official partner of the Premier League? Because I'd like to know now.
I believe the answer is yes to that, but I will get clarification.
I'll be asleep for 24 hours. I've got that tomorrow.
Oh yeah, you're at St James's Park tomorrow,
yes,
aren't you?
Newcastle Brighton tomorrow. I've got that game, so yeah, I thought I'd be asleep for 24 hours.
By the time Daniel McHardy and Jeremy Coney come back, unless something extraordinary happens, they will be commentating on India batting, you'd feel. 9 down now, New Zealand. At 384 for 9, a centurion, Rashin Ravindra, 4 away from being the top number 4 batter in India for New Zealand. The highest score by a New Zealand number 4, that is. He's 117, and William O'Rourke yet to get off the mark. Got a question for you, Jarrod, and it's probably one I should know the answer to. But if you look at the scorecard, all the 9 of the 11 New Zealanders are listed by their surnames. As Siraj is in, round the wicket to the left-hander Ravindra, who plays this with a straight-back pass the bowler and refuses the singles. So he stays on strike. The 2 exceptions to the rule are Rashin Ravindra, who is listed as R. Ravindra, and Ajaz Patel, who's listed as Ajaz. Why is that? I think I know the answer, but I'm just wondering if...
I'm not.
Siraj again, down the track, short delivery, and this is pulled to the mid-wicket region, and Rashin Ravindra will come back for a second. He moves to 119, the score 386 for 9.
Is it a player's preference to what name he has on the back?
Yes, so they would have said what they want to be called, so that is correct. But there's a lot of different naming protocols in Indian society depending on the background that you have. R. Ravindra would, and I'm not sure, but that to me almost sounds like a Tamil one. So R. Ashwin would be the other version of that. And a lot of players whose names are Patel and Singh usually go by their first name, not their second name.
Here's Siraj Fuller, and Ravindra picks up another boundary. Drags this ball wide of the crease towards mid-wicket. It's one of his favoured areas on the track, and it's been one of the most impressive things, especially against the spinners. He's more than happy to play wide deliveries to the offside, as you'd expect, but also because he's so used to creating his own space against the spinners, he can pull the ball straight through that big expanse at mid-wicket. And this is how we're going to see things now. O'Rourke's not going to face too many deliveries. Ravindra's going to farm the strike, and he's going to go for quick runs. Jarrod Kimber.
Yeah, so there's so many different regions and so many different, names and naming styles in India. I wouldn't want to 100% go out on a limb and say that's what it is, but that would be my guess. And as Harmy said, players are allowed to request how their name appears. And I know there are a lot of players who don't like the way their name appears in certain places, and I'll tell you some stories from Crick Info, actually.
This is wide and chipped up and over. Point for another boundary. The fielder's just come in. 2 balls remaining in the over, and essentially India want to keep Ravindra on strike. They do not want him to be facing the first ball of the next over. Ravindra has just thrown his bat as Siraj tries to hide the ball. Essentially, he's bowling full and wide, and this is almost one-day cricket, and he's got the ball. He's squeezed the ball through a top edge to the right and over. Point and away for another 4 runs. 127 not out. Ravindra
did well to reach that, let's be honest.
Last ball of the over, short, and on the pull, in control though, Ravindra. He doesn't try and keep the ball down, or if he does, he doesn't manage to, but really flies into a vacant area, just 10 metres or so in front of fine leg, and comes through for a single. That means he will take strike at the start of the next over.
It's not often you see a hook shot that is essentially for one. That's what he was trying to do there. But yeah, just to get to the names, so players change their names so often, and one of the bigger problems is as they come through cricket, a lot of the cricket boards don't always ask what names they want to go by. So for instance, it was a few years ago that Ashwin was known as Ravi Ashwin on certain scorecards, despite the fact that he's never been Ravi Ashwin, and people started calling him that around the world. So I know that Murali was very upset with Cricinfo for a long time because his name was spelt differently. But during his career, if you look at Murali's career, it was spelt 4 different ways or 3 different ways.
Oof, I tell you what, Kuldeep Yadav has come very, very close to picking up a wicket. We've had a very strange over from the left-arm wrist spinner a couple of overs back, where he should have got Ravindra out, LBW. It's a ball that kept very, very low. Ravindra was rock back, short delivery on the pull, missed it by quite some distance, and it hit Ravindra on the thigh, but they didn't review the on-field not-out call. This is wider, well wide, spinning away from Ravindra, and given as a wide as well. But that last delivery it kept low essentially, and Ravindra was through with the shot, but it beat both bat and wicket, and was deflected by keeper and slip. No run though. Down the track, Ravindra, handsome shot. This is one of the best shots we've seen from the bat of the youngster. Sails into the crowd at mid-wicket, and he moves to 134, and New Zealand go past 400 on a pitch where they skittled India for 46. New Zealand in reply, 402 for 9.
Great footwork from Rachin Ravindra. He stayed back quite a bit in the last sort of 10-15 minutes, trying to play sweep shots and cut shots, but this time great footwork.
Loop again, top edge. This has gone high in the sky. It should be out. It is out. Caught behind the stumps by the keeper Jarrod, who had to essentially walk towards leg gully. There's a shake of the hand from a couple of the Indian fielders. They come in to just give Ravindra a pat on the back and say well done, because boy oh boy, the innings has come to a close, but it's one that will live long in the memory banks. Kuldeep Yadav finally has his man. KL Rahul now coming over to Rachin Ravindra. Mohammad Siraj as well. It's lovely to see such moments as Ravindra makes his way from the field. The crowd on their feet. I'm not sure it's a coming-of-age innings, because he's already produced in white ball cricket.
Has he already come of age?
Well, he
does have a test match double century, doesn't he?
Against South Africa D.
Okay,
I think this
enough,
one.
yeah.
I think this one is.
This is coming of age year.
I think this is.
Is this like Ian Bell, where every year we're going to see a new coming of age from Ravindra?
I think he's announced himself on the world stage. If you go to India and you score 100 the way he's just scored 100, I think now you're more or less saying I'm an established international top-end cricketer.
Didn't he do that in the World Cup?
Yeah,
he was one of the leading scorers
in the World Cup. Yeah, that's in.
That's what I mean.
That's in 50-over cricket. This is in Test match cricket. This is in the Chinnaswamy in the heat of battle against Bumrah, Siraj, best team in probably the best team in the world at this minute in time in their own back garden. And this is a fantastic innings. His timing, his touch was exemplary. His footwork, his balance, everything that went in it, especially at the start of his innings when players were struggling to get the grips of the wicket, and the wicket was too pierced to hit through the line of the ball. He had everything. He played the spin very, very well. He used his crease very well to spin, to play horizontal bat shots, whether it was the sweep shot or the late cut. And then whenever the ball from the spinner, Kuldeep or Ashwin especially, were thrown above the eye line, he was quick down a wicket, bang, straight into the crowd. It was a brilliant innings, and one I think New Zealand cricket will be talking a lot about for years and years to come. 134 of 157 balls for Rachin Ravindra, and whatever you think, whether he's a coming of age or just announcing himself, it was one hell of an innings and put New Zealand in an unbelievable position. 356 runs ahead. What a position to be in at the end of the first innings.
Jarrod's just annoyed that he didn't get to see William O'Rourke bat.
Well,
let's call it for what it is. One delivery isn't enough for Jarrod. It's unsatiable. What do you do on a Friday night, Jarrod?
You see if his trousers are any longer.
I didn't check his trousers, and now I am. Now that's annoyed me more. He wasn't even out there long enough. But can I just say, the one ball that he faced, he did miss by about the same distance that we are from the ball in London.
How far up his legs do you think his trousers will go if he unfurled a sweep shot? They'd reach his knees, I think.
Be interesting to see him do a hamstring stretch when he's touching his toes. You might see his knees.
Well, look, that was something special, wasn't it? I didn't actually say it was a coming of age innings, Bowler.
You did?
No, I didn't.
You said, is that a coming of age?
No, I didn't.
What did you say?
I said it's not quite a coming of age
Yeah.
innings. But there you go. I didn't say it was a coming of age.
I know, but
innings.
I went with it because it's fun.
You're absolutely fine to. I mean, cricket is quite a long sport, played out over days.
We woke up very early this morning. If you expect me to listen to every word you say, where's your thesaurus? At least Coney brings a thesaurus in with him. You're just going off the top of your head.
And I was talking Norwegian yesterday.
Coney is a thesaurus. We've been remarking that looking at the scorecard, and every time you see India bowled out for 46, it's like your brain buffers. When you then stick 402 next to it, it's like a double buffer. I mean, that's an odd-looking scorecard. But you only have to go back 2 hours or so, and you kind of felt like India were kind of like in a position where, well behind the game. I mean, you've been following some of the odds, Jarrod.
Yeah, I think there was a point at which they got to about 20 to 1, I think, on some of the bookies. And I was thinking to myself, okay, they were, 250, 260 behind at that point. And I'm thinking, okay, the weather is the biggest issue with that, really. But there's no reason why India can't make 400 now and end up with a 150-run lead, right? And then it's on New Zealand, and who knows what happens. That's no longer possible, John. Do you know what I mean? Now, they would have to score... the only way for India to win now is for them to score 500, and then there's not enough time left in the game with the amount of rain that we're expecting. So and that was all that Southee partnership. That Tim Southee, again, every 15 years or so, pretending he's an all-rounder, has come in quite handy.
Yesterday, I'm not sure if it was on air or off air, but I asked the question: how many runs did New Zealand have to score for India to be definitely out of this game? And you replied immediately 350. As a lead. Well, they've got a lead of 356. Right?
And India are out of the game. Right?
India are out
of the game now.
I mean, there's no chance. Boy, the weather and the fact that this pitch is actually doing, especially with the newer ball. I mean, we saw, for the last 20 overs of the 80, it got soft. India only have got 2 seamers, so they had to hold Bumrah and Siraj back for the second new ball. And, New Zealand absolutely weighed in. But again, that's down to Rashid Ravindra reading the room and Tim Southee playing how Tim Southee can play. But, to get to the 60 over mark is going to be a challenge because, of course, these are conditions, especially with that variable bounce now.
Well, that's what I think this is. In many ways, the pitch is playing better now than it ever has. Tim Southee makes 60. I think we have to admit that the pitch has played a part in that. However, there is now, every now and again, a ball keeping low. And that's all Ajaz Patel really needs, isn't it, Harmy? He just needs one every now and again to keep low.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what we've found in this game is that the new ball is the key. Bang, there you go. That's the first passage of play. Get you through 20, 15, 20, 25 overs. And then it just seems the mornings, first thing in the morning, there seems to be a lot more happening in that. I don't know if it's an earlier start or that first hour of a morning. There just seems to be something there for the whether it's the sort of dew factor or there's been moisture around from the overnight. There is something there. The ball's moving off the surface, and then it flattens out a little bit. Thought the Southee partnership was a brilliant partnership, and to be fair, all Tim Southee did was he played straight. He stood there, big tall man, hit the ball at the top of the bounce in defence, and then when India came to him, which was either overpitched or he fancied coming down the ground, he got a quick stride in and This is what Tim Southey's he's quite good at. He hits the ball straight, correct. There must be something wrong with Jasprit Bumrah for him not to be bowling. I couldn't understand that. But taking off and away, Rachin Ravindra, I thought he paced his innings absolutely brilliant. I thought his timing when he was batting with the middle order, then the lower middle order, and then when he came in with the bowlers, trusting Southey the way he did, and then exploding when Jaz Patel and Will O'Rourke came in. I said before that his test scores in test cricket, 240 against South Africa in Mount Maunganui. Yes, it was against South Africa's D side. 240 is a hell of a lot of runs, and then to go and score 134 in the Chinnaswamy against Jadeja, Ashwin, Kuldeep, Siraj and Bumrah. That is a wonderful innings, and you're right. I think India are in a position where they're going to have to bat for 2 days to save the game with no real chance of winning it.
Quick look through the bowling scorecard. Jasprit Bumrah, 19 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 41. Mohammad Siraj, 18 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 84. Both of those two taking wickets early on day 3. Siraj with the dismissal of Mitchell for 18, caught in the gully. Blundell went for just 5. He was caught at second slip. This is in a period of the game where the ball was doing a bit, as Harmy made mention, morning session. And New Zealand, who'd started the day 180 for 3, were suddenly 233 for 7 before that partnership that we made mention between Ravindra and Southey. Ravichandran Ashwin, 16 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 94. Kuldeep Yadav, 18.3 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 99. And actually there's a point to be made here. Only 3 maidens between the 3 spinners. Jadeja 3 for 72, held back too long, 20 overs. Yeah, that's 20 overs from Jadeja at 18 and 16. That's 38, 48. That's 54. Nearly 55 overs and only 3 maidens. That's not. What does that tell you about this pitch?
I think that tells you how well Rachin Ravindra played. I really do think that's how well he played. I thought his rotation of strike was excellent. He never really got bogged down once. It was a quiet passage when Darryl Mitchell got stuck a little bit. Blundell came in and Phillips got sort of tangled in the web. Phillips got 14 off 18 balls, but he had a couple of sixes in that. I think that tells you how well Ravindra used the crease, rotation of strike, got out to the pitch of the ball and play the ball through mid-wicket and through extra cover to rotate strike. I look at them bowling figures, and you're right, John. I think Jadeja came in far too late in the piece. I think the big thing for Rohit Sharma is he had to use Jasprit Bumrah because he got bowled out for 46. He had to use Jasprit Bumrah for far too much, far too early in that contest, in that first innings, and he probably didn't want to risk him coming back to bowl at the tail because of possibly from Rohit Sharma's point of view, the horse had bolted, and maybe the game was just a little bit far-fetched to try and bring the great man back into the contest when he didn't really have a great deal of legs left.
The cameras rather picked up on the fact that Bumrah appeared to be nursing an injury to possibly his middle finger on his bowling hand. I'm not sure whether he got that fielding. We are on camera.
I was going to say, I was going to do it, and then I remember the camera was there.
So we'll have a look at that, keep an eye on that. But what we do know is that Tim Southey is about to bowl, and a little bit of shape into the left-handed Jaiswal, who comes forward and just on the move and on the drive, just clips this ball to square leg. The Indian second innings here on talkSPORT 2 in the UK, SENZ in New Zealand, and on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel is underway. I'm not sure the last time India faced a deficit of 356 or more. I'm sure Gary Morgan, our scorer, will be able to let me know that. Just the 2 slips in place, full delivery, and Jaiswal is eager to get on with things. There's a statement shot, an airy shot, not too far past the outside edge either. That will keep New Zealand interested. Touch of movement past the left-hander. And India, it appears, are going to try and get on the front foot. Yet to get off the mark in the second innings. New Zealand bowled out about 15 minutes ago for 402. And Southey opening the bowling, back in. And this is played defensively by Jaiswal. Get off the mark. But the ball is actually deviated back past the stumps and away for a single. I'll have to see a replay of that. But Southey just getting a touch of shape with the new ball, as you'd expect.
Yeah, good shape from Southey, good areas as well. Back onto sort of middle and off stump. Asking questions of Jaiswal, who wants to get on with it. He's more comfortable when he's coming at the ball. Quiet one in the first innings, 13 off 63 balls. New Zealand bowl really well, on helpful conditions, I must add.
There's 3 slips in place for Rohit Sharma, full delivery. It snakes towards the off stump and Sharma's forward, pushing this ball into the covers. And he, like Jaiswal, gets off the mark in the first over of the second innings. India 2 without loss.
Rohit Sharma's had a tough time in the field. I think he's been, because of the way Ravindra batted, I think he was given a run around as captain. I don't think Ashwin was at his best in this game. Every time Kuldeep Yadav threw the ball above the eye line, it seems like New Zealand had a plan to run down the wicket and belt him into whichever stand they fancied.
Yes, there was some fielding mishaps from Sharma as Southey's past the umpire beats Jaiswal, who plays inside the line. No run. We saw a catch go down at first slip, catch go down at leg slip from Sharma yesterday, and then there was that bizarre overthrows at mid-wicket as well, wasn't there?
He gave Tim Southey the easiest 4 runs he's ever had. It was a lovely forward defence from Tim Southey. He blocked it straight to cover, and I'm not sure he deserved 4, but he got him towards his 50.
Last ball of the over then from the former skipper of New Zealand. 50 with the bat, a wicket in first innings, and he pulls a defensive shot from the bat of Jaiswal. So, end of the first over. Thoughts at the end of that 6 deliveries. Will it be William O'Rourke or Matt Henry, do you think, who would take the new ball with Tim Southey? It was O'Rourke in first innings. I imagine it will be the same in second. Is that right?
No, Henry, I would imagine. Yeah,
Henry
took it, and I would imagine Henry will go again. I think the wickets. Looking at the surface, the big screen in front of me, and it looks, the cracks on it look as though they're getting wider and wider, and they're opening up, and that's something that I'm sure Will O'Rourke and Matt Henry, especially, 2 bowlers who more hit the surface rather than Tim Southey sort of runs up, pitches up and tries to kiss the surface. But Henry's, the way he's gone so far, he brought his 100th test wicket in that first innings. Everything he did, it went unbelievably well for him. An unbelievable catch down at fine leg, and he bowled fantastically well. What did he get? 5 for 15 off his 13 overs in that first innings.
Yeah, it's been a nigh on perfect test match for New Zealand so far, as Henry is in. 3 slips in place and a gully for Rohit Sharma, who is again just taking a step down the track. It zipped around a lot in the morning session, but the pitch just seemed to slow under the sun as it went on. We've had a little bit of variable bounce. There was some deliveries that kept low yesterday, and we saw a few today, but then when Bumrah was bowling, every now and again one seemed to just leap up off a length, so that's not what you want as a batter, as Sharma is forward and just plays this to the fielder at mid-wicket, who collects it and throws at the stumps at the non-strikers. I think Sharma would have been home. That really would have just capped off the test.
Yeah, I think
run himself out.
I think if I was Rohit Sharma, I'd have got home from then. I think he'd just gone, shook everybody's hands as I'd walking off and just say, see you later. I'll see you next week in Pune. But yeah, I mean, the first 2 balls from Matt Henry, 2 very good areas. I think the difference between this innings and the last innings was a little more zip in that first innings with the moisture and the air that was about.
Struck on the pads is Jaiswal, but this looks to have pitched outside leg stump from Henry, who is bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. 3 without loss, India. Gary Morgan has just got in touch, our scorer here on talkSPORT and SENZ. New Zealand lead of 356 is the joint 4th biggest lead by a touring side in India, and the 3rd best by a team batting 2nd. Thank you, Gary. The highest, 490. Wow. Jaiswal just steps away from the crease, movement behind the bowler's arm, but Henry was
in there, wasn't he? He was about to let that go. He was definitely about to get into the bound, and it could have been dangerous for Jaiswal if he was backing away.
There's something Prince-like about Jaiswal, a Ganguly-esque kind of way about his facial expressions that I hadn't really noticed before, but certainly there seemed there. And there was no apology to the bowler, that's for sure. Pitched up, and this ball is squeezed between gully and backward point. Glenn Phillips, wow, all action as he dashes towards the boundary, turns and throws the ball back towards the stumps at the striker's end.
Like steeplechase, wasn't it?
Played with soft hands there. Did Jaiswal, and the reason I'm laughing is that, yeah, you're right, it was like steeplechase because it was fielded at backward point. Glenn Phillips at gully, hurdling over the backward point fielder who put in a decent stop. That would have been 4 otherwise. Running away on the gallop to collect the ball and throw it back. That means it's just a single. Brings Rohit back on strike, down the leg side. No run, 4 without loss here on talkSPORT 2 and SENZ. India giving up 356 on first innings, bowled out for 46. In reply, New Zealand throughout the morning and into the afternoon, 402, the bedrock of that innings. Quite wonderful, not coming of age. 100 by Rashin Ravindra, 134. He was last man out, and now it's over to India. Can they save the game? Henry again, no movement there. Rohit forward, resolute in defence. No scares from that over. The first from Matt Henry, who picked up 5 for 15 in first dig. And it'll be Jaiswal to face the first ball of Tim Southey's second over. Can he set the tone in a manner that we saw in first innings? That dismissal of Rohit Sharma when bowling in as friendly conditions for pace bowling as you're going to get in India, I would suggest. Moisture in the pitch, new ball, overheads, rain in and around the stadium, and no expectation, I suppose. As Southey is in, this is left alone by Jaiswal. It's not a million miles away from the stumps. A little murmur from the New Zealand fielders, and it would have taken it out of the Indians. I mean, they weren't in the field for that long. New Zealand went at such a rate. They were only in the field for 91 overs. It was that period between 65 and 80 that New Zealand really hit the accelerator.
Yeah, they didn't let any of the Jadeja possibly, but they didn't really let any of the spin bowlers, like you mentioned, 3 maidens between them all. Didn't let any of the spin bowlers settle in.
Here is Southey again. This is a little tempter for Jaiswal. It's pitched up, it's at drivable length, it's there to be hit, but Southey is getting some swing, and so Jaiswal's quite happy to let that one go. It's too wide. He's going to get himself into trouble, but I think Southey's going to hang it out there and just test Jaiswal's patience as much as his technique.
Absolutely, you've got a huge amount of runs to play with. You've got to utilise the new ball, but try and join the dots, something that Tim Southey's very, very good at.
A little bit of cloud cover coming to New Zealand's aid as well, as he beats Jaiswal with a beaut of a delivery, which shapes to go away and then just comes in. Jaiswal forward and defending, and that doesn't go too far from the outside edge of the bat.
It's a beauty, an absolute beauty. Just brought back, pitches just outside off stump. Beautiful seam position, nice little shape back in towards the left-hander's outside edge. Good pace as well. You know, Southey's pace has been criticised recently for pace being down. That's 130 kilometres an hour.
383 Southey on the wicket taking tally. Again pitched up, driven by Jaiswal, but fielded at mid-on by William O'Rourke. What was Botham's test? Was it 383? How many wickets did Ian Botham get?
More than that, 375, wasn't it?
Or how
37. So Beefy got 300. I'm sure it was like 374, 375.
383.
383, yeah.
It is 383. That's where Southey is.
That's a good effort.
That's a big number.
It's a big number. A huge number.
.400 and out possibly for Southey. Maybe that's what he's thinking. 17 away from that. Only the second New Zealander if he was to manage it. This time a fraction wide and carries on in that direction. So left alone by Jaiswal. 1 ball left of the 3rd over. India 4 without loss.
Yeah, what did Hadley get? 430 something, wasn't it? I think it was 430. Was it 436? Richard Hadley.
I'm pretty sure Jeremy Coney and Daniel McHardy will be able to tell us that in the deliveries time.
431. Jack tells me in my ear.
So last,
for me, the career that Southey's had, I know he's had a little bit of criticism recently. He took the captaincy on when Kane Williamson's packed in, and there wasn't really too many other options. If there's anybody who deserves 400 Test match wickets, it's Tim Southey for what he's done in his career.
Last ball of the over, and again this is straight on off stump, but Jaiswal is comfortably forward. No timing on the shot and no run. So we've had 3 overs of India's second innings. They started it by trailing by 356. They still trail by 352. A maiden for Tim Southey. And to take us through the next passage of play, we'll head over to New Zealand, capable hands of Jeremy Coney and Daniel McHardy.
Thank you very much, John. Live and exclusive coverage of the Test match series between India and New Zealand on talkSPORT 2 and SENZ Radio in New Zealand. 4 without loss. Jaiswal and Sharma need to dig in and go big. Kohli Dewan at number 3 as Henry starts the new over, full of length, trying to drive, dragging it onside as Sharma up towards mid-on. There's no run. Little bit of swing for Tim Southey, Jeremy. No sign of the seam that Matt Henry was able to exploit.
No, he might find it a little harder this time. And the swing will only last for a certain amount of time, won't it?
There's Henry, full of length, wide of off stump, playing very late under his eyes, pushing to point to Sharma. So, tricky, sticky conditions, to use his own term. In the first innings, it was 15 balls before he decided, no, I'm going to have a go and try to play my natural game. And when he does get going, he is one of the best stroke makers going around. But Southey got one to shoot through the gate between bat and pad. He waits, bat raised. It's a full delivery, elegantly played wide of mid-on, long chase, pointless though, rushing out to the boundary for a 4.
Lovely timing from Rohit Sharma. People spoke about that quality for many years since he's been holding a bat. See the foot pull away to allow the bat to come through the front foot, creating the space to allow him to hit it into that gap.
Between mid-on and mid-wicket. Lovely crunch off the batters we've just heard. That's Matt Henry at his best though. Responds with a beauty. Angling in, nipping away, beating a very good player.
Yeah, well, New Zealand are still, that keeps them interested, doesn't it? That they're beating the edge of the bat, both the left-hander and the right-hander here. It's going to be interesting to see how much the 356 weighs on the mind of the openers. Do they just forget that completely
full into the pads and drop kicked uppishly through square leg, powerfully as well. 2 boundaries and 3 balls. Big barrel, big range, bigger deals. As Rohit is 10 off 10, it's 12 without loss.
Yeah, I don't know whether Matt Henry is just searching a little bit. And certainly one side of the ball looks to be nicely polished, the other side already looking a little bit tired. Nice pick-up, just a pick-up stroke.
It certainly looks more deteriorated than it did in the first innings. It held its colour for a long time in those conditions. Henry in again, shorter of length again, getting leg side, and it's tucked away with power, but straight to mid-wicket where Ajaz Patel fields. And it's the end of the 4th over, 12 without loss. Jaiswal 2 and Rohit is on 10. But answering the question you've raised about will it won their minds, I don't think it's going to win Rohit Sharma's mind. I think he's just going to
just play
like he did.
Yeah, well, he's languid, and he does. He just he'll score at a good, a quick rate. Especially with the field up with sort of 3 slips. I mean, New Zealand are going to attack. If there is an edge, they want to have somebody there while the ball is still new. Plenty of time, in other words, to put them out later if it's necessary. The question, I guess, the first question you'd say is, how long do you keep Tim Southee going? Because you want to use him again.
2 slips in a gully, starts back of a length, very straight, pushed up towards mid-on. There is no run.
You want him while the ball is still moving. While the ball is still new, you're prepared. I mean, he's there. He's 131 Ks, so that's a bit of an effort from what we've seen so far in some of the games that he's played throughout this year. I was interested in that bar graph. That it's only this last year that really he has been well down in his wicket column.
Well on the first innings, he's picked up the 1, but wider of off stump. Nicely played, compact stroke for the left-hander, just nudging into a gap at cover. It's Jaiswal, he moves to 3 with that single, it's 13 without loss.
The rest of the years, from 2023 and going back, they show the sort of rewards that you would expect from Seema, who's, in his prime. Has been an outstanding New Zealand bowler, and particularly in tandem with Bolt, that worked very nicely for both of them. One bringing the ball back in, one taking it away.
Moves in again, bowls nice and close to the stump, squaring Rohit up. Ball played to backward point. There's no run, so 9 wickets in 2024. Jeremy at 66. Not the return he would have wanted.
No, but if you go back to the 2023 that I was talking about?
Yeah, 24 wickets at 27, 28 wickets at 38 the previous year. 21 it was 22 wickets at 23. 2020, 30 wickets at 17.
Right, so that's
33
outstanding.
Wickets at 29, 29 wickets at 19.
Hang on, what year is that? The last one you read out.
That was 2018.
2018. So
it's 4 exceptional years.
That's when he's 30.
Yeah. He goes wider of the crease this time. Probably not full enough from the crease line. Waiting for the ball to arrive was Rohit as he defends into the offside.
So yes, I mean he's kept himself. Also, he's been one of those bowlers that has been able to develop his game. It was certainly outswing at the start, and then he's developed the ability to seam the ball as well. So he becomes kind of 2 bowlers in one, in a sense.
And that's what he did in the first innings. He sort of swinging, but I'm more dangerous hitting the seam,
especially to the left-hander. He used the seam a lot more.
Short, wide of off stump, crunched away to the boundary, on the up, poor delivery, good stroke, another boundary to Rohit Sharma. He's 14, and it's 17 without loss.
Yeah. If you drag it down, there's just not quite the pace, whereas O'Rourke has got more space to bounce with. That's also quite wide, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's a bit of a gimme for Rohit Sharma, and he's not going to miss those. Slightly open face to the bat, so deliberately hitting it up and over. But yes, I mean he's He then developed, of course, using the width of the crease, the 4 foot 2 inches that you've got between the stumps and the return crease.
It was mid-crease here, much fuller and pushed up towards mid-off, but not past the mid-off fielder. That is the end of the Southie over. Boundaries running fairly frequently for Charmery's, 3 of them. Big barrel boundaries, big range, bigger deals, 17 without loss. The deficit is 339.
I think from a captain's point of view, Tom Latham, with the lead that he has at the moment, he needs to be quite, determined and be very realistic about making his decisions. So it might be 3 overs, Tim. That'll do you, thanks. Want to keep you for later.
And that's what happened in the first innings.
He did. He picked up a wicket in his last over, and I thought I was interested to see what will Tom Latham do here. Will he give him another one as a reward?
No, he went for O'Rourke.
And he stopped straight away and went for O'Rourke.
Asked Henry to bowl the longest spell, and Southey came back.
Yeah, which I thought was a good sign.
Henry starting a new over to the left-handed Jaiswal, pushing into the cover region. He sets off, but a loud call of no, and he responds, and then they had that slight rain break, and Southey picked up the attack after that, but again it was only a 2-over spell.
Yeah, well, he only bowled 6 overs in the first innings. Mind you, that New Zealand themselves only bowled 31. In fact, they bowled more maidens in their 31 overs than India did in their 91 overs.
Vastly different conditions, although it has clouded over in the last half an hour. Here's Henry going past the outside edge. Jaiswal trying to drive back past the bowler, just nipped away and through to Blundell.
Yes, well bowled. Just hung it out there, just a little wider. Jaiswal was quite prepared to say, I think I can get into this. And so without moving the front foot at all, really, it's just gone down the pitch a little towards the stumps at the other end. Doesn't really go out, does it? It's just straight down onto the heel and not really balanced, not quite so balanced either, just with the heel on the ground until the shot is played.
Henry bowls straighter this time, pushing him up towards mid-off. There's no run.
But, 17 without loss, that's quite a reasonable start for India. They'll feel pleased with that. New Zealand won't be disheartened either. They've gone past the outside edge maybe 3 or 4 times and quite close. So there's been, opportunities for both sides here to get into the game and get scoring and get a wicket.
This one keeps very low, wide of off stump, no stroke, but on the bounce through to Blundell. 3 slips a gully, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-wicket.
See, 134 for Henry. This is where it's interesting. I mean, when it starts getting variable and you get to bowlers like William O'Rourke, because the extra little bit of pace, if you hit the pitch hard, it tends to exacerbate.
Fuller going past the outside edge. They go up behind the stumps. Henry.
Goodness.
Not interested.
Very close to bowling him too, actually. It was tight in, wasn't it?
Concrete feet, wasn't it, Jerry? They went nowhere.
Yes. No, there's not big footprints, a no ball anyway.
Just enough to keep the New Zealanders interested. Blundell as Mitchell at first slip. Captain Latham at second. New Zealand caught so well in the first innings. They wait patiently from the crease line. Jaiswal pushed the ball to Patel, who's at point. He was one of those who took. We took 2 catches. One was a beauty at point. Jaiswal fought. I was really impressed with the attitude, actually, the young left-handed opener Jaiswal played. He's obviously taken a test match cricket so well, but it's been frenetic pace that he's scored his runs at, which have really stood out, but he had to play well within himself. He's on strike here, opening the blade, howled the edge, went straight to ground, wide of third slip, down to the rope for 4, his first boundary. It's 22 without loss, played with nice soft hands.
Got away with it, just followed it a little bit and sort of rode it rode it down, opening the blade, 3 slips in a gully, a fine gully in there, and just a little gap between the third slip really. And so disappointment with the bounce that Henry was able to get there, just wide of the third slip Southey, and Phillips chasing hard but to no avail. So another boundary using the pace of Matt Henry. But you feel you're still in the game with it, it's just going close to fielders like that. And if instead it would have carried on, and you've got half a chance there where it just makes a mistake or it hits a finer edge. Very happy, the Indians there. Yep, hi,
Lots
everyone.
of ice creams.
Hello.
Lots of ice creams.
Yeah, they're good. That's great.
You want to take a look at that and have a dragonfly flying.
Well, it's not a dragonfly, is it? It's a Pantala flavescens, of course, as you well know.
Jarrod Kimber.
And they fly for miles to get to the monsoon.
Change of bowler. Southey out of the attack. It's O'Rourke with 3 slips in the leg gully. Mid-wicket, who's called into action straight away. It's full. It's clipped away powerfully. There's no run.
I thought they were Violet Drop Wings. Have we changed the name again?
Well,
have we done different?
Mr.
Have we done different research?
We have.
They're a beautiful animal when you look up close.
You know about the Pantala flavescens, don't you?
I've actually got. I got their first album, I think.
Right. Not a bad album either. They flew very high, and with a decent breeze apparently.
Travellers, aren't they? Like going some distance. Here's a ball that jags back and trying to force the ball off the back foot, square on the offside. It's gone past the inside edge.
That's a good example of that, variable bounce that's starting to occur a little bit more. He's hit that quite hard in his first over. It's outside off, nipped back, but it's gone under the bat in an attempted cut from Rohit Sharma. And so that's the sort of thing that a tall bowler hitting the pitch hard is going to exacerbate against batsmen.
Yep. Well, we know he's tall because his trousers still do not fit.
Yeah, and
what is the fashion, isn't it?
Yeah, despite all the efforts of all the people using sewing machines in Bengaluru.
Hits leg side clip up his sleeve between mid-wicket and mid-on. Chasing and getting there first will be the mid-on Ravindra. Not a complete control, but 2 more to the Indian total and to Sharma, who's up to 16. It's 24 without loss. If he was a true fashion icon, modern-day fashion icon, he'd have the pants at that height and no socks, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
No socks involved.
Oh dear, that's aerial, definitely, isn't it? And so these are all just little sort of signs for New Zealand. They'll think, oh well, okay, the runs are coming, but there are sort of semblances of chances.
O'Rourke from over the wicket. It was just wide of off stump, glided to backward point Patel position, no run.
I think what we saw in those last 2 balls, or the previous to this one, was so one ball keep low and we saw the other one just stop in the wicket. So it's the combination, isn't it, where you have trouble. If the pitch is doing one thing consistently, you can kind of get that in your mind. But if it starts to play multiple tricks, then it's good luck. It still looks like a flat surface for the majority of the deliveries. It's just the odd one that's causing some issues. I don't think we'll have 3 slips in for very long. I think we might end up with an umbrella field at a certain point here.
But it means with the stopping component, it means your mid-wickets are still come into play.
He's a bouncer wide of off stump, trying to play the hook stroke, beaten. Bounce not true again there, Jeremy.
That's held up again. He expected that to come through more quickly.
Square leg had gone back to deep forward square. So an umbrella field, but I wonder if the fans might need their umbrellas. There are some ominous looking dark clouds way on the horizon. The reports from my spies
from the
Bengaluru tell me
from those
maybe showers after tea.
From the dragonflies?
No, I don't speak to animals.
Okay. They're not animals.
They're insects, aren't they? Nipping back in.
Well,
they fly thousands.
It's a nasty bit of bowling as he desperately tries to divert attention from that faux pas. It's 24 without loss. It was Ian Stockley-Smith.
All I will say at the moment
He told me that.
I would say that there are fewer dragonflies than we have seen at any time. And generally, looking at my data, when we don't have as many dragonflies, quite often it means that there might be some rain around. That's
your dragonfly data. Well, they do like rain.
They love the rain.
They're all about the rain.
That's where, dare I say it, that's where they mate, isn't it? And that's where their life cycle begins.
Yeah. But I think, on Friday nights when I'm reading about dragonflies, I just think that when the clouds have come in, the dragonflies have disappeared. I think they like just after the rain, don't they?
Henry starting a new over, the 8th of the innings at 24 without loss, pushed into the covers, no run.
But just having a look at the moment, there's just a lack of dragonflies at the moment.
You need better work stories, Jarrod, if that's your Friday night. You need to get out on the milk tankers.
Hang on, he was talking about looking up stats.
Stats on dragonflies?
Or every Friday night, I thought.
Yeah. My comment stands, Jeremy.
Hey, I've got 3 kids. I'm lucky if I do anything on a Friday night.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a win. It's a win if I can not have an animated movie on, mate.
Yeah.
Do your children have green hair?
No, that's a win for me.
One of mine does. Here's an audacious stroke charging at Henry, clubbed to mid-off, where the ball has burst through the hands of Conway. It's not going to go all the way to the rope, come back for 3, but that's one way to erase the deficit, trying to get 332 in one stroke. He has really teed off Jaiswal. He moves to 10. It's 27 without loss.
So one of the reasons
your question.
So one of the reasons that he's done this is because the ball is moving off the seam. So Henry moved the ball a couple of minutes ago, 1.44 degrees into Jaiswal, and then he bowled another one that went 1.32 degrees away from him. So he's trying to knock him off his length at the moment, and that's what modern players do to these wobble ball bowlers, is they try and make sure that they don't hit the same length over and over again, because that's where the issues come from. Putting the pressure back on them, aren't they, Jeremy?
It would appear so. I've heard that before. Or where have I heard it before?
I think
so many times.
Henry, good bowling on this occasion. Probing line, leaning forward. Sharma defends. But trying to hit the seam off the ball. That one, isn't he?
But with the aspect of, such consistency, that's the other thing, isn't it? That you can kind of go at a bowler who that is his sort of stock in trade. It's where he operates from. You kind of got the percentages are running with you as a batsman, I think, a lot more if you go into the attack against a bowler like that.
Well bowled. Henry gets aboard and nip back, catches the inside edge, trickles down towards O'Rourke at long leg. Moral victory for Matt Henry. A single though, 28 without loss.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's the one advantage batters have over these, incredible wobble ball bowlers. So someone like Matt Henry, we saw, Scott Boland, and Jimmy Anderson, these sorts of bowlers, is that you know exactly where they are going to pitch it. They're trying to hit the very top of off stump if the ball goes dead straight. And if it seams back, they're trying to hit the top of leg and move it away. So you know where they are going to land it. That's a big advantage.
Henry moves in again, back of a length, powerfully played off the back foot. Beautiful looking stroke for nothing as it's Conway at mid-off her field.
I mean, you still got to run down the wicket like a maniac, and we've seen players like Jaiswal and Ollie Pope do that, but then we've seen other players like Joe Root and Daryl Mitchell back out of their crease and maybe take that. Daryl Mitchell does that little shuffle, doesn't he, down the wicket sometimes, just to mess with the length. So there's multiple ways of doing it, but that's why you're seeing more players in the last 2 or 3 years batting coming down the wicket.
Very straight once more, round off stump, full of length, repeating the stroke as Jaiswal up towards Conway. The end of the over, 4 runs off the over. It's 28 without loss. India trail by 328 runs as we get a wide shot via the host broadcaster, checking skyline. Heavy thick cloud now. A very pleasant day up until this point. Temperature just dropping. Peaked at 28. It's only at 27, but thundery showers I see in the forecast. What are you pointing at, Jeremy?
The darker clouds there.
O'Rourke continues. Full of length, playing in front of his front pad. The Indian skipper pushing up towards mid-on. Sky certainly not as shiny as a trophy up for grabs. How would you describe that, Shane? It's quite a unique looking thing.
They're playing for the glorious thing. Was it? Do you remember there was Australia?
Aesthetically, I won't say pleasing. It's interesting.
It could be the shape of one of those, dare I say it, the Pantala. Perhaps.
O'Rourke, nasty ball that lifts, and Rohit wanted to play a pull stroke but had to bail out. He's actually played it really well. He's adjusted, pushed into a gap between point and gully for a single 29 without loss.
Where it's flying, and it's dropped one of the wings right down. About to effect a turn one way or t'other.
I'm very impressed with your knowledge of the dragonflies, both of you. What else do I need to know?
Nothing else about it.
Insects. I need to learn that.
Well, yes, you need to learn. What? Yeah.
Can you eat dragonflies? I know you can eat some of the other insects. Are dragonflies one of the ones?
Only if you're very hungry.
You can.
You can eat locusts, can't you?
Jaswell waits. Good leave. Out fourth, stump line, left on length, if anything.
Just having a look at some of the information coming through on the from Hawkeye. There was a ball, I think it was from O'Rourke's last over. 2 balls landed on the exact same length. One of them bounced 86 centimetres high, and the other one 156 centimetres high. No matter what metrics you look at, that's quite the jump up from the same ball. So we are now seeing inconsistent bounce off the same length.
Oh, the old Logie and Ghana. Like the sound of that. 29 without loss. So O'Rourke goes very full, angling across. Good leave from Jaswell. Pushing it through at 143.6k. Sharp as far as pace. Uncomfortable as far as bounce because of his height. So exacerbated by a very high release point. Really does maximise it. Broad-shouldered. He was really impressed early in his Test career. Long, smooth approach. Past umpire Goff. It's driven up towards mid-off, straight to Conway, no run. Henry's bowled 4 overs, Jerry. How much longer before Ajaz Patel might relieve him, or are you bringing Southey back? He's pondering. He's pondering. Mitchell's gone quite wide at first slip, back of a length. Bit shorter than that, around rib cage height. Pushed into the offside. That is the end of the over. Jaswell is on 10. Rohit is on 18. India still trailed by 327 runs. It's 29 without loss. O'Rourke has none for 3 off 2 overs as we return you to Jon Norman.
Thank you very much, Dan. Yes, welcome listeners to talkSPORT 2 in the UK, SENZ in New Zealand. It does look like it's got a little darker in Bengaluru.
Can I just say that something very fascinating just happened there?
Are you talking about the crane that's carrying what looks like?
Now that would be here.
Yeah, oh, you're right. That's
a lot darker. It's a lot darker here than it is over in Bengaluru.
We wouldn't be playing here, that's for sure. While O'Rourke was bowling there, did you see they put up his T20 stats?
No, I didn't. I was too busy looking at the crane.
And I was just thinking, if you're O'Rourke's agent and he's bowling a nice spell in India, and they suddenly put his T20, you probably go out. You probably go out for a steak dinner that night, aren't you? You're thinking to yourself, we might put an extra 0 on any potential IPL deal coming up here for Mr. O'Rourke.
I take it they were good.
I mean, he hasn't played many, but the fact that they're talking about it on the TV, they are good, yes, but he hasn't played a lot of T20 cricket at the moment. But I don't know. It doesn't really matter, does it? If you play well against India, you're always an outside chance of getting yourself an IPL deal.
Ajaz Patel played pretty well in India.
Go, Jesse!
And he's back. Actually, he's going to bowl his first delivery of the Test match. Only 3 bowlers used in first innings. And he's just delivered his first, the slow left arm finger spinner. Draws a defensive shot from Rohit Sharma, who is 18 not out. Jaiswal is 10 not out.
Come on, Jesse,
The deficit it is facing India. 328 runs needed for New Zealand to have to bat again.
Jesse!
And he gets a bit of turn there. Ajaz Patel, relatively slow, fraction short, and Sharma is forward. 29 without loss.
You're looking for the one that keeps low. Try and keep it nice and straight, and hope one just sort of shoots through.
Yeah, I imagine he's going to vary the line a little bit. And,
Go, Jesse!
it's Tom Blundell. You can hear on the stump mic. There's Sharma again. Covers up and plays defensively. Patel. This is straighter, and this is the thing. This is what Patel's doing at the start of his spell. He's essentially just mixing up where that ball is pitching. First one was just outside off stump, then he went leg stump, then he went a bit straighter. This one actually took a bit out of the pitch, I think, out the strip.
Yeah, the first 3 didn't really turn, and that one's gone sharply.
Toss start.
Jesse!
And this is a touch too full. Yes. Delivery number 4. Seemed to take a bit out of the strip. And
the centre of the strip,
the
too.
Centre,
it wasn't
yeah.
like a foot mark
No.
or anything.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't landed it on the foot mark. That's 4 from the bat. As Ajaz Patel just over pitches, and they've actually been able for one of those foot marks, but I'm sure he needs to there, just to the left of, or the leg side of Rohit Sharma, who just clips us through mid-wicket.
Slightly greedy there.
Yeah, he was going for the magic ball, wasn't he? Just over-pitched on the leg side. Beautiful shot by Rohit Sharma. William O'Rourke, so they put his T20 international numbers up, which are quite good. But I can tell you why his agent will be happy with him being discussed as a T20 bowler. He takes a wicket every 17.8 balls in his short T20 career so far. So he's got 28 wickets in 27 games. And it's always nice to be in the conversation, isn't it? Especially when it could be $1 million conversation.
Absolutely.
These are international T20s, or are these domestic?
He's played 4 or 5.
He's played 3 internationals and 27 domestic. 27 in total. So yeah, 24 domestic games. Either way, especially with young fast bowlers, if you do, play a couple of nice games like Riley Meredith in Australia, there's always a chance that the young teenager from South Africa got a game last year, didn't he?
Well, Chennai have got about 15 Kiwis on the books as William O'Rourke is back for the start of his 3rd over and gets this ball just to move away from Jaiswal, who's kind of caught on the move a little bit.
Stephen Fleming is paid. He pays more money than the New Zealand Cricket Board ever has to the Kiwi players, doesn't he?
Yes, Stephen Fleming, a very successful coach of Chennai Super Kings, and by my reckoning, they've got 1, 2, I think they've got 5 Kiwis.
They got Ravindra, Conway, Santner.
Yep, that's 3. I'm pretty sure there's another one. O'Rourke again, right arm over the wicket, and this is dug in, fraction short from the body of Jaiswal. He rides the bounce, count comfortably enough, no run. Daryl Mitchell. Yeah, Conway, Ravindra, Mitchell, and Santner. And I'm hearing that the IPL draw might be held in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I've heard that as well, actually. It's an interesting one. Saudi Arabia definitely want to be involved with the IPL. They've talked about hosting their own league at times as well, separately, that the IPL run like a T10 league.
3 slips in place. This is pitched up and driven to the right of Rashan Ravindra, who sets off. And there's no stopping this. Cannons into the boundary, bounces back inside the rope, and 4 more runs to the score. Jaiswal moves to 14, and India in the 2nd innings approaching what they managed in the entirety of their first. They're 37 without loss.
A very good shot from Jaiswal. He just waited. He waited that split second longer, just open up his body and open up the face. He bends his front leg in. Precision of where he was going to try and hit it. He's hit the fielder a couple of times straight down the ground, and this time he's just put it right of Devon Conway.
Here's a rook again, and this is dug out from just underneath his armpit by Jaiswal. He wants a single, but Rohit Sharma, the non-striker, it's just kind of indicating that that wasn't what he intended, as the ball went straight to the fielder at mid-wicket.
Yeah, he just looked for that signal. There possibly was a single on. It looked as though the India captain was asleep a little bit at the non-striker's end. Jaiswal looking, getting the boundary, looking then to rotation of strike, but Rohit Sharma was having none of it.
He's not a natural quick single taker though.
A rook again, short again, but this one's misdirected. A fraction two leg side, and Jaiswal ducks underneath it. India are not winning this match, but what they will have an eye on is the weather. We actually had some bad weather forecast for today. As things stand, we've had nearly 2 sessions unbroken. Yesterday we had a little delay of about 35 minutes, and bad light got involved, robbing us of the last half an hour of play, and of course, as you know, the first day washed out. Forecast isn't clever for days 4 and 5, so Rohit Sharma actually is quite right, because if India have banked the idea of winning this test match, it's just about getting through. They've got the batters to do it. As that short delivery cut to the right of point and away for 4. Jaiswal perished to a similar looking shot in first innings, but this one was played more on the back foot and more down into the ground and to the right of point, and Jaiswal moves to 18 and score 41 without loss.
The difference a day makes, 2 days makes. The first innings, this gone straight to hand. Remember the catch of Ajaz Patel. This one's gone in between. Gets Glenn Phillips is that gully. I'm sure it was at backward point, but it went flying past the two of them. It was in the air, but I'm not sure it would have carried to for the catch.
Was that Henry at point?
It might have been Henry at point. I think the
often you see.
Yeah, I think the obviously left and right hand combination. You've just come up from fine leg, but Jaiswal did everything he possibly could to get over the top of it. He's still got it aerially. Now it's Will Young at point. It's gone straight between the two of them. He pierced the field very, very well there.
Patel is in. This is drawing Rohit forward. There's a slip, a short leg. There's a catching fielder at mid-wicket. We're approaching the tea break. 20 minutes, I think. The timing's all over the place with those delays and additional time, and down the track it is Sharma. He's wrapped on the pad, I think.
He's got a little inside edge on
it. Yeah,
the
possibly
job.
he did.
I know he's a long way down, but
ball just, well, if he got an inside edge, that didn't go too far from the fielder at cover. Either way, Patel was halfway through the appeal and then withdrew. Yeah, there is an inside edge onto the big pad as Sharma just opens his body up a touch, just the ball pitching middle and leg, and he manages just to push it to the right of that catching fielder at cover along the ground for a single. Rohit Sharma moves to 23 and brings Jaiswal on strike. This will be the first ball he's faced of the 10-wicket man, Ajaz Patel. All 10. What would you have said, Harmy, if you'd taken all 10 wickets in an innings, become just the 3rd person in history, and then you weren't even named in the squad for the next test?
I'd be slightly upset. I'd be very, I thought I was upset when I got left out of Barbados.
This is a fraction wide. It's given Jaiswal a tempter. It's a stacked leg side field. There's a fielder at the offside, but it's in front of square, well in front of square. And as soon as this ball has left the bat, whistles through point for 4. There's no catching it. 4 more runs to the score. Good start for India. They move to 46 without loss. Mirror image of their score in first innings, but for 10 fewer wickets.
Slightly over pitch from Ajaz Patel.
Straighter turning towards Jaiswal, but he's playing deep in his crease. It's slow turn, and he's happy just to bump that to the fielder. Short cover. No run.
Yeah, when Andrew Strauss left me out in Barbados, I wasn't a very happy bunny then.
Here is Patel, and on the sweep is Jaiswal. What a bit of fielding that is by Phillips. All action. Glenn Phillips, who's at deep mid-wicket, and he runs. I don't know, he couldn't have run that far actually, because Jaiswal's laced this, and he's got down so smartly to his left to stop what would have been a certain 4, and restricted Jaiswal to a single. Both batters now for India on 23, and India have gone past their first innings score, 47 without loss.
Yeah, what a wonderful bit of fielding from Glenn Phillips. He's not the tallest man, low centre of gravity, and he was Superman style, flying through the air to try and get anything on it. Managed to get a good hand on it, and as a bowler, I mean, you see the commitment and the level that the fielders are putting the bodies through, even with the lead they've got. Just shows you the sort of collective togetherness that what's happening with this New Zealand team. Look at it again, flying through the air. He was horizontal off the floor. Great picture that would have been for one of the cameramen, just showing the level of commitment that Phillips has. He stopped a certain boundary.
Round the wicket comes William O'Rourke, pitched up again to Jaiswal, who's forward and pushing at this delivery straight to mid-on for us. It's not a single, no run.
I think, John, that Ajaz Patel one, he wasn't, yeah, you're right, he wasn't in the squad, was he? He didn't even, it wasn't a case of he's not being in the team for the next game. He wasn't in the sort of 14-man squad, I think, Ajaz Patel, after he got his 10-wicket haul.
How's your luck, eh? You did play in Sri Lanka. As O'Rourke is in. This is driven by Jaiswal. The ball really has squirted off the outside edge of the bat though. This has gone to the left of Ghali. There's a fielder out on the boundary at deep point. It's Will Young again. He can't cut this ball off. Gets a hand to it, but 4 more, and India are just starting to tick along now. Jaiswal's gone past his skipper. He's 27 not out.
A touch wide, not too wide. An area where you'd say to William O'Rourke, yeah, if you put bang it in consistently in that area, you're going to get rewarded. Jaiswal playing away from his body, but slowness of the pitch, just open his hands up a touch, ride whatever sort of bounce there was.
Goes again to Jaiswal, and if he'd edged that behind, you'd have to say he would have been absolutely furious with himself. Wasn't there to drive, it was too wide, but carried on with the shot, and that came very close to the outside edge, taken by the keeper. India have gone past 50. Ajaz Patel, I find it bamboozling, to be honest with you, Harmy, that a player can essentially not play professional cricket in the manner that Ajaz Patel didn't. Played for Central Districts in a first-class match in the Plunket Shield, which finished on the 24th of March, and then bowled for New Zealand in Sri Lanka, short, left alone, rocks back, does Jaiswal, no run. He then bowls in a test match. No warm-ups. I suppose the Afghanistani test had been washed out, but that's not a warm-up either. That's a test match. And, you know, that's asking a lot of a guy who has a bowl for the best part of half a year to come in and operate at what we're told is the pinnacle of the game.
Pinnacle of the game. And he'd not played many white ball games, if any.
Well, no, he didn't play anything.
Yeah.
This is, we're just looking at ESPN Cricket Info. It just shows the last 5 matches of Ajaz Patel.
Matches, yeah.
He had a knee operation in the middle of that.
He did have a knee operation.
Well, that was a month out. This is a little tempter for Jaiswal.
But I think
pitched up and wide, he leaves this one alone.
I think the knee operation was after the season, he told us. So it was probably an arthroscope or something, maybe just clearing something up for him, Harmy, at the end of the season.
He's an experienced character, 35 years old.
He might have played he played in the county championship in 2023, I think, just a couple of games maybe.
Did he play for Durham?
Yeah, he came to Durham, didn't he? Yeah. He came to Durham for...
Because I remember
he played one. Did he play one game? There was a huge... I mean, when New Zealand were over, I think we were supposed to get... I think Bracewell was potentially on the radar. Then he didn't come last minute. We got Ravindra, who got 200.
2 slips in place, and this is angling in on off stump, this time from O'Rourke, who's been operating on about a 7th and 8th stump line for much of this over. He's been driven once. He's beaten the bat on occasion. And for the first time, he ends the over with a delivery on off stump.
I remember I was watching some highlights, and it says Patel on the screen. I'm watching. Oh, geez, this kid's got a similar action to Ajaz Patel. And it was only about a week later I worked out it actually had been Ajaz Patel that I remember watching, which reminded me of the 2 years I was confused that Worcestershire's Daryl Mitchell kept going over to New Zealand and smashing the ball everywhere.
Yeah, I think he came. Did he come for 1 or 2 games right at the end of?
Yeah, it wasn't many, was it?
James Franklin. I know we had Ratchin and Ravindra the last game before the breakup for the T20 stuff. I think he came. We were supposed to get somebody else, I think, and we ended up getting Ravindra.
Here is Ajaz Patel. Oh, I tell you what, gets the bat down late on this, does Rohit Sharma. I think he felt like the ball was sailing clear of off stump, then realised no, it's not. It's coming in, it's arrowing in, so deflects this ball away. No run, no damage done.
Is Durham still wee for you?
Yes, Durham will always be wee for me.
Is that where you played your last game?
No, it wasn't. Yorkshire was the last one.
Forward again, little inside edge onto the pad.
That might have been glove.
Yeah, it's hit him on the hand, I think.
Was that bounced?
Yeah. Just bounced them off the glove.
Get a fielder in there.
I think that just spits up and just gets him top of the bat and the finger, I think, a little bit together.
Catch it!
Outside edge this time as he draws Sharma forward. This is what you want.
About you guys, but it just seems as though it's got a bit darker in the last sort of 5-10 minutes.
Emotionally?
Yeah, emotionally and in the atmosphere.
Is that because we're talking about Durham?
Talking about Durham, it's always darker up there. It's freezing up there.
Darker for Rohit Sharma. He's leading with his hands.
This is flatter and clipped away by Sharma. He's got the wrong angle there, has Patel on the pads. Good diving stop from O'Rourke. Running around from square leg. Just a couple, 53 without loss India in second innings.
That was a proper Superman dive, that wasn't it? That wasn't a professional cricketer's dive. That was, everyone's watching, I better try and do the right thing.
No, his agent is back home clapping.
Now, yeah. No, I think that was a fast bowler's. It's going for 4, it's gone for 4, it's gone for 4. Oh no, I'm going to have to dive for this. And then throws himself at the ball.
There's a bit of Glenn McGraw about that as Rohit can play on the back foot. On off stump, and this is pushed up to long off for another single.
Bit of a shame for Ajaz there, because he built up the pressure, he hit the gloves twice, then he's bowled one down the leg side, and that one's just a little bit too short. This is a good time to get a wicket. There's never a bad time to get a wicket, but this is a good time to get a wicket, because if the clouds come in straight after, they can bring the seamers back on. So there's certainly something going on for Ajaz Patel on this pitch.
A little bit of width. And Jaiswal will cut this down to O'Rourke, who's stationed at backward of point by the boundary. That's the end of over number 14. There's been a few moments where New Zealand will feel they won the moral victory, as we say in cricket. The outside edge has been beaten on occasion. You'd expect that, but it's that bounce, isn't it? It's that variable bounce from the spinner. That's keeping us interested as we head towards tea on day 3.
Yeah, it just keeps the odd one keeps you a little bit interested. I'm going to bring the off spinner in now, and in Phillips. I think we're talking about Ajaz Patel, who has played very little cricket in the last, in the last 6 months, if any cricket. And I think you can just see in the 3 overs he's bowled so far, he's bowled 2 or 3 good ones, then a little bit of a half tracker or a loosener. And you can just see he hasn't quite got the rhythm yet. Remember, he didn't bowl in that first innings. Southey, Henry and O'Rourke did a brilliant job of knocking India over for 46 in the third innings of the game. You're going to need your spinners, so we're going to, hopefully from Tom Latham's point of view, he's going to need Ajaz Patel to get into rhythm very, very quickly, because he's going to need him to have a good bowl.
So, a man who took more wickets than Tim Southey and Mitchell Santner combined on the recent tour of Sri Lanka, Glenn Phillips, New Zealand's number 7, is going to come on to have his first bowl of the series. Only 3 bowlers used in first innings, 3 seamers. India bowled out for 46. He's got a first delivery, draws Jaiswal forward, a left-hander. This is pitching on leg, middle and leg. I mean, it's dark out there, but he's still wearing what look like ski sunglasses. Here is Phillips again. This is tossed up a little bit more. Pitch is more middle. Jaiswal props forward, frowns, looks up at his skipper, looks at the floor, and then gets himself ready to go again. He's 28 from 48. Rohit is 26 from 39. Mitchell at first slip, and Will Young at short leg. But this is a nice looking shot for a single by Jaiswal, who just takes a couple of steps down the track, opens his body up and caresses this ball to Tim Southey at mid-off for a single. Gets off strike. India trail now by 300. Earlier today, bowling New Zealand out for 402. Rashan Ravindra, the last wicket to fall for one of the great innings by a New Zealander in India. 134. And that surely has taken an India win out of the equation. Surely. Unless the weather and India's batsmen have other ideas. 2 full days to come and a session. As Phillips over the wicket to Rohit, draws the Indian skipper forward. This is well outside off stump. And Sharma just pushes this into the offside. India aren't going to do anything daft. I think tea's about 5 minutes away, but as I say, the session times have gone out the window because of that rain on day one. Rain delay yesterday as well. 98 overs to be bowled today, notionally. This is wider of the crease from Phillips. Sharma on the drive, but can't beat the commando roll at cover, fielded by New Zealand. They were one drop behind the stumps aside, nigh on perfect with ball and in the field on day 2. They were pretty good with the bat on day 3. Phillips, last ball of his over. This is a drag down, and that clubbed straight down to Tim Southey. No time. In fact, I think Rohit Sharma toe-ended this. This was such a drag down that Sharma was through the shot too quickly, and will just take a single, and that may well be it for the session. It is. 15 overs have been bowled. It's a little gloomy in Bengaluru, but India have come through, a testing 45 minutes or so unscathed. Jaiswal 29 and Rohit Sharma 27. They're 57 without loss at the break, but they're still way behind the game, Harmy, trailing New Zealand by 299 runs.
Yeah, a long way behind the game, 299, as you say, behind, but a good positive start from Jaiswal and from Rohit Sharma. The seamers have bowled well, they put the pressure on, put the ball in the right area, and it's about the spin bowlers now. And it's whether New Zealand have got 2 spin bowlers good enough and in form enough to take these 10 wickets to win what would be a fantastic win in the Chinnaswamy. That will be the sort of telling factor. Can the Ajaz Patel, who hasn't bowled a great deal in any cricket in recent times, and the part-time, is it part-time or is it frontline spin of Glenn Phillips? Well, they're the ones that Tom Latham are going to need, because at this moment in time, Jaiswal and Rohit Sharma look as though they're only in second gear, but they're going comfortably in what is an afternoon atmosphere which looks as though it's deteriorating quickly.
Okay, well, that's the views of Steve Harmison. He will be back very shortly, as will I, Jarrod Kimber, Daniel McHardy and Jeremy Coney, bringing you live and exclusive coverage across the world on talkSPORT 2 and SENZ radio of the first test match of 3 between India and New Zealand.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the English Football League.
Live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first test direct from Bengaluru as India take on New Zealand.
And now he's straight. See you later.
Only on talkSPORT 2.
You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of India against New Zealand. The first test of 3 we're bringing you here on talkSPORT 2 and also SENZ radio in New Zealand and across the talkSPORT cricket YouTube channel. At tea on day 3, it's been New Zealand's day, but a fight back of sorts by India. New Zealand earlier today bowled out for 402. A whopping lead of 356 on first innings, but India have made it through to the break without losing a wicket. They are 57 without loss. So, shall we find out what this has done with an odds update with William Hill?
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
So, win for India is 20-1. New Zealand to take what would be a historic away win, only their third in India, 3-4. And the draw is at 23-20. The skipper of India, Rohit Sharma, is 12 for 5 or 12-5 to score his 13th Test century. And as for India's top scorer, Virat Kohli, you can get 9-2 for a return to form. That was today's odds update with William Hill. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Now, as most of you will now know, earlier this morning Pakistan levelled their test series against England, making it 1-1 ahead of the final match in Rawalpindi. And after every test day, we've released a Following On podcast, which is available via the podcast feed, Following On podcast feed. So have a listen to today's offering. Sam Ellard and a familiar voice, the double Ashes winner, Steve Harmison.
England resumed on day 4, 36 for 2. With a glimmer of hope, or maybe a little bit more of a glimmer of hope, of chasing down 297 and winning the second test match and winning the series. But it was a bad day for England. In fact, it wasn't even a bad day for England. It was a bad hour and 50 minutes for England because they were bowled out for 144 in the morning session, meaning that Pakistan win the second test match by 152 runs. Norman Ali, a day to remember for him, a test match to remember for him, finishing with figures of 8 for 46. Lots to get through on the Following On Cricket podcast. Harmy, we've seen Bazball win test matches from some pretty tricky circumstances, and maybe this morning I did wake up and I did think, hey, root of the crease, captain Ben Stokes, Bryden Cast coming in at 8. It just didn't happen, did it, Harmy?
No, it didn't, Sam. I was of the opinion in the last sort of couple of days where this surface was just getting harder and harder to score on. I think harder and harder to score to play the aggressive route as well. I mean, I think there was no pace in it whatsoever by the end. The pitch was dead. The ball was getting soft. And for me, coming this morning, I'm thinking England either win by 8 wickets or they lose by a big margin. And that was always going to be the case. It was either the two players get in, get set, get going, and comfortably be able to withstand whatever Pakistan have got to throw them, or the minute you start losing wicket after wicket, then it was going to be you're just delaying the inevitable because of the nature of the surface, the pressure that Pakistan were putting England under, and fair play to Pakistan. They gambled with the team, they gambled with the surface. They got the first bit right with the tactics of winning the toss, and then I think they probably did play the better of the cricket.
What went wrong then for England today, Harmy? The scoreboard today, the scorecard today looks pretty messy, 144. When you see the wickets fall, was there anything you thought that England should have done better, could have done better?
Not today. No, I don't think you can look at today. I think you have to look at over the course of the 4 days. I think you look at. There was passages of times where there were a couple of drop catches. Salman got dropped when I think England had them 180 in front, 170.
Yeah, game was in the balance at that point, wasn't it?
At that point, yeah. That looked as though England were tired. That looked as though there was, and I think when you put it into the grand scheme of things, yeah, Joe Root drops the catches. He's been on the field for a huge proportion of this Test series so far. Jamie Smith's in the infancy of his Test career, never played at that part of the world, and there's still a lot of question marks on his I think, place in the subcontinent, whether he's good enough from a keeping point of view and batting point of view. And he's gone through the mill as well and been out there in the sun for a hell of a long time. And he dropped a catch like, a lot of people do. It was lost yesterday. I think it was lost yesterday. I think there was passages of the play yesterday where the game was set up for England to have a lead, to be chasing around about 240. And I think that psychologically is a completely different ball game. I still said at the end of day 2 or day 3 that 150 is going to be a big score to chase fourth innings on this. But I think with England, all of a sudden once it gets past 250, it gets past 280. Even this Baz Bowl team, I didn't think. I thought it was a 1 in 10 chance that England were going to get anywhere near 300.
You mentioned there Jamie Smith, and you said that he's still yet to obviously prove himself in the subcontinent. We know this is just his first Test series away from home. But do you think, sort of more long term, from what you've seen so far of Smith with the gloves and with the bat, that he is good enough to keep him bat 7 for England in all conditions? Or do you still think that as England come back to the subcontinent in the years to come, that the option of Ben Foakes is something England should consider, and maybe potentially, we could see Jamie Smith bat higher up the order somewhere, maybe?
Possibly bat higher up the order. I still think he comes back as keeper. I think Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum and the management team have invested a hell of a lot in faith in Jamie Smith. I think they have to give him the chance to develop. I think that's the key thing. This kid, it's the first time he's been into that part of the world. He's developing. He's still a young lad. I think he's a smashing talent. So he dropped a catch. He missed a stumping in 2 Test matches. So what? Honestly, that didn't lose us the game. Not for 1 minute did it lose us the game. I think he is a player who I think ticks a lot of boxes in this group, and I think his positivity and positives far outweigh the little negatives. And bringing Ben Foakes back, I think Ben Foakes is in with the Johnny Bairstow and one or two others, Keaton Jennings, Sam Curran, unfortunately, that their ship sailed. England are looking forward and not looking back. So I don't think, unless there's somebody comes out the woodwork who is an unbelievable wicketkeeper in that part of the world and new and can bat, then I can see Jamie Smith being England wicketkeeper in both home conditions, away conditions, subcontinent conditions for quite a few years to come.
It's been a crazy couple of months, hasn't it, really, for Pakistan cricket coming into this series on the back of that Bangladesh series. They obviously lost the first Test match, then there was carnage in the days in between in terms of the wicket they're playing on. There was obviously the dropping of 3 of their most senior players and 3 of their best players. Especially after winning the toss. Goodness me, they needed this win, didn't they, Pakistan? And look, we should give them some credit, because they've been a little bit of a laughingstock, haven't they, from a lot of people over the last couple of days and last couple of weeks. And sure, winning the toss, it felt like on this pitch was super, super important, but goodness me, they needed this victory, didn't they?
Oh, 100% they needed the victory for Jason Gillespie, for the selection panel to be vindicated about the selection they had. I'd still bring Babar Azam back. I really would. I'd bring him straight back. Possibly not for the Rawalpindi Test match, but after this Test series, the first Test match in the foreseeable future, that Pakistan player, my first name on the team sheet will be Babar Azam. He is the best player they've got, and how do they get pitches like this in Pakistan? Do they go to Rawalpindi and say, come on, we'll let a junior game and we'll let a one-day game and we'll let another game play between now and next Thursday when the Test match starts, just to get some wear into the surface? Because I think it's shown England in the subcontinent have got vulnerabilities against spin, against good spin, and we've seen in turning conditions England have found wanting again. So, and from Pakistan's point of view, it was definitely a win that they needed. I'm pleased for Jason Gillespie. He was on the show 2 weeks ago on Following On, talking to me and Manners, talking about consistency of what he wanted his team to play like. They need to find a surface in Pakistan. They need an identity at this moment in time. The realization is they've lost 7 Test matches, or not won for 7 Test matches. Bangladesh even beat them in their own back garden. And they don't have an identity. They don't have seam bowlers that can bowl on the flat wicket like they used to. They don't have spin bowlers to bowl on the flat wickets like they used to. They've had to play on a pitch which was 8 days old to try and force their first result since 2021 out on home soil. It tells you that 27 selectors needs looking at. It needs consistency of selection.
Are you one of those, by the way?
What, one of the
Are
selectors?
you one of the 27 selectors?
I don't think so. I really don't think so.
I mean, 27.
And they even sacked 2 yesterday. I think they got rid of the captain and the coach yesterday from the selection panel, or this week from the selection panel.
27 selectors, and the captain and coach aren't 1 or 2 of the 27.
What's that saying? The Chiefs and the Indians. I mean, it's embarrassing. It really is.
That's crazy.
You look at the England model. You know, Rob Key, Brendan McCullum, and Ben Stokes basically pick a side. And I know it's different because, I mean, Rob Key has got so much disdain for county cricket. It's unbelievable. But Ben Stokes is not bothered about the county game. He looks as though he identifies players that fit the mould for the series and the team that he wants to pick. And possibly given the captain and the coach a little bit more freedom, a bit carte blanche to go and pick who they want to mould their team to try and be the best version of the Pakistan team that that represents the country. Maybe that is the way to go, rather than 27 people going, well, I'm having him in because he's my mate, I'm having him in because he's from my district, I'm having him in from that, and that, unfortunately, thrown in with the pitches not being able to force a result, tells you exactly where Pakistan cricket is at this moment in time.
You mentioned the pitch, and we'll have to wait and see what they do prepare next week. But looking at England and their team, their selection, what sort of changes are you thinking they could make? I'm thinking Bryden Cars, who's played back-to-back Test matches. Can he go again? Can he go 3 in a row? Or they try and keep all the bowlers fresh and make some more changes?
It depends. He was limping yesterday, but I think that's got a lot to do with the big toe. I think the boots had a malfunction of the shoes that were giving him some stick in the amount of work he's had to do. I'd like to play him again. I really would. There's no reason for him not to play again. I don't think there's any reason why Potts can't play again, because the two of them, they looked more. I think they looked as though there was more in them than there was in definitely in Wokes. But Wokes gives you the bit batting. I think you get to Rawalpindi and see how bodies play up and see what the pitch is. It wouldn't surprise me if it don't play on an absolute raging Turner, and then Rian comes into the equation. So I think all possibilities of England's team, apart from probably Jamie Cox and Ollie Stone, I think the other 14 will potentially have a little fight for whoever's going to play. I think England will bring Chris Wokes back. I'm not sure that's a good idea. I'd keep Potts and Carse in the team, and if you're going to go with 3 seamers, I'd go Potts, Carse, and Gus Atkinson with the 2 spin bowlers who have performed very, very well in Leach and Bashir.
Yeah, and we'll just finish calmly with Pakistan, because it'll be a day to remember for Norman Ali. 8 for 46, a Test match he's going to remember.
Yeah, he batted well as well in this series, in this Test match.
That was important runs yesterday, wasn't it?
Massively important runs. So yeah, I mean, full credit to Pakistan. They were at rock bottom, and I'm not sure they could have get any lower if they had lost this Test match.
Could you imagine, Harmy?
I think there might have been less than 27 selectors if they had lost this Test match coming for the next week. But look, yeah, Norman Ali bowled excellent, Sajid Khan bowled excellent, and fair play to Pakistan. They need congratulating. They were the best team this week, and 1-1 gone into Rawalpindi.
There we go. It's Pakistan 1, England 1. Pakistan win the second Test match by 152 runs. You have been listening to the Following On Cricket podcast.
Thank you very much, Sam. You've been listening to Sam and Harmy there, part of the Following On podcast. You can find that on the talkSPORT app, talkSPORT YouTube channel, or wherever you get your podcasts. Daniel McHardy alongside former New Zealand Test captain Jeremy Coney as we await the start of the third and final session on day number 3. You are listening to live and exclusive coverage of the 3 Test match series between India and New Zealand on talkSPORT 2, SENZ Radio in New Zealand, and of course on talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. India at tea advanced to 57 without loss. They've trimmed the deficit to under 300. They still trail by 299 runs. Jaiswal 29, he's at 5 fours in that. And Rohit Sharma, the skipper, 27. For New Zealand, Southee, 3 overs, 1 made and no wicket for 7. Henry, none for 19 off 4. 4 overs for Will O'Rourke, none for 15. Patel, left arm finger spinner, none for 14 off 3. And Philip Poland, the last over before tea, conceding 2 runs. Earlier in the day, New Zealand's first innings came to a close at 402 all out. Rachin Ravindra, the story there, 130 for a quite superb 100 by the left-hander, 24-year-old. The world at his feet. He combined with Tim Southee for a record-equalling partnership for the 8th wicket against India. Outstanding effort from the veteran Tim Southey, who made 65, giving New Zealand a big lead, 356 to be exact. The New Zealand side out of the middle, the 2 Indian opening batsmen also there. And we are ready for the resumption of play. Ajaz Patel, shirt untucked, shades on. He's going to continue, and Jeremy Coney get ready for a lot of jazzy calls from Tom Blundell behind the stumps.
All right. Yes, there should be a button that he just pushes on his foot or something like that with his glove.
Pre-recorded. First ball of the session drifts into the pads, balloons in front of the wicket on the onside.
Needs to be square of that man at the moment.
Yep, the catchers are Mitchell at first slip and Will Young, who was actually behind square.
Yeah.
Well, what's the thinking there?
Well, that's for a shorter ball that you take off the back foot.
Well, flighted, driven straight into pitch, bouncing into the short cover.
And you're looking to tuck around the corner. That's a ball that is going down and travelling down leg side. You want him to be thrusting at the ball just outside or centre stump. You want to be straighter and squarer.
It's well bowled by Patel. Good length.
Personally, I think with a lead of 300, you need to have one either side.
Yeah.
Especially after a break where they've got to restart for at least 5 overs.
Especially with Sharma, who's gloved a couple off Patel.
Yeah. And where the ball is still new and bouncing a little bit more.
The tallest is Patel, but he gets this one. Oh, an inside edge that travels very quickly past Will Young. Well, that would have been egg over our face, Jared.
No. That's
we'd have loved that.
We can still justify in a different position.
So it's caught the inside edge, and has it carried? Oh, it has. It's gone straight into his left hand and down. So, smart chance, difficult chance. New Zealand were taking those in the first innings. That will have them interested. Single to Sharma as a result. He's 28. Patel back over the wicket, over pitching and crunch. Glorious stroke through the offside. He's looked very dangerous against Ajaz Patel as the left-handed youngster. Jaiswal moves to 33 with another boundary.
Yeah, the only thing that you'd say about Ajaz is that he likes to get the ball up and down. And I think that sometimes it's too much up and not enough down. He's really got, if he's going to bowl there, he's got to give it much more work on the ball.
There's a powerful sweep through square leg. Oh, Glenn Phillips. Outstanding work in the tee. Full length dive. Earlier it was to the right prior to tee. Gets a pat on the back from Devon Conway because he has gone full length to prevent back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, if he can spin it harder, that's not spinning it hard enough. You'll get more dip, and it will dip at a you know, if it's coming down, it's much more steep the way that it's coming down, and it's therefore coming down shorter. And that brings any sweep shot like that into a bit of danger because you allow it to bounce shorter than you anticipate as a batsman, and then it travels from instead of the middle of the bat to the top edge of the bat. And if it takes that, then it brings the man at 45 into play.
So 7 runs off the first over, 6 off the last 2 balls, a 4 and a 2. The first boundary of the session to Jaiswal with big barrels, big range, bigger deals, and he's got a wound across his left elbow as Phillips taken some skin off. He's electric wherever he may be on the field. He's a brilliant catcher in the gully. Super quick.
He is.
Fearless.
But he's
slash mad. He chucks himself around.
Oh no, he's something special in the field, there's no doubt. And he works at it and he obviously enjoys it a great deal.
Designer bed, he's rocking today too. Here's Matt Henry, his first over after tea, and he's right on the money first up as Sharma comes forward, defends.
You know, Daniel, it'll be interesting to see how spin goes this session, won't it? I mean, from a New Zealand perspective, you know, it's possible they could be a wee bit exposed, I think, with their spinners by the lack of penetration about them.
Henry from over the wicket, bowls full and driving forcefully through cover point into a gap, out of the fence for 4. Sharma Rohit Sharma signature. So languid, to use your word from earlier, Jeremy.
Yeah. And it's just on contact. You notice how he opens the blade. If you just see as the ball hits, see it just opens the blade so it goes square and through the gap in between point and mid-off. Not over-hitting it.
Just a fraction too full from Henry. Pounced on by the captain of India. It's the joy of the fans. The flags are waving. Now Henry goes back of a length on his toes, defending with a straight bat to the bowler. Run rate at 4.12. 16 and a half overs, 68 without loss.
Now, as a general comment, I think I'd say that all the bowlers, as far as Tom Latham is concerned here, there's nothing wrong with changing the bowling quite a lot and try different ends for different bowlers, swap them around, so that when you walk off at the end of this session, you've got a good idea which is the best.
Henry catches the outside edge of Rohit Sharma's bat, goes straight to ground, played with soft hands, open the face, maybe a touch. Goes between the gully and second slip. Using them perfectly. Runs flowing to start the third session on day number 372 without loss. The crowd are loving it. Ticked up a gear or two as far as the noise.
I think that's probably partially deliberate, I think, don't you, looking at that on the replay, that he's just opened the blade. There is a hint of edge about it, but the pace is not quite there, and the movement that we saw in the first innings, everyone sort of thinks, oh, geez, had some luck there. But I think there was a little element from Rohit Sharma to say, I did that deliberately.
Two slips in the gully. Shorter this time from Henry, trying to hit the ball at the top of the bounce off the back foot through the covers. Is a right-hander, but no run.
But yeah, I do think that there's a bit of a danger. It's not entirely the spinner's fault that they'll be exposed. We know how little they play, and they do emerge from some sort of jungle every time just before there's an Asian tour, and we clap them, and say, look, here's your passport, and the way they go. But then it's taken from them as soon as you go back to New Zealand.
Henry very full, very straight, well played though by Sharma up towards mid-on. There's no run here, and then they go through customs, put on the invisibility cloak, and sneak back to the domestic cricket scene. 72 without loss.
It's also where I think Michael Bracewell is missing here. One, and it's only my thought, of course. Others will disagree, but I think he's taller than the bowlers that we've got at the moment, and therefore he will get a little bit more bounce, particularly with the new ball, and bring the close-in catches into play more if he can draw a defensive stroke. So you are attacking the defensive shots of the opposition a bit more. Secondly, he's the biggest turner and the most aggressive of our spin bowlers. And thirdly, there's three left-handers in the top 7 for India: Jaiswal, Pant and Jadeja. I don't know where Pant will bat in this one.
First ball, stumping chance taken by Blundell. Beautiful bowling from Patel, flighted wide of off stump. Jaiswal has wanted to be aggressive against the New Zealand spinner, but that aggression has seen his downfall. First wicket for the Kiwis, 72 for 1. Jaiswal stumped for 35.
What a good riposte from Ajaz Patel to me, to saying, no, I can do that. It didn't turn, did it? It just carried on with the arm. It was always outside the eye line of Jaiswal, who had to reach for it, and it made it easier for Blundell to take that and see it the whole time. And he gets his stumping, and that's a delightful sort of applause from Ajaz to himself, and he deserves it. Well done. I wonder who's coming.
Crowd tells you everything. Wow, what a reception. What a reception. Walks out with great purpose. Bat on his right shoulder. As if his hacksaw Jim Duggan. Yeah, there's You've got no idea.
Is that a TV show? Or
No.
is it, no, okay,
He's a wrestler from the 80s and 90s. He used to wander around with a big piece of 2x4.
He might be on a TV show then. Soon.
So New Zealand a breakthrough early. Session number 3. I must admit, I thought Patel was looking far more threatening to the right-hander, but just the intent that Jaiswal's been showing has seen his downfall.
Another man in close you want, I think. It was just for the start. It doesn't matter who it is. Everybody can make an error.
Coley onto the front foot. Can't get it past the short cover. In fact, he did, but there's a cover in behind.
A little bit full.
He won't get a single, which he'll be very keen. He's one of 5 players, of course, on a pair. If anything, Jerry, has he tried to hit it too hard?
Yeah, he has, and he's gone too much leg side, so he's gone away from the ball.
Coley waits, comes forward, in a part of the bat, push to mid-wicket, no run.
Again, just a tad full from Ajaz Patel. Yeah, he had too much work to do, I think, Jaiswal there, as soon as he went leg side to open up the offside. That's where he was looking to hit.
The beard of Patel in again from around the wicket. Over-pitched, almost Yorker length, dug out to the New Zealand captain, Lathan at cover.
I really think if he can just pull the length back a bit, then he needs a man in close on that offside.
Length back, just a touch, but still on the full side, leading forward, pushed to cover, no
Yeah,
run.
too easy.
Coley misses out. It's a low full toss outside leg stump. He's tried to hit it too square, has missed it, hit his boot, deflected backward a square. That will infuriate you surely if you're on a pair and you get a delivery like that. A successful over for Ajaz Patel. He gets all the New Zealanders rushing in like dragonflies to give him a high five.
Rushing, they're on their legs now. I think they fly, and surely don't they? But I mean, well bowled Patel. He's taken a wee bit of punishment, but at the same time, he's managed to claim the first wicket. It's a wicket of a spinner. And I've been just saying that, you know, they might be a bit exposed, but he's come back. And that's good. I think he was a little full from, I don't know what you felt about it, it was just made it too easy for Coley to start. So Henry's bowling with him, of course, in tandem, so he needs a nice tight over here now.
Here is Henry from over the wicket. He's full
Good start.
Squaring it up, pushing back to the bowl. So Patel has the first.
So
Just 9 to go, Jerry. Just 9 more for Patel.
Nine good pieces of cricket. That's what it is for New Zealand.
And that will improve the mood of Tom Blundell too. After
it's a bit of a horror test from him so far.
Horrendous. Obviously didn't cost side a lot, but such a regulation catch that first. There's a beautiful little clip away forward of square, but that part of the field on the onside is protected. A single, 73 for the loss of 1.
So yeah, I was just saying that some of the reasons I think that perhaps they could have really very carefully considered Michael Bracewell as an addition to that side. He's at the moment taking 3 wickets a test currently, which is I think Patel is 3.1 at the moment. He's a strong, accurate fieldsman as well, and he's quite a useful number 8, I'd say.
And he bowls to Coley on the walk almost as he pushes up towards mid-on. There is no run.
But what New Zealand, I think the thinking from the selectors was that, look, we think our third seamer will probably do a better job than the next spinner. So that was, I think, the reasoning behind the whole thing. Anyway, it's all done now.
I think 31.2 overs into this test match, they were utterly delighted with that decision.
Oh, yeah, certainly.
Here's a good bit of bowling from Henry. Leg cutter, nipping away. Doesn't carry through to Blundell behind the wicket. A genuine play and miss.
And certainly the innings from Southey helps the whole thing fit together too, doesn't it? Just a little bit of movement away.
2 slips of gully, also short cover. Place. Caught down the leg side. Get a run through that area. Inside edge onto the thigh pad, down towards long leg. 74 for the loss of 1. In fact, leg by. Coley remains on Rohit Sharma. He's on strike. Jarrod Kimber rejoins us.
I've got a question for you guys.
Warning. Oh, you got a question. Oh, there we go. Jerry, you can answer.
This might be for Dan.
It's a bouncer. Could be wide. It is very short. Ballooning over. Not called. 74 for the loss of 1.
Do you guys remember the footballer Zinedine Zidane?
Zinedine Zidane?
Whatever, yeah.
I do.
Okay.
Whatever.
Do you remember?
I think we're talking about the same man.
Yeah.
Pay the man some respect.
Yeah, I know, but I'm doing my best here. I'm still having trouble with Blundell and Blundell, if we're being honest. So,
Blundell.
Yeah,
Blundell.
Yeah, you say that, and then it's going to go back into my head, and I'm going to read it again. I'm going to say Blundell again. But there was a documentary about that French footballer whose name you pronounced correctly, and all they did was they kept a camera on him the whole time he was in the field. I don't know if you guys have seen this. It's a beautiful documentary. And so the whole game, there's just different cameras aiming at him, and this incredible soundtrack is playing.
Joe starting a new over. Good bit of bowling going past the outside edge. It spun and kept very low again.
That is not an easy ball to play. Is it? Yeah, you're right. Line and length, and then just hits the crack and runs along the ground. Good luck, everyone. So my idea for a cricket documentary is to do the same thing.
Inside edge into the pad. Goes straight along the wicket. Jeremy Coney pointing angrily at silly Madoff. He wants someone in there. Jarrod, can you get there? Get on a plane. Get there. Because Coney is going to hurt me with those long limbs. This is shorter going back. Playing back to the bowler is Kohler.
Maybe they can't find
talking about a video at the moment.
Well, they can't find their helmets, perhaps. But I was thinking, what if we just put cameras on Glenn Phillips in the field for a whole Test match play?
Catch it!
Can you imagine?
2-leg stump turned into the mid-wicket. Knowing Glenn as I do, the audience would be tired.
Oh,
he is all action.
There was
everything he does.
When that catch went through the hands at short leg, the camera was on Latham, of course, and Latham did a normal Jeremy Coney-like disappointed dad face.
Go! Into the pad of Coley, but clearly sliding down, missing leg.
But you look in the background, and Glenn Phillips has this emotional, physical response to the ball going through. And then about 4 minutes later, we see him just diving nipple first on the ground to save a ball.
Coley inside, edge squirts to Young. Under the helmet's moved in front of square, Jeremy. That's the end of the over, 74 for the loss of 1.
He's just an incredible figure to watch in the field. I think one day I'm just going to go to a game and I'm just going to watch Glenn Phillips field for the entire game just to enjoy that as an experience. Because if for those of you who've never seen it, it is just worth watching him. The energy, the movements, the discussions. Quite often he's having a discussion with another player and they're walking away 50 metres away, clearly trying not to listen to him. And he's still deep in his point, trying to gesticulate to this person to bring them back. They have no interest in Glenn Phillips because they've heard the last 4 conversations from him. 2 seconds later, he's running 40 metres around to back up someone, despite the fact that there's 3 other people already backing them up. He's just full of energy and nonsense and drama. It's beautiful to watch.
He could be your hype man when you resume your rapping career, Jerry.
No, I think he's already got his agent.
Work through square leg by Rohit for just a single, 75 for the loss of 1. Well, the cameraman will be delighted when they return to New Zealand and he takes position at gully for about the first 2 sessions.
Yeah.
Some of the catches he has taken in the gully. I know there's some pretty good gullies going around at the moment, but because he's not the biggest, but his ability to leap, and Jerry, you know that position, the ball often just flies to you. All reactions, let alone, I've seen it that early, I'm going to be able to dive. Henry, bowling to Coley, now he's off the mark. Listen to the ovation for a single. off the pier, down towards long leg, 76 for the loss of 1.
I don't know what you two thought about the way Kohli confronted Ajaz Patel in that last over. I thought that was most interesting, that he didn't like the slow pace of Ajaz Patel and got hit on the pads virtually every shot he tried to play.
Or inside edge, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was kind of... I would have wanted, as I said, that's why I wanted the man in.
Henry bowls full, driven forcefully through the covers for 4.
Beautiful shot, that. A little bit of a throwdown, if we're being honest, but just beautifully played by Rohit Sharma. Again, you know, we're used to that sort of minimal foot movement, but just the weight going through the ball, and lovely shot. Yeah, I think with Virat Kohli, Jeremy, he prefers the ball, I think, certainly when he was younger, he preferred the ball spinning away than he did spinning in. And that's not a very normal thing for a batter to enjoy. But over the last couple of years, he's had to change.
Now on that 42, and he pulls the ball high over mid-wicket. Into the stands. That's dropped by that fan wearing all white. Crowd roars. A 4 followed by a 6. A big 6 as well. Big barrel, big range, bigger deals. It's 86 for 1, and he's 48.
That's an incredible shot there. Rohit Sharma, well known for his pull shot, but that was one of the best you will see from him. Again, minimal movement. He's just standing still and delivering here on both sides of the wicket. And the way he's batting at the moment, he's still wondering when he's going to declare.
Henry bowls and he paddles, pulls powerfully. Number 4. Harbour Bridge from Ravindra, diving away to his left. Dived over the top of the ball. The runs are flowing for the Indian skipper, who goes past 50 of just 59 balls. And it's been a tough watch for the Indian fans in this venue. And they're loving it right now. 90 for the loss of 1.
Some lovely batting, isn't it? He's been able to just caress the ball. The thing that we've known about Rohit Sharma for many years, and he's become captain, of course, there is that element of Ben Stokes about showing the rest of his side how he would like them to express themselves a little bit more, let's put it that way, and play aggressively and get past and catch up to other sides, whatever the position in the game is.
Henry, under pressure, goes full on off stump. Pushed to cover, no run, the 18th 50 of his career to go alongside the 12 Test match hundreds he has scored. The end of the over, 90 for the loss of 1. And the deficit now 266.
I don't think Matt Henry is bowling particularly badly. There was a couple of balls in that over that he didn't execute exactly as he'd want, but he's didn't he go at about 1.13 runs and over in the first innings? And he's
something like that.
He's above a run a ball here. Life comes at you very fast.
Yeah, the only thing sometimes on this sort of surface, of course, someone who's so accurate like that, I mean, that last ball, for example, if you're going to drag down a little bit, you've got to put more effort into it. You've got to force some sort of mistake, I think, and give more pace to that delivery.
Patel continues, drops short as Kohli goes back, and he'll get a boundary too. Through cover point. Heroic attempt from Glenn Phillips, right on cue. The ball's about at the rope, and he's about, 5 metres behind, but he won't give up. He's always seeing the positive things in life and believes, damn with physics, I can stop this. He didn't.
That ball had hit the rope, it had hit the fence, it had nestled, and then he had the big dive, didn't he? It was beautiful to watch. Full-chested.
94 for the loss of 1. Kohli goes back and works the ball through square leg for a single past Young under the helmet. He wants a second, but Henry respects his work in the outfield.
Jeremy, just to get back to your point about Kohli and the spin, I think when he struggled at home, when the pitches have been spinning a lot more, I think what he's done is he's slightly changed his technique, and so he now doesn't play the ball spinning away as well as he used to. But he's much better at the ball spinning back in. And when you make a little tweak to your technique, you kind of take from one strength and and and
absolutely
move it around. And I think that's what he's done. He just doesn't feel as comfortable against spin as he used to.
Go, Jazzy!
Much better from Ajaz Patel. And off stump, sedately defended. Just watching a replay of that dive, it was like watching Leon Marchand in the Olympic Games diving into the pool.
Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking. He'd be an excellent last leg for your swimming team, wouldn't he? The relay side. He'd dive half the length of the pool. Only get 3 or 4 strokes in.
Good line lead from Ajaz Patel.
There is
high on the bat.
No way that Glenn Phillips wouldn't dive in early either. He's too excited. He can't wait.
Disqualified.
Yeah. The other guy wouldn't have even touched the wall. He'd jump into the other person, wouldn't he, in the pool? He'd be that excited to get in there. Show him what he's made of.
Inside edge that trickles back onto the stumps. New Zealand get a huge slice of luck. Rohit Sharma in despair, cannot believe it. Ajaz Patel has 2. He goes for 52, does Rohit Sharma. And India, all of a sudden, the crowd is silenced. 95 for 2.
I wouldn't be surprised
well.
if we see this again. And this wasn't off the middle of the bat, gentlemen. It looked like to me, he hit that onto the ground and it spun back.
Yes, certainly. Whether he's actually played it so late, and I'm interested in the angle of his bat when he plays the defensive stroke, if he's allowed it to run down the bat and therefore continue its path. No, that's not too bad, you'd have to say, but it has just spun backwards and onto the stumps.
Again, inside part of the bat.
Yes,
inside
edge.
Very good bowling there, but he got a big chunk of that. That was the backspin really did him, and he was very upset when he turned around and realised what he'd done. But I don't think he even realised it was going back, Jeremy. I think he just thought he'd played a normal defensive shot and everything was fine.
You're right. He didn't react at all, did he? He was quite surprised suddenly when he heard the bails.
Like Tim Southey, who booted the ball away on a couple of occasions.
He did show some Zinedine Zidane technique. Yeah.
I like the idea of Tim Southey going up to Rohit later and just going, "Would you like me to show you how it's done, buddy?"
Right, now Safaraz again on a pair. Looked as though he wanted to be an attacking kind of player, I've got to say, although that's quite a brief assessment of 3 deliveries.
I do feel he lived a lifetime in those 3 deliveries, though, to be fair. Look,
yeah, I think that's probably true.
He's a natural scorer.
A book about the 3 balls.
Yeah, exactly. I've already got an 8,000-word essay on them. But he's a natural scorer. He's actually very similar to Glenn Phillips. If you watch him at the non-striker's end, he's always going to be in a conversation with someone. He's going to be giving everyone advice, a bit like Johnny Bairstow. He's always coming down the wicket to tell his partner what to do, and his partner's always sort of turning his back and going, I know how to bat. This isn't my first time, Sarfaraz. Thanks for the chat. Back down the other end, buddy. In fact, his running between wickets can be very interesting because he's he can be very excitable at times, but a very talented player.
Well, he's on a pair and he waits. Goes back to a ball that's reasonably full, straight out of the middle of the bat, in fairness to the right-hander. The end of a successful over for Ajaz Patel and New Zealand. They got rid of Rohit Sharma just as he was exploding into life. A flurry of boundaries, but a little inside edge that trickled down and spun back. He didn't see the ball threatening the stumps. Dislodged the bails, and he goes. 95 for 2, and there's a real skip of the step of Ajaz Patel as he gallops off to take his spot for the start of the new over.
When Ajaz Patel is getting the right length, I just think that he's in the game here. He's caused Kohli some problems, and he's just come into his innings. But he's searching for the ball and he's getting hit on the pad. He's got a little inside edge into the pad and so on. It's not a convincing start of his first 5 or 6 deliveries. He looks a bit better now, and I guess that will help him a great deal. O'Rourke looks like he's going to replace Henry with the ball. And I just think again there, he got the length right, and it's in fact the lack of pace that are forcing the Indian batsmen to push forward a little bit, perhaps more than they would like, and the ball hasn't quite arrived.
Will be Will O'Rourke. 2 slips, leg gully. Of course, that's where rid of Kohli in the first innings. 4 overs, none for 15 in his first spell. To the right arm quick bowler. Quickest of the New Zealand bowlers. It's very full and straight. Squared up touch was Kohli, and there's no run, 95 for the loss of 2. Jaswal stumped for 35, Sharma bowled for 52. The 200 plays to be dismissed.
This is Will O'Rourke. Here is your time. I'm going to give you no more than 3 overs. You run into Kohli before he gets settled. We need another wicket from you now. Just show us what you've got. Don't worry about bouncing the ball. Give it a crack.
It's a forward square leg. It's crept in a fair bit and a catching mid-wicket as well. Very straight as he does here, pushed up towards cover.
Kohli has not seen much of you. You got him out in the first innings. Yes, there was movement, and you were bowling with a much newer ball on a more difficult wicket. You need to really run in hard for us here.
Ajaz Patel has just left the field. Notice he's having a chat to one of the team management, and then quite a grimace on his face. Not sure if he's feeling a bit of pain. That's something Jon Norman can follow. Throw to them at the end of the over as Kohli, long stretch forward, hunts the ball into the cover region. Gets a single, 96 for the loss of 2. I'm sure Harmy can write the forward to your book, Jarrod, after the 3-ball duck. Sarfraz was a big fan of that.
Harmy's been talking about that duck off air so much. Absolutely love the Sarfraz duck. I also, if there's any producers out there, big fan of Sarfraz and Glenn Phillips' buddy comedies. Funny Cop, that
Dumb
kind of
Dumber.
thing. You said Dumb and Dumber. Jeez, that was a bit unfair.
Quality comedy. Worked by Sarfraz Khan. He's off the mark. Took a hand off the bat. Nigeria. Look, all that assured, but he gets a run nonetheless. He's thrilled with that. He's won. Kohli 97 for the loss of 2, trailing by 259 runs.
Tango and Cash, I was thinking more of, but sure, wherever your mind goes.
On action. Action-packed.
Well, they're action men. Bad boys? Although they're kind of both Martin Lawrence, aren't they? That's a good noise on the slow motion there.
The replay. Will O'Rourke moving it again. Short one. Uncomfortable height as Kohli's trying to play controlled. Pull. Gets the ball into a gap at square leg. It's a single, 98 for the loss of 2. Good height.
So the height is what I want to talk about here. Virat Kohli, I believe when the ball is delivered at over 2.2 metres, averages around 26, 27 in Test match cricket. So Will O'Rourke is around about 225 centimetres release point. So these are the kind of bowlers that generally give Virat Kohli more trouble than anyone else. He does not enjoy taller bowlers.
Last ball of the O'Rourke over. Similar field for Sarfraz Khan. Leaves a ball that sags through to Blundell from wide of off stump. The end of the over. 98 for the loss of 2. Kohli 8, Sarfraz Khan on 1. Jaswal gone for 35 and Sharma for 52. Both to Ajaz Patel. Now from Jerry and myself, over to Jon Norman, Steve Harmison and Jarrod Kimber.
Thank you very much, Daniel McHardy and Jeremy Coney. Welcome to the Glenn Phillips Show. Your host today, Jarrod Kimber. Special appearance from Sarfraz Khan. What a show. It's been all action, isn't it, for the last couple of days after that washout on day 1. Wickets and runs yesterday. 100 from Ration Ravindra earlier today. Wow, what an innings that was. And we've had 2 wickets at the start of India's innings, but they're going at good rate. So wickets and runs, that's what it's all about. Ajaz Patel picking up where he left off last time he was in India, and that's taking wickets. He's taken both of the wickets to 4. Slightly fortuitous with the second of those. And he has just come so close to a third. It's Kohli, a ball that's kept low and possibly is deceived Kohli in terms of the pace. He's under-edged it back through his legs on the pull, and it's whistled past leg stump and away for a couple.
Yeah, his eyes have lit up, haven't they? Virat Kohli's eyes lit up there, and the ball just didn't bounce. It's hit inside edge, off his left leg, off his left knee, and back through Blundell's legs, and just missed leg stump.
Patel again, this is on off stump. Sarfaraz Khan deep in the crease. He survived 4 deliveries rather than the 3 we saw yesterday. He's 1 not out. 5 Indian batters walking to the crease on a pair. The first 2 of those have successfully got past that. Patel is in again, and on the sweep, Sarfaraz Khan will take 4 just in front of square. Good shot. As soon as he saw, pretty much as soon as the ball left Patel's hands, Khan was down. You could see that the width was there and the length also, and he's absolutely drilled this to square leg for a boundary.
Yeah, it was a good shot. It's the first time in that 3 balls in the first innings, 5 balls in this innings, that he looked as though he was in control of what he was trying to do.
100 up for India. On the sweep again is Khan. He's going to pick up another boundary. This was in the air for a second, but more than enough of it. This time backward of square. And he moves to 9. But I don't think Tom Latham or New Zealand are going to mind this approach.
I was just about to say that, Jon Norman. I don't mind this if I'm Tom Latham, if I'm Ajaz Patel. I could possibly do with that man and squeezing no man's land at square leg. Either go at 45 or go on the deep.
And again he goes to Sarfaraz Khan. And Kohli's going to be sent back at the non-striker's end. What is going on out there?
I can tell you what's going on out there. Sarfaraz Khan is out there. There's always going to be a run-out chance with Sarfaraz Khan, and he'll be discussing that with Kohli for the next 20 minutes as well.
In fairness to Sarfaraz, he misses this by some way. He overbalances, and because the ball's gone behind him, he's got no idea where the ball is.
He didn't. I think it just took him a long time to tell Kohli, though, that he should have said to Kohli straight away, I can't run here, and he waits too long.
I also think it took him a long time to get back up.
He did.
I mean, he's on the sweep, he's down on one knee, and it took him a while to get back to his feet. Not the tallest is Sarfaraz Khan, but he was off balance and he couldn't quite get the centre of gravity back.
And he was looking for the ball as well.
He was looking for the ball, yeah. Caned into the chest of Blundell.
Last ball of an eventful Patel over, and this is flighted from Patel, misfielded by Latham at cover, but no run taken by Sarfaraz, who would have been running to the danger end. 107 for 2 then India. They still trail by 249.
Something happening here. I mean, the last thing India want is Virat Kohli run out, but at this moment in time I think that looks more of a dismissal than anything else. Kohli looks quite comfortable. He played really well against O'Rourke in that last over. Big bowler. He challenged him with a good short ball, good height, which Kohli managed to ride. But if you're asking me which I think the next mode of dismissal is high up on the radar, if you're looking for a little flutter, it wouldn't surprise me if one of these two gets run out, because Sarfaraz has got no idea where the ball is going, and the runner between the wickets looks jittery.
O'Rourke, start of his 6th over, is in, and that is a beautiful punch, cover drive from Virat Kohli. Does not even move from the crease. That's 4 runs to the score, 111 for 2. Morning Morkel is part of the backroom staff for India these days. Can you remember when he walked off the field at the Oval and headed to the groundsman's hut?
I was playing, yeah.
Well, if Sarfaraz Khan runs out Virat Kohli, I suggest he does something similar when he walks off the field.
Yeah,
because you don't want to go anywhere near the dressing room if you run Virat out.
Especially in the Chinnaswamy. I'm not sure I'd be going to the dressing room or any one of the stands. I think I was playing. I played in Mornay's.
You were playing?
Yeah, I was playing.
I was at the game and he walked. I was there.
2 slips in place as Kohli pops this into the outfield and the offside, and will come through for a single. 112 for 2. Yeah, I think.
You know where the dugout is at the Oval now? They used to
just
be able to
at the bottom of the steps.
You used to be able to buy those tickets.
It was groundsman's hut.
No, but you used to be able to buy those tickets.
You still can, I think.
No, well, it depends if they have the dugouts there or not.
No, do you know what? It depends. At a county game, I think you can still sit there.
You can still sit in that area for certain games. But I was in, before there was a dugout, I was there. And so we were expecting, of course, Morne Morkel to walk to our right, where the stairs are, and he walked to our left, and you could hear the crowd slowly start to realise that Morne Morkel didn't know where he was going, and then Morne looked up and was like, where am I? And he had to step over the fence.
Sarfaraz facing O'Rourke. It's a short delivery, it's wide, and it's been dabbed through vacant third slip. Committed shot, strange shot, but effective. 116 for 2.
The most important thing is here, they're going for this. They are legitimately trying to score as quickly as possible, as many runs as possible, with a chance of winning this game.
I just think from India's point of view, you've got to stay positive in movement. And I think if you're positive in movement and looking to score, I think you've got a better chance of surviving from a defensive point of view. If you're getting out there and you're covering the bounce and you're looking to, with positivity, you've got more chance of getting something on the ball, defending it, than rather just standing there and negatively trying to just survive.
Well, it took Kohli 15 deliveries to get off the mark, but he's up and running now, as this is a straighter line from O'Rourke, and it's defended by Sarfaraz Khan, who is at 14 from 10 deliveries.
I know what you're saying, Kami, and I think they are trying to be positive, but it's more than that. They are thinking about winning this game in a way that even a year ago would have seemed odd, but 3 or 4 years ago, who would have been like, what? Like, cricket has changed so much now that they're like, we can score it or run a ball, and we can put some pressure on. I mean, who knows? The rain might end up winning this game anyway, but at this stage, they're certainly trying to put some pressure back on.
Well, they're 240 runs behind New Zealand as things stand, as Rourke again forcing a shot from Sarfaraz. He's trying to get onto the front foot. No run there, 116 for 2.
I briefly talked about before that Virat Kohli doesn't like the taller bowlers like O'Rourke. One of the reasons I think he doesn't like them, and I want to run this past you, a taller bowler, Harmy, is he has the furthest most inception points in Test cricket, which basically means he hits the ball closest to the bowler of anyone.
Yeah. Which is not a good trait for a tall bowler.
I would assume you.
It's a bit like Ricky. Ricky Ponting was somebody who he was the hardest bloke I ever bowled at, and I always felt as though it was a contest. I always felt as though I was in the game, potentially getting him out, but I never really felt as though I could stop him from scoring.
O'Rourke again, as Sarfaraz is keen to get on the front foot, opens the face of the blade, and this is just steered to point, no run. 2 batters up in the Indian dressing room with their pads on. Rishabh Pant is down to come in next, then it'll be KL Rahul. They are the 2 batters with their pads on. We saw pictures of the tea break, and Rishabh Pant was out on the outfield, wasn't he? And he was just
grimacing.
Essentially, didn't look comfortable, did he?
No.
So it was a good hit. It was good underneath.
It definitely was. So the Ricky Ponting thing is, and Virat Kohli, where I think it's similar is with Ricky Ponting, when you want to bowl back of a length, which is for you is your normal length, he could pull that, and not only could he pull it from fine leg all the way around to mid on, so you can't set a field for it. And with Kohli,
as Patel comes in, this is just drifting down onto the pads of Kohli, who gets down and just clips this, and will actually come back for a second.
Good running there.
Pushing that did not look like 2 runs. O'Rourke just possibly caught on his heels after bowling that last over, allows Kohli to get back on strike, who moves to 16.
And with Kohli, when you're trying to bowl your good length ball, because he's further down the wicket and he drives on the up, he doesn't let you to bowl that ball either.
Flighted outside off stump, 4th stump line, and drilled straight to the fielder at cover. No run. India trail by 238. There was a sentence that Gautam Gambhir, the new coach of India, came out with in the lead-up. I'm not sure if it was to the second Bangladesh test of this series, but he described his approach, or rather his team's approach, as high risk, high failure. Well, 46 all out is failure.
Yeah, big time failure. Just having a quick look at the ball here, so we've got a bit of time to cover that.
Being outscored by Tim Southee, I think that's high failure.
That is very, very high failure, but there's the side that this team is, and while Virat Kohli's there, and you've got players like Rishabh Pant and KL Rahul, Jadeja especially, they can come in, and I wouldn't say this game is all but dead. It'll take a monumental effort from India to get anywhere near though.
As Kohli plays back and across and clipping this delivery from Patel, and again pushing the first run so hard, the second is a comfortable completion. He moves to 18, deficit 236. 27 overs remaining today. There was clouds. Sun was out for much of the day. We haven't seen the sun for a while, but doesn't look in any immediate danger as Kohli punches this to point. Patel taking both wickets. Jaiswal tempted out of his crease. Wide delivery that just went on. Blundell completed the stumping opportunity as Kohli comes forward and smothers any spin and just pushes this to mid-on, comes through for a single. He's looking good now. It took him 15 deliveries to get off the mark. A duck in first innings, 19 from 29. Sarfraz is going at a run of ball, 13 from 12, and India 121 for 2, still trailing by 235 as Sarfraz is wrapped on the pads. Now it's hit him in line.
Does it come back enough?
Well, that's the question that Tom Latham will be asking. 3 reviews, of course. There's a grimace from Patel. Mitchell's turned round, 2 seconds left, and they decide not to review.
I think I might have had a look at it, because I think maybe it's an umpire's call that's clipping leg stump, and for the theatre and the drama and trying to put pressure on Sarfraz, I might have been tempted it just for that, but I don't think it would have gotten overturned. I think this is just not coming back enough. Yeah, I think it's just sliding down, and maybe it is missing leg stump, but I thought it might have been clipping.
I think that's the kind of LBW that you either get from the umpire on field, and the moment you don't, because you know it's going to be clipping, it's not full. I mean, Patel wasn't forceful there, was he? And I think
you're on the risk of losing it as well.
Yeah, Latham read that one spot on. We haven't seen the replay, but I think New Zealand have called that one correctly. But also, you know, it's just a little moment that will keep Patel in the game. He's taken the 2 wickets to fall. O'Rourke, he's got a strike rate of 34, I think, in his short career. He's only played a handful of test matches. So if he hits that, he's going to take a wicket in this over.
He's bowled well to Kohli. He really has. I think he's brought Virat Kohli forward. He bowled him a couple of good bouncers. Kohli played a beautiful drive off him through extra cover in the last over. It's been a good contest, this.
And it is Kohli who is... I think he's got... he comes forward, just pushes this straight, and it's fielded. Umpire's just picking up Paul Rifle. Why are they doing that? That makes me nervous. We're not going to see the dreaded light meter, are we? A replay of that LBW shout from the last over, and it is as we thought. If the finger had gone up on field, then it would have stayed with the on-field call. Clipping leg stump, but not enough to overturn.
Good decision.
Yeah, it was an Akshar Patel LBW, wasn't it? Clipping the outside of leg stump, you either get it on the ground or you don't get it.
121 for 2 then as Kohli, 19 not out. Just bends his knees a touch and allows this length delivery from William O'Rourke to sail past harmlessly. 142 kilometres on the speed gun from O'Rourke.
It didn't quite get up, didn't quite bounce. It looped. He looped to the wicketkeeper Blundell. Sometimes worry about O'Rourke bowling a bouncer early in his over. And he does go to that bouncer. Next part of the over, he loses his left side and just doesn't quite get a good length on it.
This is on the body of Kohli, Will Young, who runs across from mid-wicket. Only half field, and it allows Kohli to come through. Mexican wave in the stands at the Chinnaswamy. And Sarfraz Khan comes back on strike.
Better crowding today, a lot better crowd, whether it's the temperature, Kohli batting, you know, they're all coming out knowing that India are going to bat. There's a hell of a lot more in today than there was in yesterday.
Yep, they're enjoying themselves. They've got their king at the crease. Chance of RCB earlier in his innings. That's still a lot of work to do though, with Sarfraz Khan facing up, and he uppercuts this delivery short and wide, and it's been dispatched just backward a point, and Sarfraz moves to 19 with a 6.
Good shot from Sarfraz, width, short ball, good height from Will O'Rourke, just not well directed. I don't mind this. Big fast bowler having a go. I don't mind it. He's gone for 6. Be tempted to put a man down there because that's a catching position down at sort of a wide third, a split third, and sort of on gully line for, you know, down in the deep And if he is going to go short, mean to bowl short and go hard at Sarfraz's body, because I think there is a bit of a vulnerability towards Sarfraz if you can get him hit around the body area.
Beaten this time, flat-footed drive from Sarfraz. He's just held it outside 6 stump line, and Sarfraz has moved towards the ball and beaten past the outside edge.
His back went towards the ball. The rest of his body didn't. He looked as though he was expecting another short ball there with Sarfraz. He was a bit late on coming forward. His feet don't move too well at the best of time. It was just a waft outside off stumping, and that's what the short ball's doing. Very encouraging. I'll go again at the top of the stumps here.
1 ball left of the 27th over. India 128 for 2 as Rook is in, and this has been somehow deflected up and over. First slip, it'll go away for 4, but I think I'll have to look at it again. It seemed to me that Sarfraz was trying to get out the way of the ball, then possibly at the last moment the ball in his arc, he just decided to ramp it up and over the slip for a 4, but I'd like to see where that came off.
Yeah, I think he's trying to ramp it, but it's nipped back and it's gone hard at him, and he's played it quite well, to be fair. He really has. He's managed to sway out the way while leaving his bat there, knowing that the ball will just run up the face of the bat, and as long as he doesn't get a sort of heavy part of it and straight up in the air, comfortably get it over the wicket keeper.
What he's risking there is it hitting the gloves.
If it hits the gloves, it goes straight up. Or if his angle of his bat is just tilted a little bit more towards the sky and it hits the bat hard, then it does go straight up in the air.
Here is Patel. There's non-stop action. The Chinnaswamy. Sarfraz wants a single at the non-striker's end, but this is pushed straight to the fielder running in inside the covers. Yeah, it does just hit the glove, goes onto the bat and then loops up over slip. Tempter wide and cut. Point can't stop it, but Glenn Phillips, yep, him again. Just runs round to stop but 1 becoming 2 or maybe more.
Sarfraz is ticking here. Will O'Rourke's bowled a couple of good short balls at him. He's now scoring. He likes to score. He's somebody who wants to keep the scoreboard going. So important here that Ajaz Patel gets on the money. 2, 3 good dot balls here to try and put pressure on Sarfraz.
Forward this time, Sarfraz smothering any spin, and it's not big spin, but there's a couple of cracks there on the pitch. A little bit of variable bounce. Now and again, one keeps low. Patel wider of the crease, but this is comfortably clipped off the pad of of Sarfraz, who moves to 24. That brings Kohli back on strike. 2 balls left of Ajaz Patel's 10th over. They've tried to change this ball a couple of times, haven't they, the New Zealanders, as Kohli props forward but can't beat a diving Southey at mid-wicket. No run. 1 ball left of the over. Both Kohli and Sarfraz out for ducks in first innings. In the 20s as Kohli just plays back and hits this ball from the face of the bat straight to Will Young at short leg. No run. So India trail by 2-2-2. Kohli and Sarfraz now set. Both openers gone. A little gloomy as we push towards the latter stages of the afternoon in India. And Tim Southey has been brought back into the attack.
Yeah, Tim Southey's going to come back on. I just wonder if, with Will O'Rourke bowling them 2 or 3 overs of short balls, whether they've just had a little glimpse of the ball, and it looks as though there's, on the rough side, there's a lot of scuffed off marks, little sort of pieces broken off. I've already asked umpire Paul Rifle to have a look and see if it fits through the ball gauge, and it did, and it went through, not a problem. So they've already got one eye on the ball possibly being a bit soft. But I just wonder if Will O'Rourke in the last 2 or 3 overs of bowling short has scuffed up the ball enough, and if this is a a look for Tom Latham to see if it is reverse swinging, to see if Southey can get the ball off the straight in reverse manner, because there wasn't that much from New Zealand, from India's point of view when they were bowling.
A wideish first slip for Southey, who pitches the ball up onto the off stump, and Sarfraz Khan comes forward and drills this delivery to Henry at mid-on, no run. 134 for 2 India, going slightly better than they did in first innings. If you just arrived from the International Space Station, India were bowled out for 46 yesterday. Yep, you have arrived on Earth. Still doesn't look right when you look at the scorecard. Sarfraz facing, and again Southey targeting off stump, and Sarfraz propping forward. Can't beat the fielder at mid on. 134 for 2.
A little bit, just a little bit of shape, a little bit of shape back in. I'm not sure if that's, so we see a close-up, I'm not sure if that's reverse or it's just the angle of where Tim Southey's trying to bowl from, whether he's going wide of the crease and just angling in, but it does look as though it's just gone in a touch towards off stump.
Southey, his first 3 overs went for 7. And again, it's in and around that similar line. On off stump, forcing Sarfraz to play. He wants to play. And it's fielded this time short mid-wicket rather than mid-on. Rohit Sharma was starting to look good right up until the point of his dismissal, an unfortunate one. Playing defensively, the ball ricocheting back off the bat onto his thigh and then onto the middle stump. And Southey is in, and again it's in and around off stump, and Sarfraz seems quite happy just to drop the bat on this. A few dark clouds rolling into view. They're quite high though, and New Zealand won't mind them being present for the latter stages of day 3. I mean, I've stopped looking at the weather forecast, to be honest, so we'll find out what that is when we wake up tomorrow. But it had been forecast to be bad for the latter part of today, and that hasn't happened, as Southey just strays onto the pad of Sarfraz. It's pitched up again, and that beats at Ravindra. Running round from fine leg, can't cut this ball off. And not for the first time. The umpires are in focus. I think that may be more for the boundary signal rather than anything untoward in terms of light, because we did go off a bad light on day 2.
It's an excellent shot from Sarfraz. He's got a juicy half volley on leg stump, but he's still got to put it away. I'm just sure if Southey's trying to go for the, I've seen if it is reversing big, and he's just pushed it, but he's gone from about 4 perfect balls in and around off stump, and he's just got a bit greedy there.
Last ball of the over, back to that off stump line, defensively played by Sarfraz Khan. He thinks about a run, but then just hangs back, and that's the end of a good over for India. 4 runs coming from it. Partnership of 43 between Sarfraz Khan and Virat Kohli at 7 overs, and they're ticking along. Trailing by 218, a lot of work still to be done. Both openers have been dismissed, and we're going to see another over from Ajaz Patel.
Sarfraz Khan has just settled down, very, very fidgety and very frenetic in the early part of his innings. So a 3-ball duck in the first innings, but now he seems to have settled in. Run between the wickets seems to be a little bit more settled, and his body movements seem to be a little bit more settled as well.
Patel again, Kohli's down the track, lofted, up and over. You can hear the cheers from the fans in the Chinnaswamy. They've cheered many a 6 from the blade of Virat Kohli over the years, and as soon as he'd come down the track and laid connection with the ball, there was only one place that this ball was going, and that was into the crowd. Kohli moves to 27. Patel again on the sweep this time. 4 more to the score. India on the charge, 148 for 2. Kohli moves into the 30s.
2 very, very good shots from Virat Kohli. He uses experience, the class of a top player, seen the ball just thrown above the eye line. He's not going to bowl to me like that. I'm going to run down and belt him over his head. And I know for a fact this time he's going to bowl a little bit flatter and a little bit more towards the leg stump. He's put a beautiful sweep shot.
Pressure on the bowler, touch flattered, but there's movement actually, a little bit of turn away from Kohli. Doesn't trouble the former India Test skipper. Crowd just quietens down a touch wider. Forward is Kohli, drawn into a push outside off stump. Meets the ball with the full face of the bat. Sent back by Sarfraz Khan. Two fielders close to the wicket on the offside. 4 actually. And because of the scoreboard pressure, Tom Latham can have another 3 on the leg side. Runs not a problem. Turn again and bounce. Well, that might put a little question into the mind of Kohli. Good riposte from Patel.
Yeah, nice turn, nice bounce, better action. He's gone through the action. He's got a full rotation there.
Lost ball of the over. What can he do? He strays onto the pads again. This has been Ajaz Patel's problem. Struggling to consistently bowl line of length. And Kohli will take another 4. Backward is square on the leg side, and he moves to 35. India trail by 204. 14 runs coming from Ajaz Patel's 11th over. He's taken 2 for 56. The deficit hovering around the 200 mark for the next half an hour or so. Commentary will be picked up by our New Zealand brethrens, Jeremy Coney and Daniel McHardy.
You are listening to live and exclusive coverage of India v New Zealand on talkSPORT 2, SENZ Radio in New Zealand. A good late evening in New Zealand, late morning in the UK, 152 for the loss of 2. Jeremy Coney, the runs are flowing.
Yes, they are. And this was always a possibility on a pitch like this. And if New Zealand don't bowl, you know, with a little bit more consistency, they are going to be taken to. And I'm talking particularly about Ajaz Patel.
Southey bowls full straight, hitting the front pad. He's up and unmoved as umpire Goff. Maybe just nipping down the leg side.
So important to try and convince the umpire to raise the finger. It just brings clipping the stumps, it brings all that into play.
Well, we've seen consistency from Southey in the 7 balls since returning it to bowling crease. This one just nipped back.
It's gone down,
moved a long way, in fact, on the replay, isn't it, Jeremy? But he's just bowling, well, I would describe some bit of a white ball spell.
Yes.
Cutters, rollers, trying to bowl wicket to wicket, trying to curb the scoring rate and use the enthusiasm of Sarfraz Khan against him. He's a shotted ball type of guy, as we've seen. 28 off 25 with 5 fours and a 6.
Yeah, particularly seems to like the cut shots, the ramps, you know, that kind of stroke, sweeps, short man.
Southey in again and gets the outside edge. That is almost taken in the gully. Did it carry to Ajaz Patel? He ended up juggling it, but need to see the replay. Did not catch it from the naked eye, but it was good reflexes. Southey's got the grimace on his face. Single taken, 153 for 2.
Did it carry? I think it might have. No, just before?
Yeah, on the bounce.
Yeah, the bounce. Yeah. It's just New Zealand, you know, while they are going for runs, they've just got to keep up chipping away, don't they? Picking up top order wickets.
Kohli, on the other hand, up to 35 off 42. He leans forward, pushes into the cover region, no run. So slip in a gully. And catch a short catch or 2 at cover.
Effectively, you can see a lot of seamers coming in from Southey. This is, you know, the T20 kind of experience that he's had, because it's kind of getting a little bit like that kind of field about it, isn't it?
Well, they're going at 7.8 runs and over in the last 10 overs.
Yeah. So that is T20. Those are T20 figures. And so Southey can start to draw on all that experience.
Southey into his 5th over. He's none for 12. It was a little bit wider of off stump, full of length. Pushed into the covers, no run. He's brought a bit of calm to the proceedings. It's Tim Southey, normality.
Well, normally you see the left arm orthodox is one of the hardest people to get away. They skid at you, they turn one, they drift one back into you, and all those different kinds of deliveries that are available when you're bowling to a right-hander. And just Ajaz again, it's the consistency of his bowling. He bowls some very good ones. But in between there are boundary balls.
Southey moves and again hitting high on the bat as Kohli presses forward, defending once more. At times been 2 legs, but he's drifted 2 leg side, often to the right-handers. Got rid of...
Well, he's taken them both, hasn't he?
Joswell, the first to go, stumped as Joswell looked to dance down the wicket and thrash him back over the bowler's head. He's got a little bit too leg side. Didn't spin. Bounce past the outside edge. Bails off from blunder. Wicket taken with the score at 72. And then it was Rohit Sharma. Fortunate for him. Defending. Ball dropping down and then spinning back onto the stumps. Southey goes wider of the crease. Worked. Plenty of bottom hand by Kohli up towards mid-on. No run. End of the over. 153 for the loss of 2. Just 1 run off that over. Ajaz Patel. Will he continue? Well, he's taken the cap off. That's a good sign.
Yeah, I just wonder whether you don't want to get someone like that who's going at sort of, what is he, nearly 6s? No, five and a half. 5.5, isn't he? Yeah. You don't really want to just leave him on. I think you do get tired as a spinner. You do also quite like bowling at this kind of time because you do have a chance. You know that the batsman is going to play aggressively against you. So if you get it right at your end, there is a chance at the other. He's just not quite doing that enough times and putting them together in packages.
A lovely overhead shot of some downtown traffic, and it's stressing me out just watching it. But 1 lane, 4-car wide. Everyone trying to elbow in. First ball of the over, played very late, so backward point on a misfield, sloppy, and this outfielder's really starting to get quick, and Phillips has to sprint off after and keeps it from reaching the rope, but that's 2 untidy runs conceded, 155 for 2. It was Devon Conway. Took a screamingly good catch in the first innings to dismiss Safraz. Can't. And he's allowed the right-hander to move to 31. And he plays a very late dab cut attempt that just gets past Daryl Mitchell low and to his right. I think it's bounced in front. That's it.
Yeah, well, Mitchell's never going to get down to the miss. No. He's got hands on knees, then he actually stands up further. The hands go above that more to the waist, and it's very hard to get down.
Just drifting into the leg stump as Patel, nudge to square leg, no run as the field gets in nice and quick. And the run rate just been curbed. Southey conceding 1 off the previous over, and misfield and a couple of dot balls. Mitchell short cover, short mid wicket. Southey's at short mid wicket. From around the wicket, here is a full toss on leg stump. Help yourself, Sarfraz Khan. He does exactly that. Umbar Rifle raises 2 hands above his head. Another 6 crashing into the fans. The 4th of the innings. It's 161 for the loss of 2. Another big boundary with big barrels, big range, bigger deals. That's your point made, isn't it?
I don't need to say anything.
4 good balls. Pressure off.
Come on, Jesse boy!
Patel's response. Pretty good delivery, but the problem is this is better batting. Slog sweep, powerful. Over mid-wicket. Low trajectory. And another 6. Boy, oh boy. So many highlights in this test match. Extraordinary. 167 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, it's a good hit. It's a good hit, this one. But Ajaz Patel must get through his action, mustn't he? He must get the ball to drop a little bit more, so to make it more difficult for the batsman to read length.
Played from the crease line. Paddling the ball from off stump to point. There is no run. 110 runs, Jeremy, have been scored in 17 overs this session. 6.5 and over.
Yeah, very good. Very good. But I think New Zealand realised India were going to come hard at them. They had to get back into the game. And they're doing that quite nicely at the moment. I don't think you can leave Ajaz Patel on, though, to bowl over after over. Bowling 2 to 3 balls and over that the opposition can attack, and so you're going for sort of between 5 to 10 runs and over every time that he bowls, and so you need to find somebody else at that end, and you need to work through your options, and obviously the spin options are the part-timers.
Kohli starts the new over by working the ball neatly from middle of the leg, backward of square, and they'll come back for 2. 169 for the loss of 2. Still theoretically minimum of 20.5 overs remaining in the day's play. If we see that and they go at this current rate, could be levelled by stumps.
They'll be 300, won't they? They'll be 300 anyway, yes.
35 runs off the last 21 balls with 3 4s and 3 6s. India counter-punching, trying to get back into this contest. Still trailing by 189 runs. Southee bowls to Kohli. Ball squirts off the outside part of the bat to backward point. Conway shuffles after, collects, and 2 more to the total. Seeing a little montage of Virat Kohli's strokes. Beautiful, towering, lofted drive with the pick of the bunch. Lots of boundaries from Patel to the onside as he's drifted middle and leg, and he's been savaged at times. So far as most recently, this partnership is worth 76, 63 balls. The shades of Rachin Ravindra and Tim Southee from earlier in the day. Can Southee break the partnership? His ball in hand from over the wicket. And small drifting into the pads of Kohli. Works him through square leg. Sarfraz walks down 3/4 of meters to get into a slight jog as the throw comes in. So you'd replace Patel with?
Well, I think you've got to go probably. You're not going to bring back Henry at this stage, I don't think, nor William O'Rourke. So it has to be the Phillips or Ravindra, and I think of those two, Phillips probably for a start, just to have a look and see. But I don't think there's been enough changes of bowling. I think you need to keep doing that a bit more.
There's a drive by Sarfraz up towards mid-off. There's no run. Approaching 400 runs today, Jerry. 394.
That's great.
74 overs.
Well, we said always this is not a big ground, and it is a fast scoring ground, and the pitch is kind of holding together here, isn't it, at the moment, for the seamers not really digging it in and the ball getting older.
Southee at the top of his mark, sets off. Veteran right arm medium fast bowler, nipping the ball back into Sarfraz, who's late as he defends, turning the ball to mid wicket, no run.
Southee basically looking to land the ball, and it's nipping back, isn't it, slightly? That seems to be the general kind of mode that he's using. He wants one to just carry on straight at certain times as well, just to vary it slightly. But he at least is kind of keeping the batsman quieter, I think. And you might just get a risky stroke played.
Sarfraz on 43 off 34 balls. Plays from the crease line, opening the blade, playing it to point as Tim Southee goes tumbling over it as followed through. I think he's okay though. The end of the over, 172 for the loss of 2. running by 184 runs earlier today. If you're just tuning into our coverage, New Zealand made 402 with Rach and Ravindra, second test match 100, and boy, what a beauty it was. He made 134, Tim Southey made 65, and welcome back Jarrod Kimber. Do believe will be joining us in just a moment, but Jaswal 35, Rohit Sharma 52, and out for India, the wickets falling at 72 and 95, and Ajaz Patel has both the wickets. 12 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 70. Southey none for 17 off 6, Henry none for 44 off 7, O'Rourke none for 38 off 7, Glenn Phillips 1 over just prior to the tea break, conceding 2 runs. So we'll get through a full day without rain. Overcast conditions. We started under bright sunshine. Most of the first 2 sessions clouded over a little, and is a little bit worried after the scarring of day number 1 and the on and off nature of day number 2. Jarrod Kimber has rejoined us. So not a dull test match this one, Jarrod.
I think about 25 minutes ago, India were 30-1. They've come into 10-1. I don't know why there's a massive amount of money coming in with the rain and everything else, but it does tell you that again this game it's twisted, hasn't it? It won't go in a linear motion. It just keeps changing its direction every time we think we know what's going on. But how remarkable is it that we're in a point of Test cricket now where a team is like, oh yeah, well, we're 350 behind and there's a lot of rain coming, but we think we can force a win. We're just going to go out there and smack a couple. Hey? 3 years ago, if you had said that in a pub, they would have kicked you out.
Yeah, we'll just get a quick 550 off 100 overs.
It says a lot about the ability of some of the batsmen, doesn't it?
It really does.
That they are able to play such a range of strokes and access all parts of the ground. And it's quite hard to stop them, especially with the power hitting nowadays on a smallish ground like this. Makes it quite difficult, and batsmen prepared to risk and to have an element of risk about their game. It makes it very exciting to watch. Gives the bowlers a chance as well, if they get it right at their end.
172 for the loss of 2. 172 and 33 overs? Yeah, 33 overs, so going at 5.21. I'm sure a long conversation in this drinks break. Jarrod, from your perspective, the most threatening of the New Zealand bowlers?
It should be Ajaz Patel, really, but he just hasn't been accurate enough, has he? So no. I think that would be my concern as a New Zealander at the moment. I was looking at some of the data from him before. He's spinning the ball a long way, but he's not putting it in the right spot. I think O'Rourke is probably the person because of the inconsistent bounce. But I think from here on in with the soft ball, when you get the inconsistent bounce, it might just be too slow to cause any problems. So, look, it's a very good question. I thought the seam movement that Southey got a moment ago probably makes him, right at the moment, perhaps one of the more threatening bowlers out there. But there's a lot of half chances, and so if you're a New Zealand fan and you're suddenly thinking, oh, this is going in the wrong direction, they could lose 2 or 3 wickets quite quickly at any stage here. The way they are playing, it could swing back. But right at the moment, I don't know if New Zealand has someone I would say is massively threatening. And I don't think I've ever said this before, but I would probably throw the ball to Rach and Ravindra now. Yeah,
I was saying Phillips, just to have a little look at him as well. That's a possibility. They both bowl a little bit faster than Ajaz Patel. And just to keep changing things too. I don't think you want to put someone on and just leave them there unless they are looking dangerous for more than 2 balls and over, which is really what we're seeing from Ajaz Patel at the moment.
It's the New Zealand cap break from that drinks break, and Tim Southey looks a little bit pained and sore.
Yeah, he doesn't look the most threatening right at the moment.
No. So Henry, none for 44. He really saw those figures blow out as Rohit Sharma got into a real groove. He was 4-4-6 at one stage. After that, How much savagery he was taken from the bowling crease, and he's brought back. 5 for in the first innings. 100 test wickets to his name now. Bowling to Virat Kohli. Play to resume after the drinks break. First ball, full, straight. Push back to the bowler, no run. Tom Latham behind the wicket next to Blundell. A long chat. Much to ponder. 172 for 2 as Henry gathers himself. Bowls full. Looking to drive, but dragging it to the onside is Kohli. Does the game speed up when you're a captain, Jeremy? This game is going at a pretty breakneck pace anyway.
Well, it didn't when I played because, I mean, that was just the method that all teams used.
No, but in your mind, I guess what I'm asking, there's so much to contemplate. Who am I bringing from that end?
You're working kind of about half an hour ahead of time. You don't want to work. You can't work any further ahead than that.
Is Henry in again, angling back in towards off stump, onto the front foot once more. Kohli defending.
I talked to Ian Chappell not that long ago, and he was talking about how opening batters like Gordon Greenidge and Rory Fredericks and those sorts of players, Matt Hayden, really affect your plans when you're in the field because of how quickly you have to sort of rotate through things. And that's kind of what we're seeing in modern cricket, isn't it? The idea that you have to adapt much quicker.
Nicely steered backward of point by Kohli. Off the front foot, and good understanding on this occasion between the two. Out of the middle, a sprint hard for the first. Good call, and they get home comfortably for 2 more. 174 for the loss of 2.
I think it was Harry Brook in a recent test match. I think they bowled about 4 balls in a row wide outside off stump, and he looked back at the bowler as if to go, how dare you try this tactic of this defensive. And it wasn't that long ago we saw, the Pakistan used to bowl left arm bowlers about 4 feet outside off stump for hours on end.
Henry, tidy return to the crease for Henry, bowling full round 5th stump, leading into a defensive stroke as Kohli.
And if you did that now, you would have someone like Sarfaraz or Rishabh Pant scooping the ball over their head. So even those ultra defensive plans don't work the same way that they used to. So you do have to cycle through your ideas a little bit quicker. Jeremy could come up with a strategy, read a book about it, implement it, and then change.
Once more, Kohli, compact as he defends. Good over from Matt Henry, 2 runs off it, for 46 off his 8. Kohli's 42, Sarfaraz Khan's 43. 174 for 2 means India trail by 182 runs.
But surely still the older kind of methods of bowling at the stumps, B, changing the pace cleverly. From different angles, you've got 4'2" to play with. That brings about enough change anyway. Quite clever change that batsmen, when they are looking to play strikes, yes, you might go for a few, but you always feel you're in with a chance if you can do it consistently, don't you think? I mean, you've seen a lot more cricket than I have recently.
Southey starting a new over, bowling wicket to wicket. Well, Southey's using these, you're talking about the last couple of overs, and he's been the hardest to get away, pushed to point no run.
They're the kind of precepts. I don't know whether he's changing the pace quite as much, but he's certainly using the crease, and he's bringing the stumps into play, so that the batsman knows they can't go too square. If you're going to pull away and play square with a medium pacer like that, bringing the ball back in, it might be a bit low and you could chop onto your stumps and so on. There's a number of ways you could get out.
Southey, shorter, wider, dispatched, just to the left of the gully. Ajaz Patel diving away. Didn't really thrash at this one, Sarfaraz, more steered.
He's
Ball down towards the boundary.
So in control of that, wasn't it? It was like he tapped it on its head, as if to say, well, I'm not going to go out, and I'm going to hit it off the middle of the bat. Oh, I haven't hit it perfectly. I'll have to get through the fielder. No, look, I think you're right, Jeremy, but I actually think that the thing is that when you bowl at the stumps, you do bowl fuller. And so I actually think that bowling at the stumps is more attacking for the bowlers. So the actual batting average in Test cricket has come down massively in the last 5 years. But the strike rates are starting to go up, and it's more attacking lines and lengths.
Southey goes wider of the crease, angled in, but steered very fine down towards long leg where Ravindra is around. They'll get just one. 179 for the loss of 2.
So I think the more attacking lines and lengths bring about more runs and more wickets at the same time. So I do think there is... It's not as if batters are suddenly dominating in world cricket. I think the global batting average this year is quite low. In fact, there was a test match recently where India was bowled out for 46. So, you know, these things are certainly are still happening, but you're also seeing teams score ridiculously fast. So it's almost a combination of more risk, more reward, all coming together at the same time.
Southey moves in once more into the front pad. The most optimistic appeal I have seen in a long time. Ball probably going over, definitely missing down leg. Desperate appeal. 179 for 2 it remains. Did enjoy the mid-pitch celebration after the last boundary. It was the double fist pump, double bat tap on the Indian pair. Goalie waiting. Slightly open starts, heading outside of his crease, slip gully, short cover, short mid-wicket. Again, once more, pushing up towards mid-off where O'Rourke is.
I don't think Coley's taking huge risks, Jarrod, at all.
Coley's not, no.
I mean,
Coley isn't, no.
If you bowl a decent ball like that, which is just outside off stump, it's on a decent line and a decent length. He's playing forward to that, and okay, he's varying where he's standing on the pitch. That's fine. He's allowed to do that, and the fielding side can see that. And if the keeper wants to come up, that's up to him if he's good enough. But I don't think he's playing, you know, a really high risk game.
I don't think. I don't think he's playing high risk. I would agree with you there. I think though what he is doing is he's looking to score, and when that ball is over pitched, he can drive that on the up. That's his natural game, isn't it? So his natural game is probably only high risk when there's a lot of lateral movement, which is why he struggled at times in South Africa and England, isn't it? You know, with that lateral movement. Whereas generally, if the ball isn't moving sideways, so in somewhere like Australia, he's very good and he's very hard to bowl to. But a lot of other players, if you look at Rohit Sharma and Sarfaraz, they are definitely playing what is much more of a high-risk game. I mean, earlier, Sarfaraz tried to ramp a ball off his right nipple. Almost took his throat and his glove and everything with him in that particular shot. Those are the sorts of shots that we would see occasionally in Test cricket, whereas Sarfaraz and other players now are playing them all the time. You guys wouldn't have seen earlier today, Joe Root was sweeping on purpose off the wrong foot. So he's putting the other leg out, the right leg forward, to play the sweep so that he could sweep in either direction. Shots like that, and you might have also seen Ben Stokes throw his bat about 40 metres in the air at one stage, trying to hit a 6. In fact, I don't think that bat has landed yet.
Henry starts a new over to Sarfaraz Khan, working the ball from middle of the leg, just around the corner on the onside towards O'Rourke. Is in from long leg, a single. Will take Sarfaraz Khan to within 1.5 century, 49 off 39, 180 for the loss of 2. Well, Coley's playing his game, right? He's playing himself. And this is a guy who's got nearly 9,000 test runs. Sarfaraz, as Jarrod pointed out, is the one who's been a little bit more cavalier.
Yeah, but has he driven down the ground yet? Has he driven through the covers yet?
Well,
no. If you give him width, he looks to run that down, third man, that kind of area where he's strong.
Henry bowls to Coley, looking to drive down the ground. Great fielding from Henry, getting down to his left, who sharply struck, prevents a boundary.
He uses the pace of the ball. That's what we've seen. And if you give him an opportunity to, and because there are no fielders down in that sort of just behind the ramp area, and there's no third man and that sorts of things, he's scoring quite quickly. If you go leg side, he's obviously likes it leg side, and he sweeps. But we haven't seen too many drives past the bowler from Safraz.
Been a couple straight to mid-off, and when Southey came back on, as Coley waits, plays this one. Fifth, sixth stump line through the point region from back of a length. Single sees a move to 43. It's 181 for 2.
So I just think that New Zealand aren't reacting to the person they're bowling to at the moment quite determinedly enough. And that's what I would, just as a summation of what we're seeing. One player is playing quite a risky kind of way, the other one isn't. He's playing in a way I think you can contain. Whether you get him out, of course, is another issue altogether.
Henry bowling to him. Safraz Khan, that is. He wanted to run it down towards third man, just nip back a little bit, catches the inner part of the bat and trickles back along the pitch towards Matt Henry.
What they are doing is running extremely well between the wickets. They're turning ones into twos.
Henry, arm over the wicket into his 9th over. Hits the ball into the thigh pad, front leg of Safraz. Again, just seeing the ball come back in towards the right-hander as he shuffled across the stumps.
Assuming we're just seeing a little bit of a reverse now. We saw Southey was trying to bowl the wobble ball at one stage and the ball was still moving in the air. And I would just assume that is slightly heavier on one side, and that's why they're getting it to drift in that direction. Just having a look at Coley as well, where he's been hitting the ball. He's hit the majority of the balls in this innings around the 3-metre mark.
And again, wicket to wicket, just straying a touch into leg stump, worked nicely down towards long leg. And Safraz Khan looks skyward, now acknowledges his teammates in the crowd. A half century off 42 balls, his 4th in Test match cricket. Goes down as greeted by Coley. What a partnership this has been, 182 for 2.
Yeah, they've worked together well, haven't they? As I say, one plays forward well, the other one sort of uses the pace of the ball and hits in different areas. So it's worked quite nicely together. New Zealand have got leg side a little bit to him, I think. Now, whether that's the reverse, I don't think the New Zealand bowlers, frankly, are fast enough to bring reverse into. Look, it's just a little bit of in-swing. Let's be fair. That's kind of what it is.
Gentle.
And
gentle.
Yeah, and I don't think that would concern you if you were away and you were running the way that these guys are. You've got the perspiration going, you've got your feet going, and you keep scoring your runs. That's good.
Change of bowler and commentary team. Glenn Phillips into the attack, so too is Jon Norman and Steve Harmison.
Big thanks to Daniel McHardy and Jeremy Coney, who will be heading off into the Wellington night. It's getting dark in Bengaluru. The floodlights are coming on. It is grey and dark. We went off a bad light about this time yesterday, actually, so getting a little bit of bonus cricket for the next 5, 10, 20 minutes or so, however long it takes. New Zealand's body language, if they could take one more here, just a wicket before stumps, would be improved markedly. Still ahead of the game with India trailing by 174. They've taken 2 wickets, but Kohli's 43 and Safraz Khan is 50 not out, and a full delivery from Glenn Phillips is dug out by Safraz, who moves to 51. I had to have a little laugh there, Jarrod. I'm not sure if you saw it, but when Safraz Khan reached 50, the graphic of the player himself flashed up on the screen with the number 50 next to it, and I just thought, if that was Virat Kohli, I imagine that the image that would have gone up on the screen would be of Kohli unfurling, beautiful cover drive. If it had been Rohit Sharma, maybe a pull shot. Same for Jaswal, but left-hander. the image that they've chosen for Sarfraz Khan is him kind of like out of position, a crabby push towards mid-off, where essentially he's about to get run out if he runs a single. So as Coley reaches wide of the crease and wristily plays this pull shot straight through mid-on for a boundary, all along the ground, all wrists, very little effort, and the pressure actually has been on New Zealand for quite some time, Steve Harmison.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think Virat Kohli's basically saying, Glenn Phillips, you're not going to bowl at me.
Straighter,
like that, Chip.
and Tom Blundell likes that, but so does Kohli. He doesn't take a run, can't beat the fielder at short mid-wicket, but he is 47 from 62.
Just looking up at the light, does Virat.
It is gloomy. Are India really thinking they can win this? Flatter, touch faster from Phillips.
You wouldn't want to chase 140 on this, would you? 140, 130, 140. So what does that mean? India have got to get 500, over 500.
They've got to get another 300 from here.
From here.
To
so
set 150.
That's a dare, isn't it? That's just over a
yeah,
dare.
and the forecast isn't brilliant tomorrow. Wider of the crease, he's targeting that pad of Kohli. Again, sprawling stop at mid-wicket, this time from Latham.
So from India's point of view, irrespective of the forecast, if there's 2 days left in the game, if they're batting this time tomorrow night, India feel as though we're going to win the game.
That would be something. As Kohli readies himself, he's forward, and again he throws his arms through this delivery. It's a touch wide, touch full from Phillips, and nothing really doing in that over. 6 runs coming from it. Kohli inches towards the half century that Sarfraz Khan reached in the last over, and it just feels to me like it's New Zealand who actually wouldn't mind if the bad light brought into play now.
I'm saying Henry's going to come back on. I think I'd have Henry on and O'Rourke on and start bowling bouncers and say, right, we'll take half an hour out of the game, because the longer that comes out of the game, the less chance India have got to do something special. Because John, you did the first test in Multan, on the report and stuff, and I mean, how many times during that England first innings you go in, it's not possible, it's not possible, it's not possible. After Pakistan had got 550, England would have to go and get 800, 850 to make it the crease. Anything's possible. The wicket's settling down a little bit. It's not, doing as much as what it was doing when India batted on the first day. So, in their eyes, in India's eyes, Virat Kohli's eyes, I reckon he's thinking, while I'm here and got something to do with it, anything is possible.
Henry's 9 overs have gone for 49. He took 5 for 15 in the first innings.
Are you saying this is worse?
I'm saying that this is why this game keeps us so enthralled through the decades, as Kohli tucks on off his hip for a single.
You talk about through the decades. We have had the West Indies knock England out of the World Cup, followed by South Africa knock Australia out of the World Cup. We have seen Pakistan come back from their worst ever test match and win from nowhere, and then New Zealand go to India and bowl about for 46. This might be the greatest run of sort of upsets and surprising things we've ever seen in international cricket. That's happened within about 4 days.
Henry again draws Sarfraz forward, just opens the face and pushes this between 2 fielders stationed at cover and at backward point, and he'll come through for a single. He's got an incredible average, hasn't he? He's a bit of a... We poke fun a little bit, don't we? And we certainly have today. He's got an incredible average. He's played a lot of cricket over the years, and he's basically being mentioned in the same breath as some of the game's absolute greats.
First class average is 60, I think.
And he's played a lot of cricket as well, right?
Hell of a lot of cricket.
He's played 79, I think it's 79 first class games, and he's averaging nearly 70. So, credit where credit's due. Just feels like New Zealand are taking a little bit of time out the game here, Steve Harmison.
Yeah, I would. I'd fire the big fella up, O'Rourke, and test the umpires. See where their light meters are at.
Wideish first slip. This is short from Henry and left alone by Coley. Is that a few boos? Is that boos in the crowd? Unless,
I think
they got the equivalent of the beach ball out and the stewards just stamped on it.
Stamped on it, yeah. Joe Root's not out there, so it's not him. So yeah, just looking at Virat Kohli's face there, and you can see a marked difference when the light's shining on a player, and you can see just off the grill of the helmet, and the lights are in full force now.
Cameras are out in the crowd as Kohli inches towards 50. Well, not inches, he's only faced 68 deliveries. Inside edge onto the pad this time from Matt Henry, whose speed is in and around what we've seen from Southey, 126 kilometres an hour. That's not a million miles faster than Glenn Phillips.
No, it isn't. I think he run his fingers across the seam there. I think he's just deceived Virat and see if he can get him to push it one. Just a little off cut there after the bouncer.
Henry again, forward is Kohli. Good connection, fielded by the bowler. Henry collects him, just jogs round to make his way back to the top of his mark. Still 2 full days of this test match to go, but we are expecting weather to get involved. Harmy will be heading back up north here in England. He's going to be covering a Newcastle game, Newcastle versus Brighton.
Yeah, as long as there's not weather involved in that one. We get soaking wet when you're in St James's Park when it rains.
190 for 2 India. Last ball of the over. Will Kohli reach 50? The cheers from the fans will tell you that he has managed to do exactly that. The third Indian batter to go past 50 or reach 50 in the innings. Rohit Sharma, 52. He was the last wicket to fall. Since then, though, it has all been about India. 95 runs from 16 overs, similar to what we saw when Ravindra and Tim Southey were at the crease earlier today here on talkSPORT 2 and SENZ. The deficit now 166. I think there's going to be a few nervy Kiwis just back from the pub, turning on the radio, maybe opening another tinny, bottle of Monteiths, and just sitting back and just saying, come on boys, just 1 wicket now, come on, let's go to bed with India 3 down.
Don't have to be greedy. I'll take Sarfraz. I don't really, any one of these wickets will be a good wicket at this point in the proceedings. Was it 20 minutes, 15 minutes left in the day's play? What a wicket would be.
It's going to be Phillips to bowl his 3rd over. He's gone for 8 runs. He's got a slip in place again. It's quite full from Phillips, and it's clubbed to short mid-wicket by Kohli, who's 50 not out. He needed a run or two. He's batting at 3. He's not got a good average at 3. Shubman Gill hasn't played, and Kohli's at 3 and Sarfraz Khan is at 4. This time Phillips gets Kohli stretching a little bit, reaching out of his crease, forcing shot, pushing the ball to mid-off. Just a single and no real danger. Phillips momentarily excited, just trying to get that edge. New Zealand have been ahead of this game for 1.5 days, but India have battled back flatter, and Sarfraz Khan has steered this past wide first slip. It's come off the full face of the bat. He's opened the blade. I'd like to see that again. I think it's dropped short or wide of slip. It wasn't a catching chance, but that's another one of those little, quarter moments, quarter chances that we have seen in the last hour or so, and it comes from essentially batters being proactive.
Yeah, 200 runs in front, ball bouncing, 15 minutes to go in the day. Could he have had another catcher in? All ifs and buts. I know Glenn Phillips, not the frontline spinner.
Sarfraz just gets down on one knee and kind of scoops this over his shoulder. Comes back for a second. I suppose Sarfraz Khan wouldn't probably have played that shot if there's another fielder there.
It's also, you've got a part-time spinner on, don't you? And the players are ticking. I'll tell you one thing we haven't seen in a long time, though, guys, is the inconsistent bounce That ball has got soft and it is bouncing normal. So that they've got another 40 overs of that.
Yeah, but they've already had a go at trying to change it, and possibly they're just maybe leaving it, letting it go soft, and try and possibly get a change first thing tomorrow morning. Work on it tonight, get it a little bit softer, get it out of shape so it doesn't fit through that ball gauge, and potentially change it first thing in the morning when everybody's fresh.
This is a touch more flight from Phillips. The crowd like the shot. Sarfraz drives past extra cover, but it's fielded by sprawling William O'Rourke running around from mid-off.
So I know some of the methods of changing the shape of the ball, like putting it in the biggest guy's hands and getting him to squish it.
Yeah.
But what else can you do?
Freddie was good at that. He used to give it to Andrew, and Andrew used to squeeze it, and it would fit perfectly. It wouldn't fit perfectly onto the through the gauge, and you'd get a change of balls.
Are there other methods?
Last ball of Phillips over. This does keep low. And
as I said, ball's definitely keeping low.
But it was outside off stump, and Virat Kohli kind of exaggerates a little bit. He's put his bat on the floor. I mean, he still manages to get the full face of the bat down in time. But it did keep low. There's no way about it. It was quite slow. Kohli dealt with it. But that's what New Zealand want to see plenty more of.
Yeah, there's other methods, like running up and bowling it halfway down to someone like Virat Kohli. He'd sharp knock it a bit softer. Make sure that, the harder you hit the pitch, just perfectly set up to be hit, and then he hits it hard. It might cost you 50 runs, but you'll get the ball soft eventually.
So 57 to Sarfraz, 51 to Kohli. India 197 for 2. Trail by 159. They started the innings 356 behind, so they've nearly reduced that by 200, and they've only lost the 2 wickets. As we approach the back end of day 3, we've had a full day's play for the first time, as Sarfraz with a wideish first slip and a gully fielder, and it looks like he almost tries to run this ball through keeper and first slip, but gets a bit too much on it, and it's fielded by New Zealand. Matt Henry continuing. Tom Latham looking on, New Zealand skipper. The floodlights appear to have been turned off again. Certainly one of them, as he's wrapped on the pads, is Sarfraz Khan. And Matt Henry just indicates, after the appeal was turned down, that he thinks it was going over, and it's agreement from the slip cordon and the keeper.
A touch high, yeah, it nipped back. It nip back, but just a bit high above the knee roll. I know Sarfraz Khan is not the tallest, but that's hit him on the inside thigh, and his back leg was bent. Perfect seam, bolt upright from Henry, and it just nipped back and bounced a touch.
Henry again, and that's pitched up, drawing Sarfraz forward. Speed up just a fraction from what we've seen in the last over. 197 for 2, India, trailing by 159. As we approach the end of the day's play, it's been a fascinating day. India starting and ending it well. Henry again, Yorker. Sarfraz Khan gets his bat down. 4 wickets in the first hour of play. New Zealand starting the day 180 for 3. They were 233 for 7 when Matt Henry was out for 8. But just as we felt that India might be about to run through the tail, Tim Southey, with his highest score in quite some time, 65, and 134 for Rashin Ravindra, added the best part of 110 runs. As again, Henry is just trying to get a little bit of seam movement onto the pads of Sarfraz. in that partnership of for the 8th wicket of 137. Just pushing New Zealand out of reach, he felt. 402 all out.
No, I was going to say 192 for 197 for 2.
Or has this just dropped short of Ajaz Patel? Sarfraz Khan, and I'm not saying he's had a working over in this over because Matt Henry's not bowling particularly fast, but he's certainly been challenged. He's been challenged consistently in and around off stump, and the final ball of the over, Henry served him up a ball of drivable length. Sarfraz has gone through with it, but this is a weakness to his game, and I'd like to see what his first-class Test record will be if he played most of his innings in any other country than India. But his bat is not followed by his body, and this edge has just fallen short of Ajaz Patel at backward point, and that's another little quarter moment that's gone the way of India today.
Yeah, good bowling, good pressure from Matt Henry. Ajaz is as close as he possibly can, still can't quite get close enough to get his hands underneath the ball. It was a good effort, excellent stop, but it was a good working over from Henry. He bowled 2 or 3 that went in towards the pads, and he's got one to just leave Sarfraz, and Sarfraz playing away from his body one-handed.
Here is Phillips. There's a huge yelp from the bowler. Not sure exactly why. This is a flat, it's 94 kilometres an hour, so he's firing them in somewhat, but no real movement. And Kohli just defends down the ball down into the ground, and it's fielded at first slip to the right of Daryl Mitchell, I think. No, it's not Daryl Mitchell. I'll tell you it is in a second as Kohli just comes across and clips this to a straight or a short mid-on. Are India going to just try and see this through now? We're pushing stumps on day 3. Done a lot of good work.
Oh, gee.
As Phillips again brings Kohli forward, who's happy just to defend in and around off stump. He's bowling wide of the crease is Phillips. He's kind of hurling this ball in, really, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's flatter and just trying to change his angle. That's what he's doing. He's moving on the angle. He's not turning it as much. He's trying to change the angle up.
This time he goes a little bit on middle stump rather than off, and Kohli will take the single afforded to him after he manages to steer this delivery past mid-wicket. He moves to 52. 2 away from 200. India, the score, partnership of 102, so they've put on over 100. Just got to be a little bit careful. Phillips, he doesn't go too wide. Phillips again. Seemed to roll his fingers or cut this ball a little bit more than what we've seen at times. But it's dealt with by Sarfraz, who pushes the ball out into the offside. Does feel like India have just dropped anchor now.
Yeah, they're looking at what is 8 minutes, 7 minutes till the close of play.
Last ball of Glenn Phillips over. He's in past the umpire. Good revolutions, and this is pushed to the right of first slip. It's Patel fielding. He's in position to bowl the next. Oh no, it's Matt Henry, isn't it? Ajaz Patel picked up the 2 wickets to fall. Not before India got off to a decent start. 72 without loss when Jaiswal was tempted out of his crease and stumped by Blundell from the bowling of Patel for 35. And then a touch of fortune going New Zealand's way with Rohit Sharma under-edging the ball onto his pads and back onto middle stump for 52. At that point, 95 for 2. 2 batters who picked up a pair in first innings at the crease. Virat Kohli taking 15 balls to get off the mark. Sarfraz Khan just getting on with his the task in hand. And are we going to see... We are going to see an over from William O'Rourke, which is what you were calling on a couple of overs back, wasn't it?
Yeah, just the size of the big fella, his release point, possibly just skidding it on if there is a little bit of moisture coming off at the end of the day. Inconsistent bounce, inconsistent of action. Possibly just to see if we can nip one through Virat Kohli or Sarfraz and take a big wicket home, wicket into the change rooms tonight.
Here is O'Rourke, and he draws an attacking shot from the bat of Sarfraz Khan first up, who leans into this drive, and the ball fielded on the boundary by Devon Conway, and not before Sarfraz Khan come back for a second. He moves to 60, the deficit 155, India 201 for 2.
It's been a really good innings from Sarfraz over a runner ball. It's about Will O'Rourke he'll have these 5 balls, possibly another over if they get round quickly, but I'd imagine it's just these 5 balls and giving it everything for New Zealand.
Targeting the pads of Sarfraz Khan this time, O'Rourke. Sarfraz swings the bat across and will take a single just backward, a square on the leg side. Moves to 63, and India past 200 now, 202 for 2. The morning session is going to be big, isn't it, on day 4, especially if it follows a pattern. Well, it seems to be the time to be bowling, certainly in that first hour. Kohli facing up, wide first slip in place, and this is dug in a little from O'Rourke. It's straight, and Kohli's happy just to hang back, get up on his toes, ride what little bounce there is. One away from 9,000 test runs. That's quite something.
An average of 48, 31 50s, 29 centuries. What a career this man's had, under the pressure of being King of India.
Latham settles at wide first slip. O'Rourke is in, and Kohli will move to 9,000. Just plays this ball all along the ground by the inside portion of the bat to Mitchell Santner, who's fielding that fine leg. The crowd have just realised. See, that's what I mean, Jarrod. Look at those images that have come up of Virat Kohli hoisting a ball over long off, ducking out the way of a bouncer, celebrating a win. Just wait till you see the picture they got for Sarfraz Khan. 203 for 2. What a popular figure he is all round India, but nowhere more than this ground. As Ajaz Patel is interested, as was I, in the gloom. Sarfraz Khan, no foot movement at all, has just cut this delivery right in front of Ajaz Patel, who picked up a storming catch in first innings, but this is bounced short and fielded.
Thought he had just guided it, slip fielder style, straight into the gully's mitts, and that would have been a slow death at the end of a day. Will O'Rourke giving everything for New Zealand.
On the pads at this time of Sarfraz, it's going to travel down to the boundary, but it's fielded by Santner. And another run added to the score. Santner, who was dropped for this match, so Henry brought in his place, with New Zealand, as we've mentioned, going the 3-seamer route. Certainly paid off in the first innings. All 10 wickets going the way of Henry, Southey and O'Rourke. Be interesting to see what India do and how New Zealand counter in that second test match, which we'll be bringing you here on talkSPORT 2 and SENZ and on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Pune will be the host ground for the second test match, and come what may, I'm not sure we're going to see a pitch tailored to seam.
I think we'll see spin. It'll be interesting to see what the makeup of the balance of the sides. We know India will go with their 3. whether New Zealand will either leave Southey out or I can't see them leaving Phillips out to play Santner. You might need Phillips's batting.
Yeah, I can't see that either. And it's Phillips bowling. And again, he's just kind of hurling this in. It's wide and cut along the ground to third for a single. 205 for 2. Sarfraz Khan 62. Virat Kohli has become the 4th Indian batter to reach 9,000 test runs. It's quite a list. You bowled two of them on that list. Well, Tendulkar and Dravid at the top of that, and Sunny Gavaskar! And is that a drop that's gone down? Patel at first slip. Is that the chance?
I think the answer is yes. Jon Norman, the answer is yes. He's not normally a slip fielder for the spinner. He's not normally the slip fielder for the spinner. I'm trying to think of who it is. It's normally Daryl Mitchell, I think. And Daryl Mitchell might be off the field. And that could be a costly off the field because Patel just didn't quite go back down. He went up as the ball was delivered, but he didn't quite go back down. And the ball has hit him probably on just the top of the boot.
He's a taller man, is Mitchell. And how often do we see this? One ball after the drop comes the boundary. Oh, that could be a painful moment for New Zealand late on day 3. Virat Kohli on the ground where he scored so many runs for RCB, dropped on 57, and now he moves into the 60s, caressing the ball through extra cover for 4. The score moves on to 213 for 2. Runs coming far quicker in second innings than they did in first. Sent back this time by Sarfraz Khan as Kohli clips the ball straight to a fielder. Short, fine leg.
Just bounced, didn't it? Just bounced a touch.
I mean, it didn't really come off the edge, did it? It almost came off the full face of the bat.
Just guided it. It's just held and bounced, and because of that, he's just squared Kohli up and just guided it towards slip.
Phillips again. This is pushed back to the bowler by Kohli. 1 ball left of the over. .213 for 2. India finishing the day strongly. Started it well as Kohli props forward and again just opens the face of the bat, guides this ball well wide of first slip, and joins Sarfraz Khan on 62. Partnership of 119 and 127 deliveries. I tell you what, Harmy, let's just imagine a world where we have 2 full days play to come. We know that the rain isn't going to be a problem. At what point do India, in that instance, become favourites to win this game?
Back tea time tomorrow, if they're still batting. By that time...
Well, by lunch tomorrow, they're going to be just shy of New Zealand, you would have thought.
Yeah, but then you've still got to get the probably 120, 140 runs. That's going to make it twitchy for New Zealand. And if you're going to bat on this surface and you're going to get in excess of 500, it's not deteriorating as much as what we possibly think it should do or the game normally does in that part of the world. And you might need more than 150 runs. I think 150 for me would be enough on there with Kuldeep, Ashwin, Jadeja, and a sprinkling of Bumrah, Shami. I think that's it. I mean, Siraj. That's a bowling attack, which I think on a 5th day, 4th innings, I think that's a lot of runs, 150. But we're still a long way off. But what I would say is that while Virat Kohli's there, I mean, India will believe.
Here is O'Rourke, and we still have play as the clock goes past 12:15 here in the UK and in New Zealand, actually. It's just in the morning there, it's in the afternoon here. As O'Rourke enters his 9th over. He's had quite an introduction to Test cricket as William O'Rourke. 6'4", extracts good pace and bounce, seam movement. 9 for 93 against South Africa on debut. At home against an understrength side, wide of the crease. That's good bounce. Coley gets fully behind it. Goes with a straight bat and pushes the ball into the offside. No run. And this is a whole different kind of challenge though for O'Rourke. Seems to have got a little lighter inside the ground, so could be a little bit more play yet. Who knows? Given up trying to work out the time as this ball from O'Rourke, which is angling in onto the pads. Good bounce. Is dealt with comfortably enough by Virat Kohli, who'll take a single to fine leg. He moves to 63. Just showing the different batting guards that Virat Kohli has been taking against the three seam bowlers. O'Rourke again. Sarfraz calm this time on the pads. He'll come through for a single. 215 for 2. India now trail by 140. 2 balls left of O'Rourke's over. Kohli dropped in the last over from the bowling of Glenn Phillips at first slip by Ajaz Patel. Picked up a brilliant catch in the first innings. It's taken 2 wickets, but that's a painful moment. Still, we wondered whether that drop of Rishabh Pant in first innings was going to be costly, and it didn't prove to be. So you never know. O'Rourke again. With Kohli happy just to play anything on off stumps defensively. He'll clip anything on the pads to the leg side. But this is turning into India's day, wouldn't you say, Harmy?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is. It's an excellent batting display from India and from one of the modern day greats, Virat Kohli. Went off slowly, then caught up in the middle, and then he's just now playing for time for the end of the day.
There's a bouncer, shouts to catch it, but there's no stopping it. Tim Southey running around from backward of square by the boundary. Kohli's ridden this and helped himself to another 4. He moves to 67, and India are 220 for 2.
Yeah, well directed bouncer. Just, I wouldn't say it hurried him, Virat Kohli. He just got caught on the inside of it. It cramped him more than anything else, and that was the direction of the bouncer. It's a long way down for Tim Southey down at fine leg, who again has put another shift in. New Zealand, this wicket's not played anywhere near as difficult as it had done in the first innings or in the morning session. And I think that, you mentioned before, Jon Norman, is going to be key, that first session in the morning, where wickets have, I think, been easier to come by. I think if we had a first session of 4 wickets this morning, the run rate was high. I think that was largely down to the fact that Ravindra was batting with the tail. There was 4 wickets in that first session, 165 runs. If there's 4 wickets in the first session tomorrow morning, then it's game over, and thank you very much, New Zealand.
This is now the second most runs scored in a day's play in a test match in India. 442 runs scored today. Second only to India versus Sri Lanka in Mumbai in 2009.
We won't get I don't think we'll get a full day's 90 overs in, would we?
Phillips continues. Touch of flight there. Good fielding from Mitchell, who's on the field. Back to extra cover, diving to his right to prevent certainly a couple there, possibly a 4. Camera picking out Ajaz Patel. He's still stationed at first slip, despite that drop in the last over from Phillips. Flatter, and Sarfraz is forward, pushing at this delivery. Straight to Daryl Mitchell at extra cover, no run.
It's only about 75, 76 overs bowled today so far, so showing again the drop, and it could be a costly chance.
Sarfraz facing up. And, misdirection from Phillips. Helped around the corner again. Fielded on the boundary by Southey. Just a single. The Indian batters were really pushing those singles hard, weren't they, these two? Not sure there was two there anyway, but just seemed to have eased off a little as the day moves towards its conclusion. Here is Kohli, 67 not out. Phillips. Down top. That'll be another single from Kohli, up to long on. 2 for 2. From 44.4 overs. Just feels like New Zealand are going through the motions a little bit. I know they've seen that drop catch, but Phillips bowling, what's his 6th over in a row. Attempted catch and extra cover. Sarfraz Khan has launched everything at this wide delivery, and the fielder Mitchell has flung himself to the right, but he can't stop the ball, whistling away to the boundary for 4. How close did this go? Oof, not far from the fielder at all, about a foot nearer to Mitchell, and that's a catching opportunity.
Yeah, and it was a good effort diving effort from Mitchell. Sarfraz is not playing for closer play. Virat Kohli might be, but if it's up, Sarfraz is going to look to try and score.
Maybe that's why Mitchell's there rather than Ajaz Patel. Sarfraz gets off strike with another single down to fine leg. 227 for 2.
I just wonder if Ajaz Patel is in that position because he's carrying a little bit of an injury. We've seen earlier, I think one of the drinks breaks, he went off and he limped off for a little bit of time and a bit of treatment, didn't he? So I just wonder if he's at slip because of that reason. I think I'd rather admit short fine leg or somebody on the catch and drive rather than in the slip area, because we've seen so many times that them fielding positions are slip and wicketkeeper, you get a chance every now and again, and when you get it, you've got to take it. I wonder if it'll be interesting to see here. I know Tom Latham's having a good chat with Will O'Rourke. I just wonder if they're going to go down the short ball route right at the end of the day's play. Not long left, possibly a last over. And Will O'Rourke run up and bowl 5 or 6 bounces here at Virat Kohli and Sarfraz Khan. A lot of animation from Tom Latham, and it wouldn't surprise me if that's what the tactic is. Moving a lot of fielders on the leg side. And yet, man, Tom Latham's going from first slip down to what will be a fly slip on the 3rd boundary. He's got a fine leg, square leg, mid wicket, deep square leg just behind. Square leg's in front of square. He's got a catcher at gully and one extra cover.
The rook is in now. This is a little wayward though from the youngster. Shortish down the leg side, and Sarfraz, his eyes light up and he tries to haul this over square leg, but it's too wide and he can't get anything on it. Fielded by Blundell. The score remains 227 for 2.
I think Virat Kohli's looking and said something to Sarfraz Khan as to say, what are you doing? I mean, that was so wide, you got so far inside of it. I mean, that would have been a slow death if Sarfraz Khan had getting something on that.
Rook again. Start this 10th over short again. Exactly the same delivery, but this time Sarfraz Khan takes heed from his partner and just ducks out the way. There's a little word with umpire Paul Rifle. Not sure what about. Is he asking whether that's height? 2 for the over?
It's not very big as Sarfraz Khan, but them two didn't get above shoulder right nowhere at all. So 130 kilometres an hour. A tired Will O'Rourke, going for 47 off 9.2. Got 4 balls left to somehow muster some energy up to have a go at Sarfraz Khan to see if he can get one last breakthrough for New Zealand.
Here is the Kiwi bowler, short again. But this is left alone again, way outside off stump. No run. That is 1 for the over.
Tired bouncer. Really is the tired bouncer. There's been 3 tired bouncers so far. A great partnership from Kohli and Sarfraz, and we had a fantastic partnership this morning from Southee and Ravindra, and we look at the scoreboard now and how important that partnership is for New Zealand in the context of this game.
Yeah, on a pitch which has seen a team bowled out for 46. We've seen 100 from Ravindra, 91 from Conway, and 100 run currently unbroken partnership from Kohli and Sarfraz. All this after a 70-odd run partnership for the first wicket. That is the 2 short deliveries for the over, sailing over the head of Sarfraz Khan. And 2 balls left of William O'Rourke's 10th over. That was bowled at 125 kilometres an hour, so he's dropping in pace as the day progresses.
Looks tired, doesn't it? It's been a good shift as Will O'Rourke put in. Overs in the first innings, and he's, even though it's only 10 overs, it's been a long day in the field for New Zealand.
Has indeed. This is Fuller for the first time in the over. This is honing in on middle and off, and Sarfraz Khan looks quite relieved to be able to play at a ball. He's having a little word with umpire Rifle, and Paul Rifle looks at his watch. I don't know if Sarfraz Khan's asking for the time, but he's possibly asking
for the light. He's asking for the light, so I wonder if there's 15 minutes left in this, if we go through to quarter to 1 UK time.
We'll find out in a couple of deliveries as O'Rourke targeting Virat Kohli's off stump. And that is defended to mid-on for a single by Kohli. He's 68 and the players seem to be looking for a cue. We're looking for a cue. We're going to continue. Looks like we are. India 228 for 2. Certainly the crowd don't appear to be going anywhere. So possibly another 15 minutes of play. We've got 8 overs remaining, but it is getting dark. But not dark enough.
No, not dark enough. What time did we go off last night?
It was quarter 2. So it was 45 minutes ago because...
But we went off early.
Yeah. We went off early, yeah.
So whether we go to quarter 2 again, but we had an extra half an hour last night because we lost time in the game. I think that's why we were potentially going to go through to UK time 1:15. I think India time 5:30, so off 6 o'clock. I think that could have gone to. So with Phillips back on to bowl, and then Tom Latham's basically saying to the umpires, I'll put spin on from both ends because I want to bowl as many overs as I can tonight to see if I can prize out one of these 2 batters.
You're listening to talkSPORT 2's live and exclusive coverage of India against New Zealand. First test of 3. It's been engrossing cricket for the last couple of days as Phillips continues over the wicket to Sarfraz Khan. That's pushing 100 kilometres an hour. I saw Chris Wokes bowl a slower delivery in the first test between England and Pakistan of 100 kilometres an hour. To give you some idea as spin and seam meet. And draws Sarfraz Khan forward. He's desperately trying to get something off the bat.
Better line, a better length there from Phillips.
Also had Sarfraz Khan moving. That's what you want. You want him moving forward because he doesn't always commit quite as he should. Still got a slip in place. As a catching fielder, straightish, shortish mid-wicket as Sarfraz Khan plays back down into the ground. No run.
Good bowling again from Phillips. Good intent. Energy into the crease. Bowled just outside off stumps. Turned back towards Sarfraz Khan.
India have worked so hard to get their way back into a match, as this is driven back to the bowler, but touch leading edgy, as Sarfraz Khan just closed the face of the bat on the ball, trying to play the ball to the leg side.
Just corrected himself, didn't he? Just corrected himself, closed the face, then corrected himself and just dropped his hands on it.
228 for 2. As Phillips is in again. And once again, this is wide outside off stump. Sarfraz is happy just to dead bat this delivery from Phillips. It was 101 kilometres an hour, that delivery from Glenn Phillips, who saw Virat Kohli drop by Ajaz Patel. I mean, technically it wasn't a drop insofar that I don't think Patel got his hands to it, but he should have done. Hit this Kiwi spinner's right boot at first slip, as Sarfraz Khan's almost turned around a little bit there, but no damage done. End of the over. India 228 for 2. They trail now by 128 runs, 8 wickets in hand, 2 set batters at the crease.
I just wonder if this might be it. Michael Goff and Paul Rifle looking for the light meter and whether the feel as though the light has deteriorated enough. It'd be interesting to see if Latham goes with O'Rourke, and then the decision may be made for the 2 umpires, or we might get a bit of Ajaz Patel or Rachin Ravindra right at the end of the day. But it is dark. The floodlights are taking full effect. The light meter's been out, but it looks as though it's gone back in the pocket. And it's gone back in the pocket of Paul Rifle, and he is saying basically Will O'Rourke is fine to bowl. And that, for me, he was a tired bouncer over in the last over. I think if he's going to go down the bouncer route, he's got to make sure he's got enough energy to get the ball, not only get the ball high, but to get the ball straight. 2 or 3 times it fell down the leg side and just looped at the batter.
O'Rourke is back, drawing Kohli forward, plays defensively into the offside, fielded at point, no run. Speed's still pushing 140 towards the back end of the day.
Yeah, it's good speeds when it's pitched up, but when it's bowled short, when Tom Latham's gone for the short ball ploy, he has this tendency to lose his left side, trying too hard as well as being tired. And then when you do that, you lose your left side, your head goes, then the ball just doesn't come out of your hand as quick as what it should do, and that's what is happening with the short ball.
This is another good length delivery. Kohli wants to get off strike. He thinks there's a single there, but he's quite rightly sent back by Sarfraz Khan.
Sarfraz is going, I'm not getting down that end. I'm quite happy here. The light meter's going to come out in a minute. I'm done for the day. I'll take my gloves off. You might have 9,000 runs, Virat Kohli, but you're at the striker's end. You get on with it. Virat Kohli will not be happy if he gets out here. He will be ticking. I think, talk about Sarfraz Khan walking off the wrong direction of the Chinnaswamy.
O'Rourke again, wide of the crease. There's some movement back into Kohli and a bit of zip as well. But Kohli wisely just holds his bat in the air and lets this one sail past. 140 kilometres an hour, so decent speed from William O'Rourke. Not much to be gained for India here, after doing so much hard work. The last thing either of these batters wants to do is to be walking off before stumps. O'Rourke again. This is back of a length which is on the hip of Virat Kohli. Dealt with. And again, the former Indian skipper quite happy just to play defensively. .46 all out in first innings, 228 for 2 in second. Only Test cricket. This is a touch straighter, and again, getting some movement off the deck, but it's too wide. Kohli's not going anywhere near that. 1 ball left of the over. How have you felt how O'Rourke's gone today? What kind of threat do you think he's going to pose in New Zealand against England later this year?
I think he'd be a big threat for England next year when he's in his, this year when he's in his, in the next series, so when he's in his own back garden. I think areas that he bowls, the height that he bowls from, he's got some aggression as well. Still think he's got another 3 or 4 miles an hour to gain.
Last ball of the over, always keeps low. It's a length delivery. Kohli's shaping to play this on the back foot and possibly on his toes, then it just keeps low and he has to drop the bat on it.
And I think you throw Sayers in the mix if you've got a little bit of, like what you get with New Zealand and England. You get the cloud cover. You could get sort of 4 seasons in one day. You've got Saudi for that. Henry's won big last series against England. I think they've got 4 bowlers there who could give England a game. I really do think they've got 4 bowlers who can take 20 wickets against England. Will they play a spinner against England? Is there any point of playing a spinner against England? If you've got 4 quicks, you've got 3 quicks and sort of the experience of Saudi, I think New Zealand, you throw Kane Williamson into this, New Zealand have got looking forward and fast forward to November, I think they've got a team that can take England on in the 3 test matches.
Yeah, because they went into that first test at the start of last year, didn't they, with Scott Kuggeleijn and Blair Tickner alongside Neil Wagner,
who were average at best.
Well, they haven't played a lot of test cricket since then. Now, of course, they've got O'Rourke, they've got Matt Henry, who missed the first test against England last year. So Phillips continues at 0 for 33 from his 7 overs. Another run added to the score. So yeah, their bowling attack, because of course back then all the talk was about Trent Boult. He'd only just made himself unavailable. So we're in the bizarre situation where Cole Jamieson was ruled out. Matt Henry, I think, possibly was on paternity leave.
Paternity leave for the first one. Yeah, Matt Monganui didn't play.
And we're playing in Mount Monganui, which is of course where Trent Boult lives. He's just down the road, and he wanted to play, but of course,
politics.
Well, New Zealand cricket are faced with a situation like many other cricket boards. The players have to make decisions. They do make decisions, but then that forces a decision from the board themselves, and that decision, and I think probably fair enough as well, as Kohli defends this to mid-wicket, no run, is that look, you can't cherry pick. Now, we saw Trent Boult play in the T20 World Cup in the Caribbean, so the door appears to still be open from a white ball perspective. As wide of the crease comes Phillips, and he's drawing Kohli forward, pushing the ball to cover. But essentially, yeah, the decision was made, and rightly or wrongly, the New Zealand public were unable to watch one of the best bowlers that New Zealand have ever produced. As Kohli just opens the face of the ball and steers this past first slip. It will be fielded at third. Kohli's coming back for a second. And I tell you what, he's had to really dive for the crease.
Wow, Virat Kohli, what are you doing? He was intent straight away to come back. I'm not sure if he got a bit of a slip on, but his first 2 steps weren't that quick when he turned, and he had to really put the afterburners on. Direct hit, and he was still home, but his heart would have been in his mouth there for a second. Ravindra was the fielder. Could his day got unbelievably better? An unbelievable first innings 100 at the start of today, and then could you run out Virat Kohli right at the end of it? That is dreams are made of in India.
The gloves have come out. Is that just to stall things slightly?
Yeah, I think they are. I think it was the fact that he's full length dive and the other ones are covered in mud, but it's not a bad little wasting time tactic from the former India captain.
2 balls left of the over. We think it's the final over, and that glove change might have just made sure that it is. That would have been quite a conclusion to the day's play, wouldn't it? Defensively play by Coley, as you'd expect, forward. Phillips targeting off stump.
Come on, GP.
Possibly the last ball of the day, and he beats Virat Kohli with a ball that's just gone past the outside edge. The umpire's finger's gone up. Kohli's been caught behind for 70. There's a look between Kohli and Sarfraz Khan. Kohli, who, let's remember, has once reviewed, after being bowled by Moeen Ali, has reviewed the caught behind decision. He's not sure if he's hit it. Glenn Phillips went up immediately, so did Blundell behind the stumps. We go upstairs. Could this be the conclusion that all of New Zealand would have waited up all night to see?
I thought the way Glenn Phillips ran away, Jon Norman, I thought he's bowled him.
Oof. Okay.
Is there a little faint glove underneath that's pointing that we haven't seen quite yet? It looked close to the bat, but it looks as a little bit of lie. I'm not sure.
Close to the outside edge.
Is there a glove to come in underneath it?
This is a moment. This is a moment worth waiting up for.
You could argue this is
Here
the
we
test
go.
match.
Oh, he's gone up.
Stop there. Okay, I've got a spike with the ball next to the bat, and I've got no gap between bat and ball. Can go back to Michael on field to stay with his original decision of out. You're on screen now, Michael. Please signal.
The finger goes up. The players troop off. Kohli's been dismissed 3 overs after being dropped from the bowling of the golden arm of Glenn Phillips. Phillips has come back to strike with the final ball of day 3. Stumps at the Chinnaswamy, silence at the Chinnaswamy. India, a good day, but New Zealand have hit back late in it. 231 for 3, the end of a 100-run partnership for the third wicket. Sarfraz Khan's still there at stumps, but Kohli isn't. We'll have more for you here on talkSPORT 2 and SENZ in following on.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
Live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the first test, direct from Bengaluru, as India take on New Zealand.
Fielded, all there's going to be a run out!
Only on talkSPORT 2.
Welcome to Following On, short, sharp show. It was all going to be about India. It was all going to be about, can they really win this game? And you know what? It is still going to kind of be about that. But as we speak, New Zealand is still walking off the field. But they are walking off with a spring in their steps, because Glenn Phillips, with the final ball of the day, has dismissed Virat Kohli, caught behind for 70. And this match, as it was and would have been, is very much alive. 231 for 3. India at the end of an incredible day's play. Steve Harmison.
Unbelievable day's play. Brilliant innings from Ravindra at the start of it, and you're right at the very end. Your closing comments. It's been a good day for India, but for me, with that last wicket there, it's a great day for New Zealand. India are back in this contest, and if you don't listen to the weather forecast, you'd think there's a game on here. 4 wickets happened first thing this morning, and that's been a trend that the early session in this test match has been the one where it's been wickets. The wickets have been there for the bowlers to take. So I was thinking 2 down coming tomorrow morning. 4 wickets this morning, big movement, lavish movement the day before first session, that India would have to be at their best to survive and only lose 2 wickets in that first session to give them the best chance of putting a total on to bowl 4th innings to try and win the game. Now, if you put 2 or 3 wickets on that tomorrow morning, and I think that's India out of the game. It was a brilliant rearguard effort from Sarfraz, who looked jittery at the start, and then fantastic from one of the modern day greats, gone past 9,000 runs in Virat Kohli.
The story of the day, for much of it, had been about an incredible innings of 134 from Ravindra. Alongside Tim Southee, the two put on 137 for the 8th wicket at a time when it felt like India were battling their way back into the game, not with the bat as they did for much of the last session, but with the ball. 4 wickets in the first hour, 180 for 3, become 233 for 7. And then up stepped one of the game's golden boys. Ravindra made his debut against India in India on talkSPORT 2 back in 2021, and here he is with his first overseas century, and it was one of the best.
Yeah, it was one of the best. It really was. I thought his movements, his balance, I think at the crease, the depth of the crease he used to play the late cut shot or the sweep. And then, when the ball was tossed above the eye line in, our Ashwin's case or Kuldeep Yadav's case, his quick feet of coming down the wicket, getting to the pitch of the ball and hitting it either straight down the ground or over mid-wicket. I thought his shot selection was excellent. It really was a well-balanced, well-timed and well-executed innings, especially for somebody who, yes, he was brought up in that part of the world, but I tell you what, there's not going to be many better overseas hundreds, especially from a New Zealand point of view. I don't think there's been a better Kiwi 100 inside India than what Ravindra showed, and that partnership with Tim Southee really took the game away from India, because John, I'm not sure about you, but I don't think India bowled that well. I thought Jadeja took a while to get into the game from Rohit Sharma's point of view, and then when he did bowl, he looked threatening. I thought Kuldeep Yadav and R. Ashwin, I don't think they would have been too happy with their performance. R. Ashwin looked totally out of rhythm. Kuldeep, every time he threw the ball above the eye line, he got hit for 6 or a 4, and they were being very, very aggressive. Siraj was expensive, and because they got bowled out for 46, I think Rohit Sharma had to use Jasprit Bumrah more than he wanted to in the first 50 overs of that innings, and then by the time he should have come back, because he really should have come back and bowled at the tail. As soon as Tim Southee come in, Jasprit Bumrah should have been warming up, and that should have been enough for Tim Southee, never mind having to bring him on. But Bumrah didn't come on, and then he didn't come on with a second new ball either. So a little bit of scrambled thinking or muddled thinking from Rohit Sharma. I'm sure there was a plan in place. I'm sure there's reasons for that. But when you talk about Ravindra, 134 of 157 balls in the Chinnaswamy in the first innings for New Zealand, and put them in a position to potentially win this first Test match.
But still, India are back in the game, aren't they? We've seen batting has got a lot easier than what they had to face in first innings, especially when you consider everything that could have possibly gone New Zealand's way, apart from one drop catch from the bat of Rishabh Pant, did go New Zealand's way. What we saw today was, some of those quarter and half chances going the way of India. Half centuries from Sharma, from Kohli, from Sarfraz Khan. They've got a lot of batting to come. Question mark over Rishabh Pant's fitness, which will be a concern, but at least he's had a full day of recovery today. He's not had to bat today. Tell you what, they come out tomorrow, they should be past New Zealand's score by lunch, and if they've only lost 1 or 2 and the weather holds, then all the pressure in the world is going to be on New Zealand.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm also mindful that what that wicket's just done to that dressing room, that New Zealand dressing room and the India dressing room, I think it's a huge body blow for New Zealand, for India, and I think psychologically being bowled out for 46, going and losing Kohli right at the end of the day, how do they recover from that? What do they need? If India go on and, like you say, a bat beyond lunch, get beyond India, they've still beyond New Zealand, they've still got to go and get, for me, another 150 runs, 175 runs to potentially still win this game. So I still think that they're just in this game, but I only think they're just in this game. I don't think it's we are back in this game. Let's have a really good night's sleep, lads. Let's get some fuel on board because we've got a test match to win tomorrow. I still think their tomorrow morning mindset will be they're a long way behind the game.
How did you feel Tim Southey went today? Because he's come into this series, he's just relinquished, they've got the tap on the shoulder or whatever. He's stepped away from the captaincy. There's a lot of criticism in New Zealand for him. But yesterday he bowled well, albeit only for 6 overs, because that's all he needed to, but he picked up a wicket. Today he batted really well, I thought. He came to the crease with New Zealand needing some experience, and he showed that. He hit one of his highest scores in Test cricket, 65, and that partnership really, you still feel with the weather around and the size of the task that is ahead of India, that was a hugely important partnership with Ravindra, and it just does show that form is temporary. When you got that class, he might be approaching the end, but he's still got something to offer.
Oh, absolutely. I think he has got something to offer. I thought he bowled quite well. I thought he came back for a couple of overs, and he looked as though he was tired. He looked as though he had been out there for quite a while when it comes to the batting point of view. I thought with the batting side of it, I thought he showed great experience. A man who's played 100 Test matches walks out to the middle with Ravindra, who was in, obviously we've spoke about how good a form and how good he looked in the innings he played, but Tom Blundell, Glenn Phillips and Matt Henry before Tim Southey, they looked very, very sort of scratchy, they looked very fidgety, they looked frantic, they looked as though they didn't really have a plan of how they were going to score. There was a few off the front foot, a few off the back foot, caught on the crease a couple of times, but when Tim Southey walked out, I think I mentioned it at the time, I know he's got a plan on how he's going to play. He might get caught at slip, he might get an inside edge or an outside edge to short leg or the man in front, but he will get himself in a position to steer in line with the stumps. He will get a stride in forward. He will use his long levers in his reach and basically say to the bowler, you're going to have to spin it one past me because I'm going to try and play for my stumps, and then be aggressive. And I thought because of that, he had a plan. He came out. Ravindra talked him through the early part of it. He trusted him with singles. The rotation of strike was very, very good. And again, like Ravindra, every time the ball went above the eye line, I mean, Tim Southey, he's hit 92 sixes in Test match cricket, so we know he can hit a big ball.
Sarfraz Khan then, he's a little bit of a figure of fun at times, isn't he? But he batted really well today. Kohli gave a chance. Ajaz Patel's going to be relieved tonight, by the way. He put down Kohli from the same bowler. So that's a good thing for New Zealand. Sarfraz Khan, of course, is going to be batting with KL Rahul and Rishabh Pant. There's going to be a lot of pressure on those two batters, and we still don't know, just how much flexibility and movement Rishabh Pant's going to have.
Yeah, and that's for me, KL Rahul's the key now. Jadeja's got the experience. Ashwin's probably going to do something similar to what Southey did. But KL Rahul is the glue that's going to hold them, for me, all together. I mean, Sarfraz and Pant batting together could be an absolute calamity. The way they run between the wickets, their decision making, they're very, very much instinctive players and off-the-cuff players. But both match winners and both got expansive games to go with it. So I think Sarfraz, ridiculed him yesterday because the other day because he had, one of the worst 3-ball ducks I've ever seen. He came in today, he was a little bit frantic, but he calmed down very, very quickly. He got to the boundary when he needed to. He rotated very, very good with Virat Kohli, and he was outscoring Virat Kohli for large proportions of that innings. So, fair play to him for seeing it all the way through till the end of the day, and I'm sure he'll be wanting to come out and try and get 3 figures when he comes out first thing tomorrow morning.
Okay, well look, a big thanks to Daniel McHardy in New Zealand, as well as Jeremy Coney, Jarrod Kimber and Steve Harmison. You'll be able to watch Super Over with Jarrod Kimber and Steve Harmison on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel very shortly. And thanks for joining us on the live stream as well. Thousands of you getting involved, and no surprise really that the numbers started to rise as that innings, or partnership I should say, of 136 between Sharma and Kohli started to progress, but still plenty of work to do for both sides ahead of day 4 of the first test of 3 between India and New Zealand. We'll be bringing it all to you on talkSPORT 2 and via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel and on SENZ in New Zealand. Don't forget to subscribe to our cricket YouTube channel, and you can find this podcast on the podcast app or wherever you get your podcast from. We'll be back tomorrow. But next on talkSPORT 2, it's live racing with Lee McKenzie and Lizzie Kelly.
I'm Jeff Stelling. Get set for a weekend stacked high with live and exclusive football on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2. It all kicks off tonight from 8 with a full-on championship clash between Leeds United and Sheffield United live on talkSPORT 2.
What a turn, what a goal!
Then tomorrow afternoon, the football fiesta continues. From 12:30, it's another hefty Premier League matchup. Spurs take on West Ham live on talkSPORT.
It's a stunner!
At the same time, Oxford United go head